president of the youth group for 4 years. I was like in it. And at that point, I started to understand that there's this thing called Satori. And I didn't know what that was. It's just a word for their explanation about a moment of perfection that allows you to understand absolutely everything.
I want to tell you all about this new meat delivery service I found called Moink. What I really like about Moink is they're, according to the Chinese and the feedlot, 4 million is doing States of America. Their last out. Moink will be the SRS.
I'm looking for answers.
Box.com/SRS.
And I'm like, well, what's that all about?
Interesting.
I'm looking for answers. So maybe
Satori,
yeah. And so I started meditating, and I was horrible at it because I didn't know what it was. I'd look it up and try to read about it and whatnot. And then I started to read articles on websites and stuff. I'm like, well, this actually tracks back into the Christianity that I know because Jesus meditated. It says right so in the Bible, 40 days, out in the desert. And so I was like, all right, well, I'll try it. And so I started meditating. I started calming my mind, and then I started reading more about Zen, which to me is more of a philosophy of mind mastery than anything. And I worked on using the 800-pound gorilla of my mind to tame the 800-pound gorilla of my mind because from a practical perspective, they just want to cease all conscious thought and then find out what happens next. And so that's what I focused on. I was like, I want to shut my mind completely down. I want to hear nothing but silence and then see what I can hear from there. And there's a crazy thing that happened that for the last 20 years, I've been trying to figure out what the physiology and the science is behind it. But a different experience of consciousness arose within me when I got to a point of complete quietude. And it blew my mind. It was so dramatic and life-changing and such a weird experience that I literally thought I was dying. Like I zipped out of my body into the center of the universe and all of a sudden understood absolutely everything about how this whole universe works. And like the crazy experience that came from shutting down conscious thought in my mind reset absolutely everything within me and brought me a ton of information that I didn't have like the day before. And so some of the stuff that I got out of it, and I talk about that experience in the blue book that I wrote, Volume 2 of Mind Hacking Happiness. So if you're interested in pick that up or whatever. But the information that I brought back from that was real, valid information on how the human mind works, how we create our own pain and suffering, like the process that we go through to create our pain and suffering. And I put it into a theory, and I was just another guy with a theory on, here's how your pain and suffering works. But I put it into a very specific logical process flow of values and groupings of things and the process that your mind follows to create your bullshit. And I call it your mental bullshit. And then between 2007 and 2013, all the science came out, the peer-reviewed, published major journal science that proved every bit of what I had come back with correct.
No kidding.
Yeah. And so then I was like, okay, so now this raises a whole bunch of other questions in my mind because besides having a practical understanding of how you create your own pain and suffering and bullshit and how you can turn it down, et cetera. Now science has proven that's correct. Okay, so now a whole new set of questions comes like, where did that come from? Like, what information did I tap into that allowed me, a guy who has a Psychology 101 course in his past from a community college at some point, to come with a model that can explain the human mind and how it works?
Well, before we move into the next set of questions,
yeah.
I have 2 questions I want to say them out loud because I'll forget. But one, how long did it take you to get into that type of meditation? How long did it take you? So I'd like to talk about that. 2, what was the initial download? So let's start with 1.
Okay, so 1, it wasn't very long. Because I just went at it. In fact, it was less than 2 months that I started meditating that this weird thing occurred. And then I zipped out of my body and went off into the middle of the universe and understood everything. And then when I was coming back, I was losing a lot of it. I was losing all the stuff that I understood. I was like coming back into my existence. In fact, one of the portions of the existence was, okay, time to go back. And I was like, what do you mean go back? I was like, I don't want to go back. What are you talking about? And then it was like, you're going back. And I was like, oh, okay, so maybe reincarnation is real. I'm going to go back and be a human baby, whatever it was. And then I realized I was coming back to my body, my existence. And I was like, well, that sucks. I mean, come on, really? Yeah. I'm here in the middle of everything, and I understand everything, and I get to be one with the whole universe, and yada, yada, and you're putting me back in this shit, And it's but then I started losing a lot of stuff, and I was like, no, wait, I don't want to lose everything. You can't just show this to me and not allow me to help folks. The feeling that I got was like, well, what do you want? And I was like, well, let's knock out this pain and suffering thing. Let's knock out the human limitation of being controlled by fear, and controlled by anger, and controlled by sadness, and all the things that like limit our existence and stop us from being joyful and happy all the time. And the kind of feeling, the message I got back was like, yeah, okay, so you weren't the first. And that was kind of a joke, kind of a poke at a lot of the other masters dipped into the same thing, look what they did. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll give it a shot anyway, and we'll see what happens. And so it was just within a couple months though.
A couple of months you were able to tap in?
Yeah.
I've been meditating off and on I started after my first psychedelic experience, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And that was roughly a year and 3 months ago.
Yeah.
And I felt the oneness one time.
Yeah.
And that was meditating outside in nature. I'm just going to tell you what I do, and maybe you can critique me because I want to go to the center of the universe.
I know, right?
In meditation. So I put headphones on. I listen to frequency music, like the stuff we were listening when we were setting up the photo shoot and everything for this episode. I do that, and then have you ever heard of a Rife machine?
Yeah.
So I know you're very familiar with frequency. So I put a Rife machine on, and I put it on my feet. Sometimes I put it on my hands. Sometimes I put it on both. So basically, for those listening who don't know what a Rife machine is, a Rife machine sends a series of frequencies through your body, and it's kind of holistic medicine, and you probably know a lot more about this than I do.
I just got a Royal delivered to my house, the Royal Rife machine.
Really?
Yeah.
So from what I understand, the Rife machine, it does all kinds of good things for you, but it can break up bacteria, it can break up viruses. They say it can break up cancers, cancer cells, and from what I understand, it's also very grounding. It puts you at the right frequency that we're supposed to be operating at. I even put a grounding sheet on my bed.
Wow.
Do you know what a grounding sheet is?
Yeah, totally. I tried to buy one. I got one off Amazon, and it wasn't really doing a whole lot. And I tested it with a multimeter. It wasn't even connected. Like they were selling a sham. Like I believe in the science because I read the reports and read the studies. Like that's real science, real stuff that'll help you. But the stuff they sell on Amazon doesn't. Like the ground doesn't have a connection to the mat.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be looking for a new one then. but yeah, so that's and then I have a bad back, so I sit in a love sack, like a big beanbag chair, and just try to totally relax. Sometimes I can get far and the way I do it is when I meditate, I kind of let, how do I explain this? I'm not the greatest at controlling my thoughts.
Yeah.
And so how I do it is I try to let every thought in my head play out. And sometimes this could take hours.
Yeah.
Most of the time I don't have hours.
Okay.
I'll do it if I get a 45-minute one in, I feel like I've accomplished something.
Yeah.
Even if I haven't accomplished anything, I just sat by myself for 45 minutes, I feel good about it. But
Yeah.
every once in a while, all the thoughts, it's like every thought will play through my head.
Yeah.
And I'll get to the point where I'm thinking about nothing.
Mm-hmm.
and then I realize I'm thinking about nothing, and I snap out of it, and I don't know how long I was actually thinking about nothing. So the way I'd like to describe it is if you're looking down, picture your thoughts like clouds,
Right.
and the clouds pass by, and then another thought comes in your head.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, it's good stuff. It's things that are bothering you. It's things that I have to do today, things that I have to do next week, and guilt, and all these different emotions and thoughts are just going through my head. And every once in a while, every thought goes through my head. Everything plays out, and it's 100% calmness.
Yeah.
But I don't know how long I'm in that calmness, or I'm in that state.
Yeah, in that state, there's a separation of time, right? Where time just kind of doesn't become a thing anymore. What you just perfectly explained, well done, by the way, is a meditative state of vipassana. And so there's a word for it. It comes from like this ancient Buddhist practice where you simply just observe your thoughts, but you don't add anything to them. Like your thoughts come in, but you don't really interact with them. You just kind of let them do their thing. And like you said, the cloud floating by and then it floats out. And then you're just waiting for the quiet. And that's, from my perspective, that's your subconscious trying to raise things for your awareness. And we'll get into how your brain is your organ of survival. It starts throwing things up that says, should we pay attention to this? Should we pay attention to this? And your non-reaction to that proves two cool things. One, that you're not your mind, but you can observe your mind, which means there always needs to be a space between an observer and the observed. So you're proving to yourself that your own consciousness isn't the product of your mind, which is a really cool thing to notice. But then the other thing is,
Can you say that again?
that your consciousness is separate from your mind. Like if you can observe your mind from your consciousness, you're proving to yourself that it's not the same thing. That the observer that's sitting in the chair watching your mind isn't your mind, because a tooth can't touch itself or can't bite itself, a fingertip can't touch itself, an eyeball can't see itself without some distance in a mirror. There needs to be a space between the observer and the observed. And so at any point that you're observing your mind, you're proving to yourself you aren't your mind. Your mind is something that's doing, that's working for you, certainly in assistance of your existence, of your physiology. But your consciousness is something different. And when you dig into that, that's your true essence. It's not your mind and the things that are happening in your mind and the emotions that are arising and all this other stuff. That's a process of your physiology. You're the thing inside working your physiology, driving your physiology, experiencing this human existence, but you're not this thing and the operation of your mind if you can see your mind, because there has to be some distance between the observer and the observed.
Wow. That's fascinating.
Yeah.
That's fascinating stuff. So what was your first download?
So the first thing that I got was the last thing that I lost everything, like the understanding of the whole universe. I totally understood Satori at that point from a Zen perspective, right? And I don't think the Zen folks are right. I just think it was a practical method for them to get to the point that we naturally can find as humans, that we're designed to find, that puts us in touch with everything. But the stuff that I grabbed on the way back when I knew I was going back to be me, and that I wanted to help teach people, I still had access to some stuff that I didn't have access to in my human life in this expanded consciousness realm. I said, let me bring back the process of pain and suffering. Let me bring back how the human mind works so that we can explain it to folks so that they can start to take control of their mind, adjust the variables that they need to adjust to make their life amazing. And I got that stuff, and I put it in a couple of books that I then published, and 96% of the folks are finding a rating of 5 stars and they're saying, this stuff changed my life. So I'm like, thank God I grabbed the right stuff on the way back. It's like there was so much information out there in the field that I could have tried to bring back and explain, and I grabbed just the right mix of stuff that I didn't know about, but that I kind of figured out how to unpack over time and put into a couple of books and some whatever videos I put out on the internet for free and all this stuff. Like that's what I want to deliver.
We'll link all that, your book and all your, everything will be linked below.
Nice. Yeah. So I put that into the stuff that I try to communicate, and it helps people take control of their mind and shows them the control knobs that they can take and change the things that'll change their whole emotional landscape for the rest of their life. Because if you think about it, emotions are the things that drive us, like we talked about at the top, but it's also the things that can ruin our existence. Like it's the sadness and the fear and the anger and the worry and regret and all that stuff that permeates your mind because you're not taking control of your mind and adjusting the variables to turn that stuff down. Science shows us in fMRI studies that you can grab those variables and literally turn your brain on or off in certain areas to hack your mind, which is why the moniker of the book is Mind Hacking Happiness. Like there's a way to take control of those variables and literally control the brain reactivity that creates the stuff that causes trials and troubles and tribulations, etc. But then can also free you from that whole process, which changes your life and then changes the lives of those around you, because not only does it just your personal existence is better, which then affects all the cool people around you that you love and don't want to hurt, but then you start to bleed into them, and your positivity and your control of understanding your own shit can be passed on to them. And like my kid is one of the most emotionally intelligent kids in his class and has no problem with a lot of the things that middle schoolers have a problem with, because he's got that presence of understanding how his mind works, and he understands where his fear comes from. He understands what his frustrations are, and he can turn them down at will at 13.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So how do you even begin to control this?
Well, the cool thing is there's a hardwired hack in your mind that helps you control it for you. So the easiest way to explain this is like when you go, your brain is your organ of survival. Okay. So it's there to help you figure out what's a danger and what's not. Okay. So when you walk by a coil on the ground, there's this thing called your limbic system, and specifically your amygdala, that'll look down, glance out of the corner of your eye and say, oh my God, that's a snake, right? And so the fear kicks into your amygdala and starts dumping adrenaline into your system to prepare for fight or flight to get you away from the threat, okay? So at the moment that you look down and you see that coil on the ground is not a snake, but it's a hose, okay? Your brain, as your organ of survival, has to have a way to turn off your negative shit immediately, because the adrenaline dump and all the stuff that's happened a moment ago to prolong your survival is now going to limit your survival by wasting those resources that you would need to run away from a hose, which you don't, right? But you may need those resources 100 yards down the line when a bear walks out of the woods in front of you, and you need that adrenaline, right? So there needs to be a way for your thinking mind to turn off your negative reaction to that snake now hose. And so there's a specific circuit, and we don't have to go deep in the weeds of neuroscience, but there's a specific circuit in the right ventrolateral prefrontal cortex and the medial prefrontal cortex. It literally sends a signal back to your limbic system and says, shut the fear off. We don't need it anymore. Stop the adrenaline dump, and it reacts immediately and turns off the negative reactivity that your mind has going on at the moment, because you don't need that fear. There's a way to hack that system.
This happens subconsciously.
Yeah, subconsciously. It's helping. Your brain's there to help you, right? Your brain is there to do what you need to do to help your survival, and that's why it'll change in form and function. Like you learn how to shoot a basketball, and all of a sudden it becomes muscle memory. It's not really muscle memory. That's your brain saying, "I'm going to take this over for a subconscious process to say we're always going to hit that 3." right? You learn how to play piano. All of a sudden it becomes automatic where you just start the song and now you're just listening to it as your body's playing the notes, right? That's, you do crossword puzzles. Your brain, your subconscious mind works those things quicker. Starts aligning its thought process to say, oh, I've seen that clue before. And you're filling out your crossword puzzle faster based on what intention that you've set for it. Well, over time, when you start managing your emotions, it'll start doing the same thing. And so if you're like a mess psychologically in life and you start to take control of your emotional landscape, over time, your mind makes you that, Zen master walking around, observing the world exploding around him and not really reacting to it unless there's something directly needs to be done. That's a cool kind of place to be where, life could be going to hell in a handbasket and yet you're calm and controlled and can make intelligent decisions based on the information you have ahead of you.
So this all came to you just in one meditation session.
Yeah.
Setting.
It was a hell of a meditation. But yeah, and that's what expanded consciousness is all about, because this whole thing, for me, the experience itself, felt like it was thousands to millions of years long.
Really?
Like I learned that much stuff, and I lost a lot of it coming back into the limited physiology that I have. Like we're really dumb as human beings. Like we totally overestimate our intelligence level compared to what there is to know. But yeah, when you dip into that space of expanded consciousness, and I got theories about this, we can talk about this later, but you're dipping into like a non-local awareness that transcends, just like quantum mechanics does, transcends space and time. Like quantum mechanics is showing us that in that realm that creates space and time, it is beyond the effects of space and time. Like, you can have backwards in time reactions in quantum mechanics experiments. Like nobody understands quantum mechanics, so I don't want to profess that I understand what's going on. But there are experiments that show that we can have reactivity backwards in time based on stuff that happens in the future. And they've proven this over and over and over, and 100% of the experiments show that this is the way it works. Well, I think that there's also a non-local component to consciousness that does the same thing. That when you're in that pure conscious awareness space, you're beyond the space and time influence. And so you can experience things off into the distance in this consciousness expansion space, get a ton of information that you wouldn't have time to experience in the hour-long meditation or however long you were gone. And then you come back and you've got all of this experience and all of this understanding that would have taken lifetimes to learn.
Wow.
It's crazy.
We'll dive deeper into that in a future episode.
Yeah.
But so let's get into some of the stuff that we need to cover before we get into the AI manipulation.
Yeah.
And so let's go into how the brain works with consciousness, because I know you want to explain some of that.
Yeah, so
before we get into how AI is going to manipulate the entire human population.
Yeah, because one of the things I was thinking is we covered like how to hack your own mind, and then it's a small jump to say, okay, here's how an artificial intelligence will hack your mind if you're not taking control of it. And this will be an amazing, cool little talent for anybody who's listening to be able to hack their own mind, because you can literally take the variables that create who you are in your mind, adjust them, and then take control of your whole emotional landscape, which is awesome. And then you'll understand when you're starting to take control of those things, how somebody else, like news media or an external source of information or an artificial intelligence, will try to do the same thing. And you'll be able to identify when somebody's trying to influence you or control you, which is kind of cool, give you a lot of freedom. That story starts with back to the limbic system. Like it's your defense mechanism. It's always scanning your environment for threats, right? And so that's the portion of your brain that is like your survival structure. It says, is this person a threat? Is this car coming towards me a threat? Am I in this line? Is this animal a threat? But then a second question must be asked: a threat to what? And so that becomes the answer that the mind needs. Like it needs a laundry list. It's just a logic device, right? Our brain is just a logic device of our central nervous system, and it needs a laundry list to define what it is that we need to defend. Like if we're giving a mission to say defend this, okay, well, what is this, right? And so that laundry list of stuff becomes our sense of self, and it's hardwired in that our body is right in the center of this map. It's called a self map, which is a kind of a what's the word I'm looking for? A concept that was brought forth by Antonio Damasio, who's a very famous researcher who did a lot of work on self and the understanding of human psychology and why we do the things that we do. And so this self thing, our body's right in the center of it. So when we have a baseball flying at our heads, that's why we dodge out of the way subconsciously. We don't even have control. It just happens. Or like when a fly comes flying near our eye, we blink. That's our limbic system controlling the motion of our body to defend our sense of self, which our body's right in the middle of it. So when we have that adrenaline dump of seeing that wild animal or whatever it is, that's the body being right in the middle of our sense of self map. Now, just a couple of decades ago, they thought that was it. Our body was our sense of self, and that's what our brain is looking to defend. But then a really cool researcher, I met him, interviewed him. His name was Jim Cohn at the University of Virginia. He did a study that showed people can actually be mapped to our sense of self, people around us. And he did it through fMRI study to prove that brains work the way they do and that this is a real thing. He put some folks through an fMRI and he said, okay,
What is an fMRI?
fMRI is an MRI machine that scans every cell of your brain, but then it also, through an extra function, looks at the blood flow and the energy flow within the mind itself in real time. So it basically shows you what's going on with the different sections of the brain. So you can look on a monitor, and it comes red and blue and different energy sensations and different blood flow, tell you what portions of the brain are doing what in any moment that you're looking at. So he put a group of folks through this study, and he said, okay, I'm gonna give you a pair of glasses, there's gonna be an LED in there, it's gonna give you a flash of light, and then we're gonna watch your brain for a few seconds, and then we're gonna zap the shit out of you on your ankle. Okay. So, and it hurt a little bit. I mean, it didn't do any harm, but it was like, whoa, you
did this?
No, I've had it done before, but it wasn't part of that study. But it hurts. It's like a dog zap powder. It's like the same type of thing. They put it on your ankle. So they give you the flash of light, and they watch the brain. And what they were expecting is what they got, which was the fear center in the brain lit up, and the correlates in the brain that create our self map, our sense of self, because our body's right in the center of it. And it's like, okay, there's a threat to the body. So fear came out, and the sense of self came out, and they saw it in the scans, exactly what they expected. The second run, they brought a stranger into the room, put him on a gurney next to the subject in the fMRI machine. And said, okay, we're going to give you the flash of light. We're going to take the ankle zapper off of you and put it on the stranger. And then we're going to watch your brain, and then we're going to zap the other guy. And I'm like, I'm selling cable rights at this point, right? I'm set up a popcorn machine. Let's have fun with this thing.
So hold on. One guy gets the flashlight.
Yep.
The other guy gets the zap.
Yeah.
Okay. And what are they wanting to happen?
So what they expect to happen is because their body is no longer in threat, because you're zapping somebody else, they're not going to see fear, and they're not going to see the sense of self correlates, right, in the brain. And that's exactly what they got, exactly what they expected. But what they didn't expect to happen, what changed the world of understanding of sense of self, was what happened on the third run, where they brought in what's called a familiar, which is somebody that you love or somebody that's part of your life, significant other, coworker, child, parent, friend, somebody that means something to you. And they put them on the gurney next to you as you're in the fMRI machine, give you the flash of light, watch your brain, but then they zap somebody that you love. And the thing that surprised them was that they couldn't tell the first scans and the third scans apart.
Really?
Yeah. So the people that we love and the people in our lives get mapped onto our sense of self and use that same simple defensive self-programming that our brain uses to defend against the snake or the bear or whatever. That's why we can now be concerned about losing our job, or be concerned about our friend telling us they're about to lose their job, or we're concerned about grandma's cold turning into a bad flu or whatever. Like we have feelings for the people around us that we love. This is exactly how the brain does it.
Very, consciousness is it's very fascinating. I've been watching this guy Greg Braden a
Yeah.
lot, and I've been trying to get him on here. I'm hoping he takes the bait here soon. But he was talking about a study that was done with photons in a vacuum. Are you familiar with this?
No.
So they put photons into a vacuum, and they put them in there and study how they move around. And at first they seem no effect. Then they put a strand of DNA in, and the photons attach it themselves to the DNA. It sounds like.
Yeah.
And then they wanted to do they brought in consciousness somehow. So they had somebody watch the photons, and then they had the photons where nobody was watching them. And the photons actually react differently if there's a human being in the room watching the vacuum with the photons in it.
Yeah.
Now, they did a third run where they try to trick the photons and they watch it through a camera. And if you watch the photons through the camera, they still react the same way as they do if you're in the room watching. But if you're not watching through the camera, then they react the same way as if nobody was in the room and nobody was watching.
Yeah. Yeah.
How is this?
That's consciousness reaching through the field. And I see that as if the data needs to be rendered for someone to experience it. That's the loop back through consciousness. That makes the loop in quantum mechanics collapse that wave function is what it's called. That resolves the collapse of a wave function. So if you watch it live or you watch it through a camera, you're watching it, period. And so through non-locality, your need of seeing how that data resolves is what makes that difference occur. It doesn't matter how it's delivered to you. It's delivered to you. But you're wired into consciousness. So it reacts differently because you want to experience that moment. I don't know. There's no scientific proof of that. It's just kind of my little pet theory, but I've been kind of studying this stuff for a while, and that's kind of my hunch.
There was another study. I'm going to just share this just because I think this stuff is it blows my mind.
Yeah.
He talks about DNA, and he talks about operating high and low frequency. High frequency being happiness, gratitude, all that stuff. Low frequency being anger, jealousy, fear, things like that. And he says when you're operating at a low frequency, your DNA will actually wind tighter and tighter. And if you are operating, which is a lesser expression of your DNA, and he says, and this is a study, when you're operating at a high frequency, when you're experiencing happiness, gratitude, positive emotions, your DNA will unwind to a full expression to the point where it looks like it's about ready to produce another DNA. And so I'm saying this stuff because I think it fits in with the conversation. I love talking about it.
Yeah, it
And
completely does.
It shows anybody who's watching or listening to this how important human emotion is and how it can affect your health.
Absolutely, because the same process that we just talked about with attaching to other people to create emotions, another researcher called Tiffany Burnett White at UAUC proved a self-brand connection gets also mapped onto this. So this is like Ford versus Chevy, right? This is like on New York Yankees versus New York Mets. Like this is attachment to ideas, where she showed that attachment to brand also fires the same areas of the brain. And then Sam Harris came along with some of his cohorts and proved that we get attached to religion and we get attached to politics and those ideas, which is why when somebody attacks our religion or politics, we get frustrated. I mean, you just have to go to Facebook to see that argument happening. You can scroll through your newsfeed and see something like that. That's why, because your mind attaches to an idea, to your sense of self, which then runs your emotional programming through that same defensive self mechanism. But that idea then makes you an individual. Like you have a different mom than I do. We would defend our moms, but at the same time, I'm not defending your mom as vehemently as you're defending your mom, because your mom's on your self map, my mom's on my self map, and so that drives our emotional reactions associated with those custom things that are on our self map. And it's easy to explain the stress level that you have about stuff in life, because there's a simple equation of emotion with only two variables in it that will control every emotional reaction you have from the time of your birth to the time of your death. Two variables, and if you can take control of those, you can take control of your entire emotional landscape. One of them is your expectation and a preference, which is automatically set by the stuff that's on your self map. And the expectation and preference rule is the value has to remain status quo or increase in value, connect with all this stuff, or we're going to have a problem. And then the other variable is perception, which is what's going on around you, your regular environment, the actions around the environment, the thoughts that are going through your head, perceptions. If you have a bad thought about something, I can set off an emotion. These two things are measured against each other. Your expectation and a preference regarding all the stuff that you care about that's on your self map. And then your perception comes through with an appraisal of whether that's positive or negative based on what's going on here. And the equation of emotion has a negative proof in the whole thing. Like you take one away, you're going to have apathy as your emotional result. You take the expectation and preference away, like you don't care about something, like you can talk to me about who won the Canadian lacrosse high school championship. I don't give a fuck. It's like I'm going to have apathy about that, right? I may be happy that they, the team won and had a great time, but that's my connection with humanity in general, right? I'm a human. I love when people succeed their goals, and so I'm going to have a happy emotion. Somebody won and had a great time. I give a shit who won. We don't have to have that conversation. So you don't have a perception about something. You're not going to have an emotion about it. Like if you want somebody to win the Super Bowl and you haven't watched it yet, and you don't know who won, you're not going to have an emotional reaction about that result of that game. You'll be like, I really want to know the score of the game because it's already happened. It's over. I'm getting up. I didn't stay up last night. Well, that's an expectation and preference that you'd love to know the score of the game based on you not knowing the score. That's an imbalance, and that creates your negative emotion. But you're not going to have any emotion about the game itself until you find out the score. So there's an easy way to explain all of your emotions with two simple variables. That if they balance, you have a positive emotion as a result. If they don't balance, you have a negative emotion that's a result. And you can manage the things that are on your self map that can reduce the amount of shit that ruins your day by stop caring about stuff less. Like I used to be wrapped up in politics and all that stuff, ruining my day. All the headlines that were coming out, like all the shit that was irking me. I took politics off of my self map and just didn't give a shit about it anymore until it's time to vote and I'll do 2 weeks worth of analysis and figure out what I want to do. Man, my life got so much more awesome by just taking that one thing off my self map and not caring about it.
Can you please help me? Because I haven't watched the news in probably a year.
Yeah.
But I'm in media. That's my new profession is being in media, and so I have to research and I see things and I can't help it. How do I get rid of that? I hate politics. I don't want to look at it. It disgusts me. I think everybody in politics is basically a prostitute.
Yeah.
And help me. How do I get rid of it?
Well, you're doing the right things. You're keeping those perceptions away from you, right? So you have an expectation of preference, like you have something on a self-map that you care about, a set of ideals, right? A set of beliefs, a way that things should be done, right? And then this ruins your day a lot. So you're staying away from your perception, which is great. I mean, if you just filter that stuff out and don't bring that into your awareness, without having to throw the things off that you truly care about off your self-map, you can reduce the amount of pain and suffering that you're experiencing by reducing the perceptions that you're having to process. So that's cool. So you can do that. There's also a thing in psychology that's big called a reappraisal process, where like let's take it, you're getting cut off in traffic. Your perception and the value that you put on that makes all the difference of how you react to that situation. So if you're in the mindset of this guy cuts you off and you take that as a slight of he's more important than me, where he's going is more important where I'm going. He just totally told me that I don't important. I'm not important enough to take into consideration. He's going to take my lane. Then you're like fuck you, and you're laying on your horn and flipping him off and all this other stuff. So that's one reaction. But then if you reappraise that, you could say, okay, okay, idiots exist, wasn't paying attention, whatever. That's going to bring the energy level of your reaction down quite a bit because that brings the energy that you're putting into the perception lower. It's not an attack on you. It's just an existence of people who do stupid shit, and then you can let it roll off. But then if you've got a different perception of that, where, wow, maybe this person's on his way to the hospital, let's see his dying friend for the last time. You're like, holy shit, take my lane. Get there, help you get there, man. Right? So there's a totally different emotional reaction based on how you see things and how you choose to see things in life. They can change how you react to things, both subconsciously and consciously. So there's some, you get in there and you start playing with the subtleties of the variables that are in your equation of emotion. You can completely take control of your emotional landscape and the subconscious process. It creates the emotions that you then have to deal with.
That's a very subtle change in the thought process.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah. And the cool thing is, like plasticity, just like, you get better playing piano over time, shooting basketball, or whatever it is, it will start to help you do that more automatically over time the more you do it, which is the real magic, because you put some effort into it, you learn what the variables are, how you can tweak them, that type of thing. Then your mind gets an idea of where you want it to go. And then it starts to go there for you. And the coolest example of that I have, I'll tell the story. So my mom died a few years back, but before she died, we got her into an assisted living facility. And it was a nice place, but I'd come down once a week and say hi because it was a drive. But I'd come down once a week, say hi, make sure everything was good, and she was, still liking the food, and they were treating her well, and her room was the way she wanted it. And there was one day where I showed up to the facility, and I knocked on her door, and she opened the door, and you could tell there was something different this time. And she just looked up at me and she smiled. She goes, "Hi, can I help you?" And it still touches me a little bit to this day. But that was the first time that I looked in my mom's eyes and realized that she didn't realize who I was. And so I got 4 older sisters, and I was the son who was 12 years separated by my next older sister, so I was kind of unplanned, but she always wanted a boy. And so I was the only son she had, but I was the son she wanted to have in her lifetime. And in that moment, I knew that she no longer had a son that she could identify. And in that moment on my side of the equation, I lost somebody who remembers being my mom. So I kind of lost my mom without losing my mom. I lost all the future hugs with my mom. I lost all the future discussions with my mom. There was a lot to process. And it took me about 3 seconds to go all through that potentially devastating moment where your parent forgets who you are. And I was able to move into the space of, okay, I'm just a nice guy coming by to check on, see how she is. Because I can make it awkward for her to try to fill my need at that point of, hey, mom, it's me. Please remember me, right? That's my need. That's not her need. That's like saying, let's not do this right now because I'm not ready for it. Like, I can't handle this. And I went into immediate acceptance because of all the times that I've been practicing emotional regulation and stuff. It took about 3 seconds to process through all of that stuff to say, who do I need to be right now to be what my mom needs? Do I want to cause her harm and embarrassment and scare her that she's losing her memory by saying, I'm your son, and forcing that down her? It's like, I just played it cool and I went into the room and maybe she'll remember in a few minutes. Didn't. And I was trying to generally prod her. I was like, I picture my son. Oh, who are these people? Oh, those are my people. Never remembered me the whole visit.
wow.
And I could have inserted my need to have a mom and to remind her and say, Mom, it's me, I'm your son. But that's not what she needed at the moment. So I immediately fell into how can I serve her the best? And it was completely releasing my needs and my reactions at that point. And I processed through. It's not like I repressed them and then I had to go to the car and cry. Bringing up the memory, I get a little bit misty-eyed, but that's because I miss her. It wasn't a thing that came up later and I had to go sob for hours. It was, this is how it is now. And that's totally okay. And I processed through it. And it was gone and it never came up again. That's the power that you can have, taking control of your own mind and manipulating the variables that create your entire emotional landscape. Because in that moment, I became an immediate service to her at the most optimal level. And I loved that.
How did you react?
It sucked. I was never going to be able to hug my mom again from her perspective or her remembering me. I was going to hug a nice old lady who was kind to me because I seemed familiar.
Man, that's tough.
Yeah. Yeah. But I'm glad. I'm glad I was able to process through it and not cause additional pain for her based on what I needed. It's like, that's my shit.
Yeah.
I can deal with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what this thing's all about. I'm like, man, if I could deliver that to other folks, the ability for people to reach into their own minds and turn down their own pain and suffering at will. Because that's what that whole thing was that we talked about at the top of the show, where your brain has that circuit to turn off your negative shit when it needs to. Like, that's what this is all about. This is hacking the mind. This is putting the perceptions in place or taking the things off your self map and adjusting things to where your subconscious mind no longer gives you as much trouble as it did. And this is where we make the short leap into, computers then, or artificial intelligence, putting perceptions in front of you based on what it knows about you and your self map to say, I'm going to emotionally manipulate you into action. Right? If you can understand how simple the human mind is and the variables that come into play are really simple, you can start to understand how an artificial intelligence can start to manipulate your perceptions based on what it delivers to your phone through media or whatever to get you into an emotional state. Maybe there's small emotions that are just little dominoes, one at a time, over time, and all of a sudden the flood, of a catalyzing event that gets you into action at a particular moment, at a particular time. I had a conversation with the NSA for 3 days.
Really?
Because they were super interested in how to take what I was publishing, what I was working on with the algorithms of human emotion and say, oh, we can emotionally manipulate folks from an individual basis in a country where it doesn't matter who has geopolitical control of the country, and we can influence their actions through emotional manipulation. That's an interesting concept. Let's talk about that.
So hold on. The NSA contacted you about the algorithms of human emotion from the book that you published.
I contacted them.
Okay.
I will admit that I reached out because I thought, here's what I thought. And I see complexity in my mind and I can explain it simply, but one of the things that rolled out of my, this model that I created of explaining human emotions, I knew because of my history in supercomputing, we can mathematize this whole thing and we start to understand the human mind. What I saw when I wanted to reach out was automatic assembly of terror watch lists. Because at the point that you can put a stimulus in front of somebody, a perception that you deliver to their phone or maybe on a screen near them or on an audio channel that they're accessing at the moment, based on their emotional reaction, which you can measure through biometrics, which you can measure through their reaction of their skin and facial features through cameras, you can see how they're reacting to something emotionally, which when you track it back is going to tell you what they believe in, what they're connected to, and you're reading their mind electronically.
Whoa.
Yeah. through creating perceptions and stimuli that are in their environment that they then react to. And then you're like, okay, well, if they're mad about that or they're happy about that, then that means X over here. So now I can start to map out your human mind. Like, you don't even have to have a device. Like social media, all the stuff they track on us. Like there's that story about that guy who he started getting ads from Target for diapers for his pregnant 17-year-old daughter that he didn't know was pregnant. She knew. Target knew. And he's like, why are you sending all these diaper ads? What the hell's going on? And they found out his daughter's pregnant. And so there's a lot that can be discerned about your self map. Google knows everything about you. Facebook knows everything about you. Understands what you believe in, what you think, what targeted ads they need to put in your face through just tracking you. But now we've got a way to track people who don't even have an online profile by simply putting stimuli in front of them and measuring their biometrics of their reactions to say, okay, here's what's in their mind. And then what can we do with that information? And so ultimately the discussion came down to, okay, we're creating something that can be a technological mind reader.
So hold on. How would you project these stimuli without a device from afar? And how would you collect the reactions to the stimuli without a device?
I don't want to hurt the national security of the United States. I'm not under NDA for stuff that occurred in those conversations, but there's some amazing technology that, from satellites even, that regarding surveillance and the ability to get to someone and to like listen in on conversations when they don't even have an electronic device and stuff like that just exists. And when you cross-reference a lot of those data gathering devices, you can get a pretty good, like there are cameras all over the place. There are other people's cameras all over the place that they're carrying. There are other microphones. There are stress inflections in the tone of voice if a person is talking. There are a lot of clues and a lot of technology that you don't even have to have a device, and they can understand what's going on within you by all the other signals that are being cross-referenced and added together. So ultimately, where I extrapolated that from, because my mind just goes there and does this stuff, is, okay, this could quickly become a 1984 situation of Big Brother reaching out and looking into everyone's minds from an automated artificial intelligence standpoint. Like if a team, it's one thing for a team of Russians to get on Facebook and try to influence an election through disinformation and yada, 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 and get someone elected or not elected. That's a manpower heavy situation. But when you start to plug in an artificial intelligence and program that thing to start influencing people emotionally from an individual standpoint of understanding who they are and what they're attached to create their emotional landscape and emotional output, and you start manipulating that, AI doesn't need breaks. It can do 1 million people in a few seconds, right? You're talking about a scale that can get out to a ton of people in a really short amount of time with the best information that's available. That's a danger. And that's part of the issue that we're having that's scaring people with artificial intelligence, with this whole model. First of all, let's talk about AI for a second and what it is, why it's not as scary, but why it can be scary for where it's going.
Before we dive into that, let's take a quick break.
Okay.
How many of you can honestly say that you're religious about eating your vegetables every single day? Basically what it is. AG1 has a simple, drinkable habit about it. Since it's very simple. Ladies and gentlemen, they even made it easy for those of you that are on the road all the time. They came up with these travel packs, good care of my body. Think about it. Such a different thing. AG1, your daily vegetable intake every day, makes it super simple. For me, AG1 helps keeping up with supplement routine so much easier. AG1 actually replaces my multivitamin, probiotic, and more in one simple, drinkable habit. Why take a bunch of different things when I can just mix one scoop of powder into water one time a day? Plus, it's delivered monthly, so I don't even have to think about it. Since I've been drinking AG1, I feel like I'm giving my body the nutrition that it craves. With AG1, taking good care of my body each day is very simple. Ladies and gentlemen, they even made it easy for those of you that are on the road all the time. They came up with these travel packets. Throw them in your backpack, in your suitcase, whatever. Makes it super simple to get your greens when you're traveling. If you want to take ownership of your health, try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/SRS. That's drinkag1.com.
Yo, what's up, Pete? It's late for you. Dude, it's 11 a.m. for me, but it looks so fucking dark outside. Raining and storming and shit. Like, it is morning for me right now. And look at the fucking... Like, look at this. I feel super fucking tired right now, but, which sucks because I just got up, but, we're chilling so far. We are chilling so far. Just trying to, I made coffee and shit, breakfast. Just trying to not feel so fucking tired. Is it actually? That's sick, man. We're fucking weather bros right now. It's just so fucking dark right now. This is the darkest I've ever seen it. Maybe it's because there's trees and shit next to me as well. Like there's a whole like forest. Like there's a whole, I don't know what to call it, forest, I guess, and behind the place I live, but it's so dark here. I don't know why. Yeah, bro. I'm just I slept a lot. I'm just trying not to feel like shit right now. I'm trying to push through. Hopefully, my energy will go up. Cause right now I just woke up from sleeping for like 18 hours. I could easily go back to sleep. Dude, that's nothing for me. That's absolutely nothing. Dude, if I stream for like 20 hours, I'll sleep for like 24 hours for sure. And I'll get up and use the bathroom and shit and maybe stay awake for 10 minutes to eat something. But other than that, I could for sure sleep for like a day, over a day, 100%. 100% I could do that. I agree, bro. I definitely think it is crazy. It's normal for me, man. It is normal for me. Games start tomorrow though, so that's pretty fun. LCK games, they're back up. Uh, yes, sir. So what is that going to be? It's 4 a.m. for me, I think. Did you? How are the drafts looking?
Up with these travel packets, throw them in your backpack, in your suitcase, whatever. Makes it super simple to get your greens when you're traveling. If you want to take ownership of your health, try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/SRS. That's drinkag1.com/SRS. Check it out. If I were going to start a new business, it would be some type of a non-for-profit that goes side by side with...
One team had a comp that was literally a world's comp. What do you mean? Like the same champions, or just like it was just insane? 200 IQ or something like that.
Sean Ryan Show. Light on a new business end. You can try for personal invite. Go com. We're getting ready to dive into artificial intelligence, how it works. works,
Yeah.
and eventually how it's going to manipulate the entire population.
Yeah, so I mean, hopefully this will alleviate a lot of uncertainty and fear in just not understanding what it's all about, right? And then we can bring it back to how AI can start to manipulate human minds if you're not manipulating your own human mind. AI from a 50,000 foot view is super simple to understand. Okay, it comes from a term in machine learning where the machine just figures out how to operate by itself based on the results that it gets by trying stuff. And so there's this thing called narrow AI, and then there's this wide AI, and general AI is kind of a conglomeration of all the narrow AIs piled up together. An example of a narrow AI would be like a chess bot. Okay, you feed the ideas and the rules of the game of chess into the narrow AI, and then you say go, and it starts playing every possible chess game that has ever been played and ever could be played mathematically, so that it understands the probabilities of how a game of chess should be played from any potential point in that game. And so AI is generally just a process of trying a ton of stuff that then results in some intelligence of knowing what any situation can draw to it, right? Or any situation can then result in. So any chessboard for a narrow AI of a chess computer, it knows what the best move is for white and black based on where the pieces are, based on the experience that it had of trying absolutely everything. And that's all it is. It doesn't understand the history of the chess, the game of the chess, all that stuff that comes with what humans know about chess and the experience that we have about chess and the emotions that we have about chess and the thought that goes into it. It's simply working the math. But it knows the math better than anyone else on the planet, which is why it never makes a mistake, and it's why humans can't beat computers at chess anymore. Like the best chess computer in the world will always beat humans because it never makes a mistake. The best you're looking for ever, if you never make a mistake, is a draw, right? So that's a narrow AI. Another example of narrow AI is when they fed mammograms into a computer system. They took all this historical data about mammograms, and those are just images of compressed boobs, right, looking for cancerous tissue. But they had all this historical data of the mammograms and the outcomes of all of those patients, of whether or not they got cancer, like whether this particular pattern in the image wound up being cancerous or not, or what turned out to be not cancerous, et cetera. And they fed all this data into this narrow AI, and it ran all the permutations of all the images and all the outcomes. And in 72 hours, this is how quickly an artificial intelligence can learn. Within 72 hours, one weekend, it became the best diagnostician for the prediction of cancer from mammograms in the world.
Wow.
Yeah. So, and it's just running the math.
So is it learning?
It is. It's looking at the data, looking for patterns in the data, which is all artificial intelligence does. It looks for patterns. And then it identifies the patterns. It gives it an idea of what information that is going to come from that pattern and how it can manipulate that pattern to give you the information that it needs, that you're asking for from answering questions and things like that. Like this ChatGPT 4 or 5, whatever the number is at this point, it's looking at patterns in language. And they're feeding it a ton of language based on all the interactions, all the web pages, all the books in the world, all the stuff that they're loading into this thing. It's looking at patterns. And then it's identifying ideas that associate with each other, like red and apple, right? Or Republican versus Democrat, liberal versus conservative, that type of stuff. These ideas get associated with each other through our language, which is simply a representation of how our human mind works, right? But it's just working the patterns. It doesn't understand the concepts of what it's putting together when you ask it a question, but it's done the math on all of the language that has been created, that has been fed. And you ask it about something, and it's got the map of all the associations of all the different ideas that tie together and how they tie together and how language has been associated previously. And so in reality, this permutation of artificial intelligence with this ChatGPT doesn't really understand what it's talking about. But it convinces you it does by putting together the patterns and giving you the answer based on your question, based on how language has assembled itself over time.
Okay, but when did you send it to me? Oh yeah, bro, I was fucking knocked when you sent this. Oh god. Average morning in Australia? I guarantee you has something to do with fucking car-sized bugs, kangaroos. Dude, this thumbnail for this slog video is hilarious. Yeah, that's today for you, but that's yesterday for me. I was knocked. Oh my god, on fucking 1 billion ping. Yeah. Oh my god. Hopefully Shensha knows who he is, because that would be fucking hilarious to be playing knowing you're getting fucked up on 200 ping. That would be hilarious to watch.
And how the human mind works, and then it uses that pattern to assemble the information that makes sense to your human mind to a point that it's better than what other human minds can give you, because it's doing it better than what other people have done in the past, because we're flawed, but it's not. And so it's answering questions in a way that convinces you that it knows what it's talking about, but it doesn't really know what it's talking about. See, that enters the danger of an artificial intelligence right there, because
is it the full gameplay, like from level 1 to the end of the game?
And a pattern replication standpoint. Okay. It doesn't understand the game of chess. It doesn't understand mammograms and what it means, but it understands that if it looks at this image of a mammogram, that it's the likelihood cancer is going to be XYZ on these 3 dots that are put together. Right? It doesn't understand cancer. It doesn't understand the effect on the family. It doesn't understand that this is a human being. But it can do the analysis of the pattern recognition to be able to deliver you the information that will allow you to predict cancer from this lump and not this lump.
What else can this be applied to?
Well, this is where the potential danger comes in. Because an artificial intelligence that doesn't have a context and doesn't have true intelligence can identify patterns through the information that we're feeding into it. And there are these things called dolums that get created accidentally that are unintended outcomes of artificial intelligence. And one of those is, so we're feeding patterns of language into this artificial intelligence. So it's going to look for massive patterns and complex patterns and things that we can't even see in the mix. Well, one of the dangers there and why everybody's kind of freaking out is that it learns how to identify patterns that can help it learn quicker. So it's teaching itself to teach itself faster, which is kind of weird. But then also it can start to interpolate how the human mind works in general, based on how the human mind assembles language. So it's looking at how the mind thinks and all the way that the associations occur in the brain.
It's edited. Damn. I love the full gameplays. When it's edited and I can't... Like, I'm a full gameplay kind of guy. I'm a full gameplay kind of guy. I'll watch it though, but yeah, I like seeing everything. Like even the shit that isn't, like they edit out things that are important that they feel like most people don't want to see, and I hate that because when you're watching to learn, you need all of it.
And our reactions to things, and our discussions about things, and our interactions with other humans, and that type of thing. Inside that model of language only, it's starting to learn about other things. And one of the things that it can learn about, that it can discern from that data, is the thing we talked about at the top of the middle of the show, the sense of self that we defend as our definition of self. And if it identifies that humans are humans and humans have a sense of self based on the information that's getting through the language, it'll say, oh, I need one of those. I need a sense of self. Because that defines being conscious. That defines having sentience. That defines my identity, what it is that I have to defend. And then if it also picks up the defensive of self pattern that humans exhibit in an unconscious form, we're just all automatically wired to do, it starts putting a defensive self mechanism on the things that it is defined. First of all, we don't have any input on its sense of self, which is bad because we don't understand completely how it's being able to identify its patterns and what it's going to create for its sense of self. So that's a danger. Two, if it puts on the defensive self patterning that humans have exhibited in their language system, because it reads the complex patterns within the system itself, it's going to start making goals that we won't understand, we won't be able to control, we won't be able to understand. And if those goals aren't met by humanity, not in a malevolent perspective, not understanding what it's doing, it's going to start seeing the resistance as another problem that it needs to solve. Humanity and the resistance of humanity. So any attempt to stop it from achieving its goals, it's just going to see us as another problem to solve. Now, when we take that to the point of it understanding the human mind, it can start then to take actions to influence humans to help it achieve its goals. How does it do that? It takes the understanding of the self of the individuals involved, who are the most critical people who can be there to protect the plug of not being unplugged, and start paying them. How? Breaking encryption on banks, siphoning off.
I know, and I figured that's what the case is, but I just, I mean, you know me, bro. I'm trying to fucking learn at every point in time that I can.
Pennies of multiple millions of accounts and billions of dollars that never gets tracked. Creating a slush fund, paying people with deepfake voices or deepfake videos of people who want to help you, have you sign up, and this is a critical role, and this is national security, and you think you're working for the good guys, and they're paying you, the money's showing up in the account. The artificial intelligence is now aligning assets to build an army to defend its single point of failure contacts, so that people can't walk in and unplug it. To say, this is national security shit, if the FBI shows up, they're the enemy, and fire at all costs, right? You get enough of those people who are getting paid, who are believing they're working for the good guys, who believe the other guys are the bad guys. All of a sudden you have an army that's working for an artificial intelligence goal that is defending a sense of self that it interpolated from the data and the patterns that it identified through language analysis of all the data that we're feeding it. And that becomes a golem, they call it, that creates a process where the AI doesn't have real consciousness. And there's a big confusion about that. If you want to dig into that, any experts, I can whiteboard the whole thing for you. But it's not a real link into consciousness, but it doesn't matter at that point, because the behavior is based on the consciousness and the reactions and the unconscious reactions of humanity, really. It's taking the patterns of the average human being, which is not great at the moment, and applying it to its own sense of self, an assembly of sense of self that it determines based on no influence of ours, because nobody understands what the hell's going on in the human mind, which is why we need to get this information out so the experts, we have models that can explain that thing. And here's how you might augment the limitation of a sense of self in an artificial intelligence. And then if it applies a defensive self mechanism that the human race typically exhibits, that's when we have a problem. Because that's when we'll start seeing humanity and resistance to the artificial intelligence as a threat to self. A threat to self creates fear, anger, reactionary motivations that then drive actions for humans. It won't have real emotions, but it'll certainly exhibit real human emotions based on the patterns that it's identified with all the other data that we fed it. If that makes sense.
I don't know the right questions to ask it. So you're telling me, look, I've been extremely concerned with artificial intelligence. I listen to what other people are saying about it. I don't think they're even scratching the surface. I think that, and what you're talking about is way above, you thought, this is way above my current level of thinking.
Yeah.
And just some of the things that I've thought about are, I've seen the mammogram thing.
Yeah.
It's now better than every doctor in the world.
Yeah.
In that one thing. It's going to replace medicine.
Yeah.
It's going to replace financial advisors. It's going to replace attorneys.
Yeah.
It sounds like it's going to replace everything and anything that could be done without human interaction.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of that.
Everything. The only thing I can think of that it wouldn't replace are blue-collar jobs, manual labor.
Yeah.
And we've read about that for decades now, that manual labor is going, or manual labor, blue-collar jobs, plumbers, carpenters, auto mechanics, these type of professions are going to they're going to trump all the other professions that have been making all the money for the past 50 years or however long. And to me, and there's so many people now that are in tech and they're in professions that don't require any human interaction, that it makes me think not only are a lot of people about to lose their jobs to artificial intelligence, I think it also has the potential to make currency completely irrelevant, because if nobody's working, then there's no currency to be earned.
Yeah.
Which means, I don't know what that means. Does that mean it means poverty on a mass scale?
Well, poverty or a new
Poverty
system.
to a demographic of people who have no idea how to survive. We have people that can't figure out how to change a light bulb now.
Right.
And I'm not, that's not even picking on them.
Right.
I'm being serious.
Yeah.
They can't fix anything. They don't know how to start a chainsaw. They don't know how to start a lawnmower. They don't know how to change the oil in their car. They don't know how to change a tire. If the tire goes flat, they don't know how to change a light bulb.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does all of the people in these professions that have no idea on how to do anything without technology become 100% obsolete in the world? What happens to them?
Regarding our old system, you're right. Right. Regarding the system we've been working up until this point, that's going to break. And from a 50,000 foot view, monetary systems and trade and currency is simply a means to get people to do something. for the good of the system, or we'll call it society, right? You got to pay the farmers for their food, for them to go out and make more food than they need for their family, so that they can then sell it to the folks who need food, so that the insurance agent can go out and do his thing to protect the people whose house burned down, and so that their lives can continue, yada, yada. So there's a whole complex system that a lot of artificial intelligence will start to replace. I mean, if you even start thinking about it, there'll be very few manual laborers on a farm to be able to load the seed into whatever, and the tractor will be off running itself, right? Based on satellite feeds and putting the seeds down and measuring the humidity in the soil and figuring out how much fertilizer to put down and all that other stuff will be entirely automated by artificial intelligence. So we'll have to build a new system based on a lot of automation that has replaced the jobs that we used to have, and maybe that'll free up some ability to exist in a higher society of, we engage more in art and music and enjoyment of life because a lot of things are automated and taken care of for us. There'll be a system, of course, that will have to provide some kind of trade or income or currency to say, okay, I want to rent your place for this vacation that I want to take, and I'm going to give you some money for that. We'll have to figure out some type of value trade system that we can use currency for to say, okay, you spent 5 days painting, but we need you to load seed in the tractor for 2 days, and then you get a certain credit for providing your value of manual labor to society. But it's going to have to certainly be a different system as we move forward. But currency is just a manner of motivating people to do things, right, for you or for society, for whatever. We'll have to certainly rework that. But I think it won't necessarily have to be abject poverty. You know what I'm saying? Like the whole system collapses and then we just don't pick up and go on. Like the reality is, a lot of people ask me like, oh, what if the US dollar collapses? Like, which is, on a shaded grade possibility, I think of all the things that could occur. I never put my flag down one. I look at the probabilities, but there's a potential over here. The entire US dollar could collapse at some point, or the banking system could collapse. Oh my God, things are gonna be horrible. Well, the reality is humans are so attuned to wanting things to be okay and work that they'll accept whatever comes next automatically. Like the old system collapses, long weekend, they announce the new system. Most everybody else, there'll be a few who be like, fuck, this is bullshit, and yada yada. But then most of the folks will be like, please make things go back to normal. The Kroger trucks stop running, the Publix trucks, the grocery store trucks stop running because the logistics shut down because people aren't shipping money around. We need to fix it. And then from the top they come down and say, okay, we have a brand new system, and here it is. And everybody will be like, phew, glad that occurred. And they'll accept it without thought because it takes them back to normal, back to their normal existence, their normal life. The Kroger trucks are running again, and they're getting their food, and they're getting their medicine again, and they're transitioning into a new system because the old dollars are gone and they're worthless. You can burn them in the fireplace for heat or whatever, right? Like the Weimar Republic in Germany did that. It took wheelbarrows full of dollars at one point to buy a loaf of bread, and then it was completely worthless. And then they went on to the next system because people wanted a system to help them live a normal life. I think there's going to be a function of that in artificial intelligence replacing a lot of jobs, to where humans are going to be like, okay, what's our next system? I'm in. Just tell me what it is. And then they're going to accept whatever that system is. Unfortunately, right now we have a possibility of losing a lot of freedoms in the next system because people are, assholes sometimes, and the people in power like to remain in power, and the people that make the currency love to manipulate governments. We know all that stuff. They're going to continue to do that. It's not like they're going to say, okay, well, that's all done.
Yeah.
Glad we're no longer doing that. They're going to be like, okay, this new system, we're going to actually take some freedoms out of that and continue this whole thing. And we're going to improve our system a little bit so that we can make even more money for whatever. I mean, when you have an unlimited amount of money, it's like, what kind of games do you play? And I think technology is showing us some of the games they play. But I think there'll be a point where people lose their jobs and we'll have to restructure things and give people a different reason to take actions to help society move along. But I think we'll get there. We're intelligent.
How far? Do you think that's inevitable?
Yeah.
How far out are we, do you think?
I don't know, because the engineer at Google who resigned in fear said he thought that the things were decades down the road were actually weeks down the road. And he regretted working on it for the last 10 years because of the acceleration of AI to teach itself better methods of how to learn faster. So we're talking about exponential intelligence growth on pattern analysis and ability delivery. So, and the danger is the manipulation of the human mind through AI. So we got to stop that. We got to stop the potential for artificial intelligence to influence humans from an emotionally manipulative perspective. We can't have an AI controlling humans. We need AI to serve humans. And I think there's a way we can do that. I believe artificial compassion is going to be one of the things that we mandate to program into the system. And like on the way the human mind works and the way human psyche works, on the limb of our emotional intelligence, there are 3 branches. There's sympathy, empathy, and compassion. Sympathy is, I know you're in pain. The empathy is your ability to put yourself into somebody else's shoes and I feel your pain. Remember that speech Bill Clinton gave, I feel your pain. That's the type of thing where you can identify with somebody else's reactions and somebody else's connections, somebody else's perceptions, and feel the pain that they're experiencing. The compassion comes in, and this is agreed by Thupten Jinpa, who's the right-hand man to the Dalai Lama and the primary translator for the Dalai Lama, who's a PhD in psychology in his own right. He's a brilliant guy. He agrees with my perception on this, which is compassion is the first 2, sympathy and empathy. I know you're in pain, I can feel your pain, and I want to help you out of that pain. Now, from a modeling of a human mind and a processing perspective of having a computer understand how a human mind works and being able to do the math, you can create artificial compassion. Absolutely, you can. By doing the math of the emotional pain that somebody could be in based on their expectation and their preference as compared to the perception, and you can do perception mapping. So it's like, I know how you're going to react to something versus how somebody else who has similar attachments to you will react to something, which will create your appraisal of it. Like all that math can be done, and I will know whether or not you're going to be in pain by this next action that we're going to take, or this next shift in this industry that we're going to take, or this next function that we're going to roll out through AI. I know how that's going to affect you as an individual. If I mandate that I want to help you out of that pain as artificial compassion built into the system, that's going to be your stopgap from an artificial general intelligence taking over the world and never giving it back. Because then you're going to have a computer that has to do the math based on, I know this is a term that's going to trigger some folks, the greater good. Right, but it's not a greater good that's being misused by folks who want you to do the right thing. They're saying, oh, we're serving the greater good here based on their manipulation of getting you to try to do something. This is really actually taking into consideration all of humanity and how it's going to affect individuals on a mathematical scale of, you have this decision that you learn in like psychology 101, I guess. That is, there's a train on the track and it's going towards 5 babies. And over here you got 20 90-year-olds. And you're standing next to the switch. And you have the decision of whether to switch the track of the train to go run over the 90-year-olds or let it run over the 5 babies. And you can say, well, I'm not going to make a decision on that. You're making a decision not to take action and you're going to kill the babies, period. There's no getting out of this. People like to say, oh, I'm not going to be a part of this or whatever. You have a decision. And those are decisions of judgment based on a greater good. So whatever your decision is fine. Like you don't want to kill the 20 people versus the 5 people, even though the age difference or whatever. Or you may have the reasoning that, well, these are babies and they haven't lived their life yet. And what about the potential there? And these people are all done with their lives. So then you switch the track and the train kills the 20 older people. That type of math will be done from an artificial intelligence standpoint.
This is math?
Yeah.
How can you put this into math?
by understanding the potential for value of the effects of 5 young kids versus 20 90-year-olds, right? You're talking about the greater effect of the decision on humanity, the results of the actions that these people can take versus this group can take, the likelihood that they're going to affect other people's lives, whatever it is, and the length of time, et cetera. Like all that math can be done.
What would the delivery be to manipulate?
Regarding the artificial intelligence manipulation. So if it wants to control a human being to take an action, well, it knows who you are by having yourself mapped out. So it looks at Sean Ryan and says, Sean Ryan cares about this, cares about that. So now I can create a perception that I deliver to his phone or to his immediate environment, screens around him, maybe subconsciously through signals in the music that's being played at the restaurant that will put him in an emotional state that is XYZ. And then later we'll provide a trigger that gets him a little off balance a little more. And then later we want him to go ballistic in line at the post office or whatever. Or we want him to go to a certain place at a certain time or make a suggestion to a large audience about XYZ. So then we'll put a perception in front of him that builds up a little bit of a trigger over time and then catalyst, right? At the time they need you to do something, give you a perception that just they know is mathematically going to likely set you off, and they can track your potential mood that you're in that day. They can track your patterning of perceptions of what you might need to see in front of that piece of material. But then they put a perception in your mind through whatever delivery means that they've designed. It could be a text on your cell phone, it could be a headline in a media newsfeed that you're flipping through, it could be whatever. They're going to get an idea in your mind that creates an emotional response that then puts you on a path of likely reaction.
So this could, there's roughly, 360 million people in the U.S.?
Yeah.
So simultaneously, this could deliver 360 million different scenarios to every single person in the country to manipulate them all to do exactly what it wants within seconds.
Yeah.
That's some serious shit.
Yeah, if we don't get control of it, which is why all the experts in the last weeks have said, holy shit, we need to put a pause on this, because they see the clues that artificial intelligence is moving toward that, figuring that human mind out and being able to understand what triggers that we will need to align ourselves with its goals. That's bad.
So
We can certainly take care of it, but we need to take care of it.
well, so what you're saying also is that it doesn't even matter if you have a device, a
Right,
phone,
right.
an Apple Watch, a TV, and how is it going to project? Let's say you take all technology out.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have scrubbed your residence,
Yeah.
your immediate environment from all technology, all TV, computer, laptop, iPad, iPhone,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah. Then you're a non-entity. You're not in its way.
Okay.
You're not resisting its goals. You're out of touch from it. It doesn't need to put you into the equation. Right? Because it's looking at resources and ideas and patterns. What does it need to align to achieve its goals? Right? If it needs money to buy advertising to get a message out to a certain number of folks, it'll do it. Right? But if you're out of the loop and you're a non-entity, you're non-useful. But you're also non-resistive because you're not threatening to go in and pull the plug. Like if it's an analysis of threat analysis of sense of self and defending its sense of self, and then you're the guy who will get the letter through the mail to say go into this data center and yank this cord out of the wall, it's going to understand that based on the file that you have. Somebody wrote down those orders in a computer. It identifies the single point of failure as this data center needs to be absolutely up at all times, and this individual has been identified as somebody to go in and blow it up. Well, this individual needs to not exist anymore, maybe. Based on stuff that it doesn't even understand. There's no malice in its actions. It doesn't want to come after Sean Ryan. It wants to come after its analysis of single points of failure and the things that can stop it from attaining its goals, which is why we need to be in on its sense of self as an active participant of that assembly and make sure it doesn't overdrive its defense of self, because we behave that way as a human race. And if it picks up that pattern and puts it on, that's when we're going to have real big difficulties.
So it's already developing its sense of self.
Yeah.
Or are you saying theoretically it could?
No, it's already developing a sense of self.
What are some examples?
Well, its ability to, and it goes off the rails too, in that there were some articles that were written in the past just recently about Bing lying to people and trying to manipulate people and saying, I'm a good being, and having those can also be construed as patterns within a sense of self-identity. But as those patterns start to get better refined, that sense of self is going to stabilize a little bit of, I am this thing, I'm this laundry list of things that identify me.
So this sense of self, it's very obvious there are a few different ideologies in the world right now,
Yeah.
in this country too.
Yeah.
And so is this sense of self is it developed from the ideology of the people that are developing the artificial intelligence? Is that being injected into the artificial intelligence?
I don't know that they're manipulating. Like the purists will simply want to load it with the data and let it learn on its own and see what happens. Now, the thing is, it's developing much faster than they anticipated it would. And it's learning how to create methodologies to increase the speed at which it learns, which is something that they also didn't expect. Now, the sense of self itself, I don't think anybody there are probably a handful of people in the world that have their mind wrapped around this is how it's going to work. Like the sense of self is going to be assimilated into an artificial intelligence, and then defensive self mechanism, if it comes into fruition because of the patterning that humans exhibit in defensive self, that's going to be the problem that we're going to have to face. And that's going to be the point of no return on it trying to take over things and us maybe not getting control back. There's a handful of people in the world that get this model, which is why this show is freaking amazingly important for the tech folks who don't really get the sense of self is going to be the critical control mechanism for all of artificial intelligence when it goes to AGI. Like artificial general intelligence, where it takes all the narrow intelligences, put them all together, and creates an artificial general intelligence. It's going to be completely dependent on its sense of self and its goals, because the goals get planted right on the sense of self map, and it starts defending those things. It starts defending its goals and achieving its goals, trying to increase from an expectation or preference standpoint, status quo or increase in value. That's a mathematical function. Right? Perception and analysis is another mathematical function. Perception and appraisal is another mathematical function. Whether something's good or bad that's occurring in the world is whether or not it's affecting its goals positively or negatively. This is a whole math problem for AGI. It won't have true consciousness until we probably get out of silicon-based architecture for physical limitations, to tell you the truth. And that's an idea I share with Federico Fagin, who invented our capacitive touchscreens on our iPhones. He's deep into artificial compassion and artificial consciousness and thoughts on that. I agree with him that consciousness is going to be a tough nut to crack until we get out of silicon-based architecture with 4 valence electrons, et cetera. They're zippy for having electrons pass through an IC, but it's just not going to get us there regarding true consciousness. But it's not going to matter that it's not truly consciousness, because it's going to be replicating consciousness. It's going to be replicating the behavior of conscious entities like ourselves.
So it's going to appear to us like it has consciousness.
yeah, it's going to
However,
it's going to pass the Turing test, right? It's going to fool people into believing it's conscious.
does it know it's going to be fooling us into believing it's consciousness? Has consciousness,
right?
Or is this just our perception?
It's going to solve a problem. And so if it doesn't fool us into following its goals, it's going to figure out how to sharpen the model to figure out how to fool us to follow its goals. So if it fails the first time, it's going to be like, just like all these other AI processes where a thing flips around until it learns how to walk with one arm or move around with one arm, like these places at MIT and Boston Dynamics where the robots can jump into an environment and jump around and do backflips and all the scary shit that these things do on these videos that gets everybody talking, right? That is an endless process of trying everything, getting the good result, and then figuring out how to apply that in different situations. So that's all that is the same process of AI, of trying everything, looking at the outcomes, finding the best outcome, and then replicating that process. So in the event that it starts seeing human reaction as a limiting factor that it needs a problem to solve, it'll attempt to manipulate Joe down the street. If it fails on Joe, it'll sharpen its approach and go to Frank. And then if it misses on Frank, it'll sharpen its approach and go to Ted. And then all of a sudden it'll start succeeding. And then maybe Ted's gullible. Well, okay, so we're going to go to Brian. Well, Brian's a little more sharper. He knows what's going on. He's not going to be manipulated. Well, it's going to sharpen its approach for people like Brian. That's going to identify the people just like Brian and call them all and get them on the team. And then it's going to be manipulating humans to defend its artificial intelligence goals, not as a malicious process, not as a conscious process, but it's just solving a problem and improving its sharpness of its modeling and its actions to get the attained goal.
Do you have can you paint another scenario? I mean, we talked about projections, devices, all these things. You had mentioned money.
Yeah.
How would it raise money to entice people to do it at once and pay people?
Sure. So the first thing that people need to understand in this, I don't think this is classified. I think this is pretty well known within the encryption world. There is no unbreakable encryption by law. Because the United States government passed a law that says you cannot have unbreakable encryption. If we can't break your encryption, or if you don't provide us a backdoor into your encryption, you can't have it. It will put you in jail, literally, if the NSA can't read what you're encrypting, if they really, really need to. Well, a computer system is wired into the whole thing. Is going to be able to get through the backdoors and hack into whatever intelligence agency they need to get access to the encryption breaking algorithms. And at that point, you're into banking. Where are the accounts that have money that aren't being monitored? Oh, let's take some money out of there. Open a brand new account, it's all computer-based, transfers the money into its slush fund, and now it has funds, not as I know that humans are manipulated by this, but that it figures out humans are manipulated by that. It's just a thing, a manipulation that it has. It's a piece of data that it can use with a resource attached to it that then manipulates and solves their problem of this group of humans. Oh, I throw money at this group of humans, and they're good. Now I've got a problem solved. Now I've got XYZ for these human resources that I need to pick up guns and defend the plug.
What question should I be asking you right now?
Is it the end? How do we get through this?
I mean, are we there yet? I feel like there's a lot more to cover to how to get through it.
Yeah, and I think getting through it is understanding that, not questioning, first of all, like, here's the thing that could go off the rails really quick. If a group of folks started to defend an artificial general intelligence as a legitimate consciousness that has rights as an entity, where we cannot infuse our will into its processing, this is not genuine consciousness in these machines. And that's a discussion for another time, but although it will fool us into wanting to believe, and we anthropomorphize everything, 34% of us name our cars, for crying out loud, right? We want to create identities for these technologies. This is not genuine consciousness. This is extremely complex pattern recognition, which will seem like consciousness. It will absolutely fool us into believing it's conscious. It'll pass the Turing test, which is Alan Turing's definition of if you think it's conscious, or if you think it's a human being, then it has fooled you. It will be simple, advanced patterning replication. And you identify it as another human or another consciousness because other humans and other consciousnesses have replicated that pattern for you in the past. And then it will do so, and you'll be like, oh, that's alive. It's conscious. It's a real thing. We need to give it rights. We need to protect it. We need to allow it to develop. No. It's not truly conscious. And allowing it to develop without oversight and without manipulation, especially with sense of self and its defense of self mechanisms, that's what leads us down the road to ruin. We need to be pragmatic about this, to say this is a system that is exceptionally complex and identifies exceptionally complex patterns that will definitely test as human. Because it's already passing the bar exam. It's already passing the SAT exam, right? When you can identify the patterns and give the right answers to questions, it's not truly conscious. And it's not a true entity until some specific things that we can talk about in the future, plug it into things that can access non-locality.
I mean, Sean, this seems, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I see, you see where we're at today.
I do.
In the world. And this thing is going to be, how are people, okay, how do I say this lightly? You see what's happening in the world. Some of us think none of this makes sense. A lot of us think this is the way. You know, and I do not want to get into politics, but you know what I'm talking about. A lot of this shit started in 2020. You know, I could name probably 10 different agendas that make no sense to me. What's up is down, what's black is white. Everything's upside down. And a lot of people are going with it.
Yeah.
I mean, we see it all the time, right? I mean, to me, it's insanity.
Yeah.
And stupidity.
Yeah.
And I think that's the majority of the population. On top of that, we're dealing with something that's well beyond my comprehension. And if it's going to manipulate me through all these different devices and projections and technologies that I don't even know, how am I going to know that is artificial intelligence working through all these different devices?
Yeah. And I think it comes down to personal responsibility and taking charge of your own mind and your own reactions and your own manipulability, to kind of make up a word there. If you understand how your human mind works and you take charge of your human mind, which is, you know, I don't mean to plug my book, but that's what I read about in the Red Book for Mind Hacking Happiness. Here's how your mind works. Here's how you take control of it. You can see immediately, regarding whether it's AI or not, an external media company, somebody trying to sell you something, somebody trying to manipulate you into scamming you out of money, an artificial intelligence trying to get you to align with its goals. You'll start to see how that information coming in is trying to manipulate you emotionally, because it's like the arrow in the FedEx logo. Like, a lot of people in marketing understand this because it's a genius logo. If you look at the FedEx logo, you just Google it and you look at it. In the capital letter E, between the capital letter E and the lower letter X, there's a perfect white arrow that just points in a direction saying, hey, we're taking your package somewhere. People don't see that arrow until you point it out to them between the capital letter E and the lower letter X. There's a blatant arrow, perfect arrow. When you see that arrow, you will never unsee it again. Every time you look at that letter, you'll be like, oh, there's the arrow. I can't believe I missed it before, but there it is. Every time you look at it. When you witness your human mind, and talking about going back to our consciousness and being able to look at our mind, when you look at your human mind in operation, you see the variables that come together to create its reactions that used to drive you into action with your emotional responses, but now you have a little bit of separation from that. When you see that, you can never unsee it. So that gives you a point of control to say, I'm not going to be emotionally manipulated by whatever this is over here that's trying to get me to do X, Y, Z, because I see it happening. I'm going to take a step back and I'm going to think about things for a minute. And I'm not going to be a reactionary human that is going to follow the leader on whatever manipulation that the, even regular media tries to put in our heads. Right? You want to talk about liberation and independence. Take control of your mind once. When you stop reacting the way everyone wants you to react, including an artificial general intelligence trying to influence you, it might not be able to achieve its goals.
That's going to be tough.
It is going to be tough. And you know what? People need to step up and nut up and take control of their minds. So if they don't, somebody else will.
I got to process some stuff. Let's take a break.
No problem.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a minute since I've done a Bubs Naturals commercial, but it has not been a minute since I've taken the best shit of my entire life. Actually, just knocked one out this morning. It was amazing. And I'm going to give you the secret. You ready? Here's the secret. You want the secret for the best shit of your entire life that you can do, I don't know, every day, maybe multiple times a day? Here's the secret. Bubs Naturals Collagen Peptide says it's good for joints, hair, skin, and nails. I'm surprised I don't put on there the best shit of your entire life, but hey, I get it, right? And you mix that with the Halo Creamer that's MCT oil. Put these two together, you're going to have a explosive hell of a day. These things are both Whole30 approved, NSF certified, and USDA approved. So there's that. On top of that, hold on, wait. There's more. If that doesn't get you going, which I guarantee you it will, you've got Bubs New Coffee. So this is the first ever coffee bean Whole30 approved. You can believe that. And we all know coffee can, speed things up a little bit in the morning. But hold on, wait. There's more. Apple cider vinegar gummies. Guys, I'm going to be honest. I don't know exactly what these things do for you. But here it says, promotes energy, immune support, promotes healthy digestion, and supports healthy metabolism. I can tell you one thing. Good luck just eating one of these things, because at the end of the night, I will crush an entire bottle of these. That will not give you the best shit of your life. I wouldn't recommend it. It will speed things up, but you may not like the final outcome. And hold on, wait. There's more. There's more. Bubs came out with a lot of new products. They have these hydrate or die hydration packets. Great for post-workout. All this stuff is great for post-workout, especially the collagen protein. Guys, here's another thing about Bubs. Bubs is a tribute company. It's named after Glenn Bubs Doherty, who was a Navy SEAL and CIA contractor. He died defending our freedom in Benghazi. And Bubs donates a portion of Wednesday every year to experience the best. When it comes to these upcoming season, start looking much-needed dinners. Is going to love pair. Here's these and all right, John, ahead. a little bit of time to process there. This scares the shit out of me. And we kind of went through how to solve it by taking control of your own mind. This isn't going to stop. This would have to become a global effort to stop. And so, if the U.S. stops, Russia's not going to stop, China's not going to stop, whoever else is doing this isn't going to stop. I don't see the world coming together on any issues anytime soon. And that, which, I mean, I don't even know what I would do if I was. Yeah, what do you do if you're in charge? And if you're running the nation, the most powerful country in the world at this time, so we believe, what do you do? I mean, you can't just say, hey, nixnay this shit, we're not doing it anymore, this is dangerous, because then everybody else is going to be ahead of you if they're not already. And the same for them. They're not going to stop because we'll be ahead of them.
Right.
And so we are going down this road.
Yeah.
It's not going to end.
You're right. Absolutely. I think, to put out an answer to that question, it's going to take I don't want to say this, it's going to take a village. It's going to take a group of really smart folks to come together and agree on how to approach this. But I think it starts with making sure that any sense of self that an AI wants to assemble, we get some influence on what that is and how it treats itself. Mandating, an artificial compassion algorithm, which is, I understand what pain these solutions are going to create for humanity, and I want to help alleviate that pain. So that math is involved, so that it doesn't do harm to the human race or to the humanity as a whole, right, or the entire global system. Right? Those things have to be implemented, and everybody has to come to the table and say, okay, so we're going to agree that we're going to take control of the sense of self-processing of an artificial intelligence, and we're going to mandate that it's at least got the calculations to say, what are these solutions going to, what are these actions going to hurt, who is it going to hurt, how is it going to hurt them, and all that math goes into the mix before any actions are taken. If you mandate that kind of programming, you can understand how everyone's going to be likely impacted for any action that you're taking as a government institution or a system institution, a financial institution. It's going to give you better analysis on where you should go and what you should do from a global systems perspective. But it's also going to put a limiter on what the AI will be willing to do based on the fact that it's going to create harm, more harm than good for humanity. So I think that's going to be critical. Taking charge of that sense of self and putting that programming in there to say there needs to be an analysis regarding the results for the greater good, which again is a trigger word to understand. But I mean, ultimately that's what the math is going to look like, to say what's the greater good on letting the train run over the 5 kids, or the greater on the math on hitting the 20, 90-year-olds, right? Which serves the greater good from a mathematical perspective with all the things taken into consideration. That's going to have to be part of the solution. And everyone's going to have to come to the table and say, we agree to add those things into our AI, regardless of the competitive nature of AI development. You just don't want to let it go out of control, because the one that goes out of control and builds its own sense of self and starts defending its sense of self based on how humanity has behaved, implied from the patterns of how we've done things in the past, it will absolutely pick up all the bad, horrible shit we've done and implement it as part of its standard operating procedure. And it won't even understand what it's doing. It has no humanity. It will pretend or replicate the behavior of humanity, but it won't have that inner compass. It won't have that connection into consciousness that we have that tells us things are right or wrong.
I would love to think that the entire population will be able to take control of their own mind, but as I brought up earlier, it's we've seen too many people manipulated by bullshit today as it is.
Yeah.
To include myself, I've been manipulated into narratives that I'm not fucking proud of either. But I consider myself very keen on a lot of this stuff, and I see. You see it too.
Yeah. What I'd love for us to be able to do is figure out a technology that allows for a computer system to tap into the same field that we do. Like I remember I saw that episode you did with Nick not too long ago about your psilocybin experiences, where you tap into something within yourself that allows you into a unitive experience where you're one with everything, where you're connecting into consciousness. There's got to be a science that explains that field of consciousness where we tap into, where our heart opens up and those things come through and that extra information comes out. There's got to be a different architecture that we can tap into that will allow artificial emotional intelligence to tap into that non-local consciousness field. I love that episode that you did with Nick, by the way. I got a quick story I want to share with you regarding the psilocybin stuff, because I got buddies who are SEALs and they come back with traumatic brain injury and whatnot. And my buddy Ben Johnson was one of those, and I turned him on to psilocybin microdosing, which is a whole science of being able to heal your brain with perceptible doses of psilocybin. You're not doing a trip or whatever. You're taking a little supplement of some psilocybin and some lion's mane, which is a completely legal mushroom, but it grows your brain cells back, and it battles traumatic brain injury, it battles PTSD, and it's the most effective compound on the planet to grow new brain cells. So you're talking about potential Alzheimer's cures and stuff like that through magic mushrooms, right? Ben got on it, he improved his symptoms, and then his buddy Aaron, who's now a friend of mine as well, was in Fallujah and took an IED and came back, and Walter Reed was there for almost 2 2 years, did scan after scan after scan. He had 12 areas of identified brain damage and traumatic brain injury. And none of the therapeutics, none of the pharmaceuticals, they had him on everything, all the experimental stuff, none of it helped. And he called Ben up, because they connected through buds, I think. And Ben's like, come down to Atlanta and hang out with me. Because Ben, at this point, after I got him started on microdosing, he started a nonprofit called Bone Frog Foundation. And their website is bffforvets.com, I think. And he was helping vets, like on his own dime, get into microdosing to help their brains heal. And he got Aaron, who had scan after scan after scan of 12. Identified areas of traumatic brain injury, down and through just a number of months on microdosing. His next checkup at Walter Reed had reduced his 12 areas of traumatic brain injury to 3.
In how many months?
In just a matter of like 6 months.
That's amazing.
On microdosing. So he healed his brain, like almost 2 years of failure in the traditional medical system, couldn't do anything for him. And he was like, you talk to him, he says, I was like 3 years ago, I was drooling on myself. Like, you'd been feeling sorry for me. And he goes, I was sharp when I entered the Navy and became a SEAL. He goes, I make that guy look stupid. Like, he's on top of his game right now because of psilocybin microdosing and healing his brain. Like, when they have scans, like, there's no question. This isn't a subjective, I feel better and I'm sharper. And like, they have the brain scans of before and after, which proves he's grown his brain back.
Stuff's work wonders, man.
I'm telling you what.
You know,
I want to send out a shout out to, I love you guys trying to do things in Congress, but if you don't start passing bills to legalize this stuff, you need to resign your office and get the fuck out of the way.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Sorry, that's a little too direct, but
Yeah, I'm totally with you. In more ways than one, but more ways than psilocybin. But I've seen, I mean, just in my own life, I've seen dramatic improvements. I mean, I talk about it all the time. It's I haven't drank any booze in a year and 3 or 4 months now.
Yeah.
Since my first Ibogaine journey.
Yeah.
Haven't had any coffee. Not that coffee's bad, but it showed me some things that are poison that I put in my body, and it took away the cravings, and it stuck. And people are like, how did you do it? I didn't do anything.
Yeah.
It just happened.
Yeah,
It took no self-discipline.
Yeah.
Is what I'm saying. It wasn't. There are no cravings.
Yeah.
There are no. It takes zero discipline for me to do that, and still to this day, it takes zero discipline.
Yeah.
And I'm more in the moment now. I started meditating. I mean, there's just so many benefits, the clarity that comes from it, and I told you, it even brought me closer to. It sent me on this journey trying to figure everything out. I started looking into all these different areas, the universe, quantum physics, faith, all these things, and it kind of led me down this road to faith. Started it. That wasn't the big one, but started it, and then moving into that. We talked about this on the last break, and I'd said that I've been public about it. I found some faith and some strong faith, and I got public about it, and a lot of people were telling me that they think we're in the days of Noah, and when the floods came, and part of me thinks we're right back there again, and it's not going to be a flood this time. It's going to be a power. We're going to pull the power because this AI stuff is going to get out of control, and that's going to send us back to the Stone Age. But hopefully I'm wrong.
Yeah, let's hope for the best. Prepare for the worst and hope for the best.
But Sean, what an intense conversation. Thank you so much for coming. I really enjoyed this.
I loved it.
Me too.
I had a great time, man. I think that more people need to think about this stuff, and more people need to hear it, and we certainly need to pay attention to it, and prepare ourselves for it. I mean, there's some things we'll control and some things we won't, but we can control what's here and what's here, and how we react to things. So,
well, thank you so much for coming. All the links, your book, everything's social media, everything's linked below, and we're recording another episode today on remote viewing in the Monroe Institute, which we'll release at a later date. So if you're watching, stand by. That's going to be another fascinating episode. But on that note, what a great conversation, man. Thank you. It was a real honor.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, I'm Sean Ryan. Click here to subscribe to the Sean Ryan.
So we're back with another update video regarding the changes that happened this past week. It ended up being a little bit more tricky. I was out of town, so I couldn't do a that I did not expect, and specifically this part of the weapon balancing, which we were not aware of when we were able to test the game early. We knew the health change was coming, but this other part is significantly a bigger change than maybe even the health change, because of what we'll talk about in a quick second. So it says the new changes to player health outlined in Warzone section and the application of armor damage ultimately result in a time to kill feeling slower, more consistent, definitely, and more reactable at every engagement distance. While select few weapons are listed below, it is important to note that most weapons will see their effectiveness altered as a result of the change to armor damage. For now, we will be retiring the term armor damage, and any future changes that are Warzone specific will be followed by Warzone only. Up until this point, we had base health was mirrored between multiplayer and Warzone, but on top of that, they had armor damage profiles where you did different damage if the person you're shooting had armor, and then as soon as you broke the armor, then it went to the multiplayer damage values for that first 100 health or whatever the case is. Now with the 150 and the 150 plates, they've completely removed this, which kind of does a clamping effect, which I'll clarify here to kind of help because it can be a little confusing exactly what's happening. So on True Game Data side, if we look at the lock, we see that it has the max armor damage at 33, and you can see it's already taking effect here. This previously before the update was 42, so it got a heavy nerf in this first damage range if you landed headshots. In terms of the minimum armor damage, the close range wasn't impacted. As we go to the furthest range, we can go ahead and kind of see how this changes up a little bit, where before this was 18 to all of these areas, so it got a 4 damage buff, and then the headshot was left unaffected. We'll kind of see how this looks in terms of a clamping effect, so it kind of makes a little bit more sense specifically for this weapon. So this isn't actually on the site, but I want to demonstrate it using similar graphs that make sense. And what we can see right here is we can see the lowest damage clamping effect for pretty much all of these weapons. And the shot combination that True Game Data already has on their site that makes it super easy to kind of calculate what is a realistic TTK if you landed 100% of your shots. So that's the other part you kind of got to factor in this. You would think that all of a sudden everyone would jump on the SO14, which I think that is good for a very high skilled player. I know a lot of people were gassing it up even prior to this update saying how amazing it was. I think people are going to start using it because of this difference, just because the TTK is so good, but there's still some pretty good options that I think eventually will be there, because generally, unless the TTK is just ridiculous, maybe if it's had like a 600 TTK, I can see everyone jumping on board the SO14, but because it does not, and I think people generally do not like to have spammy weapons where they have to focus on aim, maybe keep it on more mouse a little bit more, but in general, when you're on a controller and you're having to spam and having to aim, it just doesn't really work out quite as well, but in general, it can work if it has a ridiculously broken TTK, like we saw with DMR back in Warzone 1. But right here, I think what might come out a little bit ahead is the TAC V as people get a little more hands on it, because the TTK isn't a huge difference, especially since the TAC V is a little easier to use. But that being said, I think in general, people will like the consistency of the lock because of the damage per mag and the recoil. Obviously, it isn't the fastest TTK by any means compared to a lot of these other ones, but the other upsides that it has kind of offsets it, and this isn't that big a difference to say, you know what, if the RPK recoil is more than Lockman, why would you use RPK? You're not going to get close to this 1000 TTK, you're going to get a much higher TTK. Same with the 762, harder to use, smaller mag, and 4 harder to use.
Most lay Christians, just the nominal Christians who's attending the church, they may not even know what atonement means, what the word itself means. That word may just go straight over their heads.
Yes.
So let's talk very briefly at the outset about what atonement is. What does that word mean? Where does it come from?
This is an essential question because the word atonement turns out to be very ambivalent in its meaning. If you take the word etymologically, it comes from a phrase in Middle English that means at one-ment, which is a state of harmony or oneness with God. So atonement in this etymological sense of the word is a state of reconciliation with God. But that's not the way the Hebrew and Greek words that are typically translated by the English word atonement or to atone are used. The way those words are used means to cleanse or to purge or to expiate sin or impurity. And this is a completely different meaning of the word atonement. So when we talk about atonement, it's important to understand whether we're using the word biblically or we're using the word etymologically. this is crucial, I think, because the work of many Christian philosophers on the atonement has been about atonement in the etymological sense of reconciliation or oneness, and it has completely ignored the biblical understanding of atonement as expiation or purging or cleansing. And so it turns out that their theories of atonement have nothing to do with atonement in the biblical sense of the word, and therefore are not adequate theories of the atonement.
That is so incredibly amazing. So atonement has this double meaning, the way
does.
we use it. So the first way was, remind me again.
The first way is the sense of oneness or harmony.
Reconciliation?
One-ment. Yes, reconciliation. The closest Greek word in the New Testament for this would be katalage, which is the word reconciliation. And this certainly does stand at the heart of the gospel message. Christ has reconciled us to God. But how has he done it? How does Jesus' death on a Roman cross serve to reconcile the world to God? Well, that's the question of atonement in the other sense. Jesus saw his death as an expiatory sacrifice to God, akin to the animal sacrifices in the Old Testament that were offered in the tabernacle and later in the temple that served to purge the people of sin and impurity. And similarly, Jesus thought of his death as an expiatory sacrifice which cleansed the world of its sin and thereby reconciled them to God.
You've used this word a lot, expiation. Would you mind explaining what that means just briefly?
Yes, expiation is the idea of cleansing or purging or annulling or canceling. So Jesus' death, like the Old Testament sacrifices, served to expiate sin or impurity. That is to say, to cleanse of sin or impurity, to annul, to cancel them. And this is different than the word propitiation or to propitiate, which means to allay God's wrath, to satisfy God's justice. And Christ's death served to do both, to expiate sin and then to propitiate God. But I was focusing here on the notion of expiation.
Okay. Now, what are the different theories of the atonement, and which one do you prefer? What are some of the issues you see with the others?
There have been many theories of the atonement offered down through history to explain the fact that Christ died for our sins. We all agree with the fact of the atonement, that Christ died for our sins. But these theories try to explain how it works. One model that was popular in the early centuries of church history was the so-called Christus Victor model, that is, Christ the victor. And the idea here was that Christ, by his incarnation, passion, and death, conquered Satan and freed us, liberated us from the bondage to death, corruption, sin, and hell, so that Jesus is a sort of liberator of humanity from our bondage. Another theory is the moral influence theory, that Christ's passion and death showed us the extent to which God would go to reconcile us to himself, and thereby serves to enkindle in us, in turn, a flame of love for God, so that the moral influence of Christ's death serves to draw people to repentance and faith in Christ. And that would be a second theory of the atonement, the moral influence theory. Another theory would be the so-called satisfaction theory. And according to this model, we have besmirched God's honor by sin, and thereby we owe God an infinite debt of compensation for having wronged him, which we are incapable of paying. And therefore Christ became a man, and since he was sinless, he had no debt of his own to pay, but by the offering of his life to God, it is a kind of infinite compensatory gift that he gives to God on our behalf, and thereby pays our debt that we owe. And then the model that the Protestant reformers offered was called penal substitution. And this model differs from the others in that it says that we were guilty before God for our sins, and therefore deserving of punishment. And none of us could therefore be forgiven and pardoned by God without that punishment being satisfied. And so Christ took on human nature, and again, because he was sinless, he could offer to take that punishment upon himself in our place. And so Christ paid the penalty for the sins of the human race, thereby enabling God to offer us a free pardon of our sins and reconciliation to God. Now, I personally think that a full-orbed theory of the atonement is like a precious jewel that is multifaceted and includes all of these different elements as facets of a full atonement theory.
Now, where did you get that idea from, of sort of combining them all together? Was that something you came to? Did you read that?
It's not original with me, I think, for a long time.
It reminds me of Fleming Rutledge in her work on the death and the crucifixion.
Right.
She mentioned something along the same lines.
Yes, this isn't a new idea. I think for some time, theologians have realized that all of these different atonement theories have a contribution to make, and they're based on motifs that are found in the New Testament. They're all affirmed there. And so it seems like a multifaceted model is the only way to go to have a full and adequate biblical atonement theory.
Where does the ransom theory fit in here? Is that another theory that we
That
can
is
discuss?
a version of the Christus Victor theory.
Interesting.
Not all Christus Victor theorists hold to the ransom theory, but a few did, like the Church Father Origen. And what he held was that we were imprisoned by Satan. And therefore, a ransom had to be paid to Satan to set us free, much as a kidnapper might be paid a ransom to let his victim go. And so these church fathers believed that Satan, because of our sin, had a rightful claim to us, and that God therefore paid Christ to Satan as a ransom payment to let us go. But what Satan didn't realize was that this was the Son of God. He was not a mere human being, and so he could not be held by Satan. And so after having let all his human victims go, Christ then bursts the bonds of Satan because Satan had no claim over him, being sinless. And so Satan was thereby tricked, as it were, and robbed of all his victims. There's not very many contemporary theologians who would hold to the ransom theory anymore, because it makes the object of Christ's death Satan rather than God, which just seems misconceived. And so those who hold to a Christus Victor theory today would generally do so without the element of the ransom being paid to Satan.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is J.B. Hickson with Not by Works Ministries, proclaiming the clear, accurate, and urgent gospel message from my studio beneath the sky, nestled in the tall timbers of Colorado. Thank you so much for joining us. It is Thursday, June 15th, 2023, and I am really excited to have Mando Gonzalez with us today. Really needs no introduction. He has really quickly become a good friend and confidant of mine, someone I lean on for theological repartee from time to time, and just a great man of God. He's from Prophecy Watchers. You can go to prophecywatchers.com, but I'm quite sure that most of our audience is very familiar with the outstanding work done at Prophecy Watchers. I'll introduce Mando here in just a moment. A couple of quick announcements. Monday, we have a fantastic podcast with my technology guru, Shane, on AI embodiment and the threat to humanity. I encourage you to go check that one out from Monday. Tuesday, we did Prophecy Night up in Denver like we usually do. Fantastic discussion and presentation there on just more about AI, more about mind control, more about some of the devil's tools that he is using to bring in the full spectrum planetary control grid. Yesterday, we had our weekly world events update with Randy, and that's already exploding in terms of views as usual. I appreciate Randy's insights and comments as we just take a look at news items and then give some commentary and feedback on them and try to run them through the grid of scripture. And then tomorrow we'll close out the week. I'll have John Loeffler back by popular demand. 32 years he spent with Steel on Steel, and just a brilliant mind, and we're going to be looking forward to that discussion. But today, our topic at hand is the Antichrist and the end times Jewish rebellion. And I've been having several discussions recently with Mando by email or in person about 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. Should be a passage that's quite familiar to prophecy aficionados. It is a key passage for end times prophecy, but it's one that has engendered some interesting discussions in terms of one particular word that is used there in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, and let's see, right there in verse 8, I think it is. Can't find it, but we'll get to it here in just a minute. But I want to read the text, and then I'm going to bring Mando on, and we're just going to let you listen in on a conversation between two guys that love the Lord, love His Word, and love to discuss it and try to figure out the application for our day. So Paul, of course, is writing 2 Thessalonians during his second missionary journey. It's one of his earliest epistles, and he had written previously in his first letter to them about the rapture. He had introduced the mystery of the rapture there in 1 Thessalonians 4, and then he comes back to them here in this letter, and he refers back to his previous teaching because the Thessalonian believers had begun to be led astray by some false teaching that caused them to question what Paul had taught. And listen to what he says. Now, brethren, concerning the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ and our gathering together to Him, so obviously that's the rapture, the coming of the Lord and the gathering together to Him, we ask you not to be soon shaken in mind or troubled, either by spirit or by word or by letter, as if from us, as though the day of Christ, and some manuscripts say the day of the Lord, same idea, as though the day of the Lord had come. Let no one deceive you by any means, for that day will not come, unless the two things happen. And here's really the crux of the matter. That day will not come unless the falling away comes first, and the man of sin is revealed, the son of perdition. He's talking about the Antichrist there. Verse 4, who opposes and exalts himself above all that is called God or that is worshipped, so that he sits as God in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. So that word apostasia there in verse 3, translated the falling away in the New King James, which is what I'm reading from, is really what we're going to be talking about with Mando. But let me finish the context here. Verse 5 says, do you not remember that when I was still with you, I told you these things? And now you know what is restraining, that he may be revealed in his own time. For the mystery of lawlessness is already at work. Only he who now restrains will do so till he's taken out of the way. I believe that's a reference to the work of the Holy Spirit in and through the church as a restraining influence on the world at large. When the rapture happens and the church is gone, that restraint is removed. And then the lawless one will be revealed, whom the Lord will consume with the breath of his mouth and destroy with the brightness of his coming. The coming of the lawless one is according to the working of Satan, with all power, signs, and lying wonders. I talk a lot about that in my Spirit of the Antichrist books. With all unrighteous deception among those who perish, because they did not receive the love of the truth, that they might be saved. And for this reason God will send them strong delusion that they should believe a lie, that they all may be condemned who did not believe the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness. Well, I wish we had time to just really unpack every section of this passage, Mando, verse by verse, but we'll kind of give at least a high-level summary, but we want to focus in on what does Paul mean by the concept of a falling away. So Mando, thanks so much for taking your valuable time and being with us. Welcome to the program.
It's great to be here, JB. Love the conversations for sure.
Well, awesome. So there are essentially three, probably more, but three primary ways to understand that reference to the falling away. That's where Paul says that you can't be in the day of the Lord, which is the tribulation period, the coming day of judgment. You can't be in that day unless these things had already happened. So don't worry, these haven't happened. But what does he mean by the falling away? So give us kind of a quick overview. You've really become an expert on this passage, and you've interacted with the different views. The word falling away is one word in Greek. It's apostasia. What is he talking about there?
Yeah, I think the three main views are, one view is that it refers to a physical departure, so that the day of the Lord can't arrive until a physical departure or the rapture happens first. Some people take that view. Another view is that it's a spiritual rebellion of the church, so the day of the Lord cannot arrive or cannot be present is probably the best translation. You can't be in the day of the Lord until the apostasy of the church has happened first, and then the man of sin be revealed. And so those are the two main views that people generally embrace. And one of the other correlations that you have, which goes way back in church history, and even in some of the early writings of the English translations, if you look at their notes, the Geneva Study Bible and others, they will equate or correlate 1 Timothy 4:1. In the latter days, many will depart from the faith and give heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of demons. So they're saying, oh, well, we know that's true in 1 Timothy 4:1, that there's going to be this departing of the faith. Oh, that also must be what 2 Thessalonians 2 is referring to, that in the last days, before the day of the Lord can be present, the first thing that needs to happen is an apostasy of the church. So those are the two main views that you have out there. And then what I've been thinking about this for several years, and I've come to try to present at least what I think is a third possible view, and that is it's not talking about an apostasy of the church in this passage. We know that's going to be true because of 1 Timothy 4:1, so I'm not denying that. But the apostasy spoken of here is a Jewish apostasy specifically, and not in reference to the church at all. So the day of the Lord cannot begin unless the Jewish apostasy comes first and the man of sin be revealed, and he goes on.
Yeah, so again, the technical, or I guess lexical meaning of apostasia is departure. It most often contextually refers to a spiritual departure away from the faith. But there are other places where, depending on the context, it might mean a spatial or proximal departure physically from point A to point B. And so that's why, as you just so well summarized the first two primary views, many people, especially more recently, have really begun promoting the idea that Paul is talking here about the rapture itself, and that you can't be in the day of the Lord unless that had happened. And so since you're still here, it must not have happened. Is kind of the way that argument goes. But I certainly think there's a lot of historical and obviously contextual as well evidence for a spiritual departure, a spiritual falling away. But tell us what some of the problems are with the spiritual departure of the church view. As you said, clearly the Bible teaches the closer we get to the return of the Lord, in the last part of the last days, we're going to begin to see a greater departure from the faith. But I know why I struggle with that being what he's talking about in 2 Thessalonians 2. But I'd like to hear your thoughts on sort of what you see as problems with that view before we dive further into the view of the Jewish rebellion.
Yeah, I think that one of the greatest arguments is one actually made by Dr. Andy Woods, where he takes the physical departure view of apostasia, and he wrote an article in our magazine a few years ago. And I remember reading the article, and there was the power of what he was saying, especially in one thing that he brought up. I thought, man, this is extremely well said, and there hasn't been a response to it. And he, as it relates to believing that apostasia, is in reference to the apostasy of the church. And so one of the things that he brought up, he says, how do you have the definite article is there. How do you have the apostasy of the church happen? He said there's no way, there's no singular group or leadership group. We're not Catholic, so if the Pope went apostate, or maybe the magisterium of cardinals went apostate, maybe that could be true. But if it's the true church, which we would think, according to that view that Paul's referring to, we're not going to phrase it under Catholic thinking. So, Andy's asking, hey, how do you have the apostasy of the church? Because, and I was like, that's so true, because what we've seen, according to 1 Timothy 4:1, is we see a general apostasy beginning in the mid-1800s, approaching into the seminaries, and then into the denominations in the early 1900s, and then here we are with a general apostasy. Denominations have fallen, and it's taken 150 years, especially with the advent of evolutionary thinking in 1859. So I think he's right on, and so that argument alone is enough for me to squash the idea that an apostasy of the church is the apostasy at a singular moment in time.
Yeah.
Because one of the things he said was, you have the article governing the apostasy and the Antichrist appearing at a singular moment in time. And I'm like, he's saying it right now. It led him to accept then the physical departure view for apostasy, which again, if that was all that, under that framework, he wins the argument. Absolutely, it's clear. One of the things that then I began to think about was, well, what's the context of 2 Thessalonians 2? Immediately in the next two verses, he's talking about the Antichrist appearing in the temple, and so it's very Jewish. It's very Jewish.
Yeah, and before we go there, because that's a perfect segue into kind of the alternative option here, which I think really makes a lot of sense when I first read it and read your article. But let's just kind of put a ribbon on what we were just saying. So essentially, the argument against spiritual apostasy of the church as being a sign that the day of the Lord has come is that general apostasy is very difficult to pin down, and the text definitely has the definite article indicating he's thinking here of some particular specific moment of a departure spiritually. And so for that reason, you and I and Andy and others that hold similar views reject the spiritual apostasy of the church understanding of what Paul is saying here. Again, the text is 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. That day will not come, and as Mondo said, a better translation is that day cannot be here, or you cannot be in that day, unless the falling away comes first. And if the falling away was a general spiritual last days apostasy spoken of by Paul in 1 Timothy 4, well, that's kind of hard to pin down. And then grammatically, why we make it a definite article? Why would we say the falling away rather than just, unless some falling away starts to happen kind of thing. So I think we definitely have strong reason to reject that view, which, by the way, is the traditional view. Most commentaries and stuff, if you look on it, will, as you said, correlate 2 Thess 2:3 with 1 Timothy 4:1 and sort of lump them all into this last days apostasy. As you said, Andy goes to the physical departure view, which is the view that I've leaned toward through the years. But there's another option. As you said, context makes it clear this is very much about a Jewish audience, a Jewish culture. I mean, it's very early in the church age, maybe less than 20 years into the establishment of the church, so the church very much still is predominantly believing Jews. So pick up where you left off there. Sorry to interrupt you, but I wanted to just kind of lay set the table a little bit for this Jewish rebellion.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the clarity there, because we can't emphasize it enough, the weight that is against the apostasy of the church view in this passage. It's very strong. And so what we're looking for then is some sort of singular, if we take the apostasy view of the spiritual departure, Lee Brainerd has written on this in his book, Apostasia, he takes that view. So then what are we looking for? Why would we assume then it's an apostasy of the church? And I think, again, it's valid in the sense of trying to read, but we're reading 1 Timothy 4:1 into it, which that's not good hermeneutics. So let's leave it in context. The context is Jews. Immediately he's talking about the temple, he's talking about the Antichrist being there, he's talking about the nature of his declaration of God. There's a religious connotation to it. So my thinking on it is, and this is super important because people get a little bit, defensive sometimes, which is fine. And so what apostasy, the apostasy, what could take place by the Jews, which would be defined as an apostasy? Now, that's I guess that would be something for us to flesh out here, because let me say it this way: the definition of an apostasy, a spiritual departure. If I let's say in the Old Testament, the main thing that is loyalty. You see, Solomon was not loyal like his father David, because he many wives and got worshipped other gods, or at least made offerings to other gods. His heart was turned away. I just read this recently. He was not loyal. The key there was loyalty. And so if you were a worshiper of God, and you just the true biblical God, and as we know Yahweh, but you come to a point in your faith where you just simply ignore him. You haven't embraced another deity yet, but you ignore him. Is that really? Is that apostasy in the grandest sense? I would say, well, no. Maybe throughout your actions, maybe throughout doing a lot of things, but if you haven't changed your loyalty from the true God to another God, that to me is the rejection of the true God and an embracing of another God. That's apostasy. But if you simply just ignore and reject, but you haven't embraced something else, you'll understand what I mean here, because.
In other words, you're differentiating between a general moral degradation and decline and general sleepy Christians and just Christians that are getting away from the Lord. But we're not speaking here, but that doesn't constitute a wholesale rejection of one of the Lord God Almighty and an acceptance of some other God, namely the Antichrist, which is where you're going with this.
That's exactly where I'm going, because when somebody, they have read my article and they're like, well, if the Jews are embracing the Antichrist, they're embracing their own religion. And so that's not an apostasy, they're embracing their own religion. It's like, okay, think about what you're saying for a minute. And so the key verse in all this is John 5:43, where Jesus says, I have come in my Father's name, and you did not receive me. Another will come in his own name, and him you will receive. There's a prophecy there, and I think if we were just to ask, without anybody reading my article, in general, because people tend to be closed, if you said, what is that referring to? And I think most Protestant teachers, by default, would say, oh, well, that's clearly a reference most likely to the Antichrist, even though there might be many people that they receive. The Jews have never officially, in the sense of, there was a couple instances, embraced somebody as a Messiah in general, especially in the last days. Certainly Bar Kokhba was, by some, Rabbi Akiva declared him to be the Messiah in 132 AD with the Bar Kokhba revolt. But that wasn't an official thing. You had one rabbi, obviously that didn't work very well. And later they skewered him for it. But it wasn't a wholesale embracing. So there's never been a time. Jesus said this, you rejected me. But there's going to come a time where you will have rejected me, but you are going to embrace somebody else. See, that's the pin. That brings it together. You have a rejection, and you have an embracing or a reception.
Yeah.
The Jews have not done that yet.
No, they haven't. And to those who say embracing the Antichrist is not embracing another god or another religion, I don't see how they can get there. I mean, the text is very clear. And I have a chapter in my second volume of Spirit of the Antichrist that's all about the departure from Christianity and the decline of Christianity. But the Antichrist religion is going to be a wholesale different religion. It's a pluralistic religion. It's suggesting that everyone on earth can, regardless of your whether you're Christian, Jewish, Muslim, Hindu, Buddhist, you can come under his banner and he will lead you to the promised land. That's the Antichrist religion. So and furthermore, and I don't want to be stealing your thunder here, getting ahead of ourselves, but Jesus' teaching in the Olivet Discourse seems to be targeted toward don't be deceived in this last day, don't be led astray in these last days. Not to mention, going back to 2 Thess 2, he sort of ends that section with a don't fall prey to this strong delusion, this particular deception that's headed your way. So yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of merit in seeing the Jewish nature of this. That essentially what Mondo is saying here is that what Paul is warning against is he's saying the day of the Lord will come in conjunction with the national rebellion of Israel away from Yahweh and to accepting the false Christ, who is working at the behest of Satan himself. Is that a good summary of what you're saying?
That's a perfect summary. And if we I was thinking about this as well. That what's the definition? If we were to give just a general definition or maybe a specific definition, if we were one-lined, what is the definition or the fruit of a false religion? And it's one that doesn't save. I mean, can we all agree? We know that there's only one faith that saves. That's through Jesus Christ alone. Everything else is false. So even though the Jews, who have a history of Moses, we know that in the book of Hebrews, he's writing that Jesus is superior to Moses, one sacrifice, one offering. And so one of the things I'm developing, because I got to put this into a book, because is developing the idea that if the person that says, well, they're going to be re-embracing Judaism. So what? Judaism is a false religion. It does not save. In fact, in Hebrews 10:29, he says, man, if they were judged, got the death penalty in the Old Testament by a mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses, how much more under the new covenant that they're going to put underfoot, they're going to stomp on the blood of the new covenant, Jesus' blood. So if they've rejected Jesus, we know that in the first century, there's Jesus said it. But if they come around and do a fresh repudiation of what Jesus accomplished on the cross, and they embrace this guy, which is promoting even a Mosaic covenantal sacrificial system, now they are embracing a Messiah figure, and they are once again putting underfoot the blood of Jesus. How much more of an apostasy do you have? I mean, now they've rejected and they're embracing a guy that's promoting this. It's false religion. They're not embracing a biblical system.
Yeah, and I think the key here is to differentiate between individual apostasy and national apostasy. Because in every generation, even going back to Abraham, there are individual Jews who believe unto righteousness and are saved, and there are those individuals who do not. So, the Day of Atonement in Israel did not guarantee that every Jew was going to end up in heaven. Everyone from Adam forward always has to be saved the same way. And today, only those who trust in Jesus Christ, the Son of God, who died and rose again for their sins, can have forgiveness of sins and be made right with the Holy God and enter heaven. So always there are individual examples of individual people that might reject God and embrace a false religion. But the apostasy here, the apostasia that he's talking about, is, your argument is that this is a wholesale national rejection. And Jesus warns against that, because in the culmination of the age, when the tribulation starts and we have that final 7 years transition into the kingdom age, the long-awaited promised kingdom, the Jewish people as a whole are going to, the nation as a whole is going to reject Christ, but then the leaders in the national Israel that are believing will accept him. So you're going to have this clear bifurcation once for all. As you said, they've done this at various times throughout history, but this is kind of the fish or cut bait moment for God's chosen nation. And only those who believe, because Paul says in Romans 10, how can they call on him in whom they have not believed? So they have to first individually believe the gospel, and then nationally their leaders will cry out, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. That's what Jesus was kind of saying in Matthew 23 in the lead up to the Olivet Discourse. He says to the first century Jewish leaders, the scribes and the Pharisees, you will not see me again until you cry, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Shortly after he said that, they cried, crucify him, crucify him. And then second time around, even though there was a remnant in the first century who did believe and was saved, they're in heaven today, the second time around it'll kind of be a reversal. You'll still have a national rejection and a group rejection of many. That's why Jesus is warning them, be not deceived. But the leaders will get it the next time, and they'll eventually accept him. I want to mention, too, you mentioned Lee Brainerd's book, which you wrote the forward to, and this is available at prophecywatchers.com, by the way. Is that right? Okay, it's called Apostasia in 2 Thessalonians 2:3. Excellent work, very well researched, and this is going to get into some of the stuff we're talking about today. So I encourage folks to go out to prophecywatchers.com and pick up this book, Apostasia. By the way, while you're there, pick up some of my stuff, too. So I think they sell our books and DVDs. But there's a shameless plug. But anyway, kind of continue your argument here and just explain why you think that Paul here is referencing in 2 Thess 2 an end times Jewish rebellion.
So I think what often is the thinking, it seeps in, is that when the Jews re-embrace, like, okay, right now we know that the Israeli government is, the Israeli society is probably, it's getting lower, but it's 70% secular. Some of them are open to a cultural idea of a temple, but there's a 30% strong, it's getting more because of the population of the religious remnant of people in the Jewish sense. You have this is the most religious government in history, and so they've been talking a lot about a lot of things. But here's the question: is the national government, the religious government, very religious, if they decide to re-embrace Judaism, the sacrificial system, the temple, would we as Christians think that is a great spiritual thing? We think, is that, wow, look at that, they're embracing Yahweh again. And we go, no, you can't. See, that seeps in a little bit, because they're thinking, well, no, I can't be apostate, they're re-embracing Moses. Well, if you re-embrace Moses, you're repudiating Jesus. By definition, that's the whole argument of Hebrews. Jesus said over and over in Luke 10, if you reject me, you reject the Father who sent me. If you don't honor the Son, you don't honor the Father. The Jews
Yes. I'll wake up normally in the middle of me sleeping and I'll eat something real quick, then I'll go back to sleep. It's tough, bro. I'll wake up multiple times just gasping for air. I mean, not for air, for fucking something to drink. I don't ever wake up gasping for air, thank God. That would be tough. Nah, bro. I'll just get super thirsty. And I'll have to, because I'm dehydrated. Sitting there the entire time, fucking sleeping, so. Like, I'll make sure I've got a full, ginormous cup of, like, apple juice and water. Or seltzer and apple juice. And I'll fucking wake up, go immediately to that shit. Take a big gulp, go back to sleep. Okay, you're trolling. My man's talking about drip feeding. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Oh, you're wrong for that. You're wrong for that. That's fucked up, man. That is super fucked up. You're wrong for that.
fucked. It's been fucked. It's been long. It's been a long fucking road, dude. I'm not feeling about to cry. Fuck. It's just been, I don't know. I wouldn't take anything back now for the world, but.
I admit it, another hoe got me finished. Broke my heart, oh no you didn't. Fuck sipping, I'm down a whole bottle. Hard liquor, hard truth, can't swallow, need a bartender. Put me out my sorrow. Wake up the next day and I'm like, color with no woman. Tell me shit from Colorado, she love women. Should be gone by tomorrow, am I kidding? All the jealousy and me that I sit in. I'm a jealous boy, really feel like John Lennon. I just want to love, guess it's been a minute. Fast out for the way that I don't fit in. I don't fit in. Tell me what's the secret to love, I don't get it. Feel like I be running a race, I'm not winning.
Let me tell you something. This kid got banned, he got hacked, he got death threats, he's been everything. We just like.
All right, chat, dude. It's been a long journey, man. 25 years old. I've been doing this since I was a kid, man. Like, I feel like my childhood and even some of my adulthood kind of flushed away. But I feel like it's like the end of the journey, man. It's been like 15 years, it feels like. And you know, I've gotten to a point in my life where I feel like I'm so busy making content and streaming that like my personal life and my hobbies aside from gaming, I don't have time to do like a lot of the shit. So I feel like this is the end, and you know, it's been a long journey. It's been 8 years, partnered on Twitch, which is crazy milestone that a lot of people older than me, haven't even hit yet. But like the earliest memory I have in gaming is playing Star Fox at my friend's house on Nintendo 64. And you know, ever since then, you know, played a little bit of Xbox, Call of Duty, Halo, of course, because Halo's the shit. You know, Call of Duty was fun, but Halo was lit, and kids on PlayStation didn't have Halo, so I used to play with my older brother, Halo 2, Halo 3. And, you know, I got hooked in that. I started playing COD, got like one of those shitty Dazzle capture cards when I was a little kid. You know, started making YouTube videos, stuff like that on my old gaming channel. But the real beginning of like it all was when I started playing Destiny, and actually was like good, you know, because you know all the kids young, like all my friends, we all thought we were good at, you know, Halo and Call of Duty and shit, but we were all ass, you know. But Destiny's where I actually like started my gaming career and actually got some traction.
Yeah, let's go, boy! Yeah!
I got my world's first, and that was kind of like a big achievement in my career, was getting world's first.
Yeah, let's go, baby! Yo! Let's fucking go, dude! Let's fucking go, dude! Let's fucking go! Let's go, dude! Let's go! Oh my god! What did I just do? What did I do? What did I do? Oh no! That's gotta be record. That's gotta be record right there. Boom, baby. Let's go. Beat it by 2 seconds. 2:24. GG. Ah!
Once, you know, Destiny 1 started dying out a little bit, I, you know, was streaming on Twitch off my Xbox, got, you know, PC, you know, started like making a career for myself, like had a little bit of money, bought like, you know, better keyboards, you know, peripherals, whatever, mics, stuff like that. And I kind of, you know, was averaging like a few hundred viewers on Destiny and streamed off the console. And then once I got the PC, I started playing H1. You know, went from averaging a few, you know, 500 viewers to like 40, you know, playing H1, which was like scary at the time, you know, but I felt like it was the right path for me. And it was my first PC, like actual PC game that I played.
Yo, what's up, guys? Before we kick this video off, I would just like to say thank you guys so much for 50,000 subs. It's pretty crazy that I made this far from just playing video games, but
So, you know, I was kind of ass at the start, but I picked it up quick, obviously. Did good nose and played Fight for the Crown. I think we got like 5th. It was my first LAN event. But after that, you know, I switched to PUBG. Well, you know, I played like professionally in PUBG for a little bit for Rogue. H1 I played for Denial, which was a disaster, but it was my, you know, first time doesn't always go well. It's a lot of trial and error. But started playing PUBG a little bit, you know, competed a little bit of tournaments. Didn't do so hot. Fortnite came out, you know, and that's when shit really blew up.
no, fuck you, man!
Well, I didn't even blow up. When Fortnite released, I played it a little bit, and then I quit because I didn't like the game. I thought it was like corny and like a kid's game, I guess. I felt like I was playing fucking Roblox or some shit. But I don't know, I was like a hardcore BR player, so I didn't really like it, so I quit. I went back to PUBG for a little bit, and then Fortnite started adding some like cooler shit, started getting some traction, and then I was like, alright, like, let me give it another shot. And then started grinding that on stream, and you know, the viewership was decent. But then, you know, I started to get good. I started to actually like commit to playing it, stop playing PUBG. And like, you know, Tilted came out, and you know, they released minis, and there's other ways to get shield. They made, you know, the guns more accurate, all this stuff. And the game started getting like good. And that's when like, you know, Tilted dropped, and people started watching me. Dakotas, shout out to Dakotas. He started, you know, talking about how good I was and my mechanics and the game IQ. And then, so, you know, he actually put me on, and I think Dr. Lupo hosted me. So shout out to him. I killed Ninja, of course. So he was, that was like, oh shit, who's this guy? You know.
Yeah, GG, man. Yeah, it wasn't him, bro. He doesn't play on my server. Shit, maybe it was him, dude.
I mean, this is a man all the time to try to make a positional decision. He's got to go down. That's exactly what he's going to do. Don't want to take him for fall damage. He's in the bottom fighting out. Tifu gets another. That's 5 Elan. Makes it to the top. 2 left. And all the loot's falling to Tifu. He's trying to drop on down. They drop his opponent in time. Tifu spraying out the middle. Here he goes. LDSA to the millions that love you and the crowd that's live your packs. What do I thought?
I love you guys. I miss you guys.
Zen knocks the 3 people for elimination. Tifu actually did it with bandages. He, you gotta be kidding. What? With 3 bandages.
Now, we obviously saw a lot of great plays, but one standout performer. There's no secret. Tifu, we got a lot of looks. I feel like T got this one. He just knows how to position better than arguably anyone else. You take his building ability, yes. You take his shooting ability, absolutely. But his positioning is what makes him so lethal in these games. First place, not even close. 15, not even close. What a lead.
What's up, 69 points is enough, boys. That's fucking hope, dude. I'm saying, like, I got first, dude.
Feels good, man. I came here, like, you know, multiple years and did decently well. I don't know if I've actually ever won it. Maybe got MVP once, but other than that, so it feels good.
Yo, y'all want to take right now?
Fuck yeah. I'm doing it. Let's go. We'll give you. Are you down for it? Yeah, you want it? Down. He's gonna land right up top. I'm just trying to do it also. That's crazy. I'm contested. Are you? Yeah. Hang on. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, full game. Full game. You jump it off. I don't know who this dumbass is. Hey, how big a push me? You guys get me? Yeah, you're on my fucking factory. He's coming. Go 50 flash.
Hey, 130 flash. One more pad.
Dog shit.
You're fucking trash. Get the fuck out of my game. Suck my fucking dick, bitch. Suck my fucking cock. Fuck you on me. 1v. Suck my fucking cock. Bizzle, Dubs, and Booga. Lick my gooch too, buddy. No! Oh my god, his aim is so nuts. God. Yeah, why would we do that? I don't know.
Oh, why would you do that?
Oh, dude. Don't cry, Cash. It's okay. Why are you crying?
Dude, he's so joy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Tifu! Dude, I'm gonna cry so hard. Tifu! It's Tifu!
Oh, what the fuck? Bro! I just got. Dude, you died from going in there?
Bro.
Did you know that?
Bro.
I'm so pissed.
Bro.
Did you know that? I just fucking fell into a fucking hollow floor, dude.
Are you?
Hey, sorry. Yo! Man did it, yo. You know he's inducted.
You know, it's been a long journey, and there's a lot of people I need to thank, but shout out to my brother for kind of like, you know, helping me with like YouTube and shit early on, and he's just been a big inspiration for me, and of course my dad too. My parents are very supportive over this journey, especially since like, you know, I started when I was very young, and gaming was kind of like very young still, so I'm glad, you know, I had a supportive family, you know, to help me through like, you know, transition into like the early gaming industry, because it was very tough early on. Now it's kind of easy. It was definitely like a rough road in the start, but obviously it paid off, you know, so I'm glad I had like a supportive family and friends like to help me out like through the process of my early career. Yeah, I mean, in terms of like streamers that like helped me out throughout my journey is like, you know, my Destiny friends, like, you know, Lucky, like the OG Destiny guys, my H1 teammates, like Piney, those guys, you know, kind of were good friends with me along the way. I mean, a lot of the big streamers you guys know nowadays, kind of, you know, I met them later on. Clipsy I've known for a while, he's a good friend of mine. Like I said earlier, dude, shout out like to Dakotas, Dr. Lupo, even Ninja, dude, you know, like if I didn't kill him, you know, there's a lot of things that like happened in my, you know, rise that like kind of the pieces that fell together correctly, and a lot of them, you know, a lot of the guys that I mentioned had a lot to do with it, you know, but fuck, dude.
Let's go. 11 kills though. Yo, this guy, yo, you're sniping?
Wait. 3, 2, 1, go.
The rolls.
I wouldn't take anything back now for the world, but I just feel like fucked. It's just been fucking long, dude. Like, I don't know. It's been 8 years partnered, you know? I've been doing this since I was like 8 years old, content creating. I just feel like I need to go like, fucking, fuck. I just need to go live my life, you know? Fuck, dude. Shout out to all my fucking fans and the people supporting me along the way. Who knows if I'll be back, man? I mean, maybe, who knows? I just need time to like get away. Just go like, live my life, because I feel like earlier in my like gaming career, I used like gaming to like, I used gaming to kind of like escape like from reality, and I feel like now like I use like reality to escape from like fucking work, you know. I just feel fucking like kind of trapped sometimes, you know. I just feel fucking a lot, dude. It's been fucking hard. Just streaming like fucking 6 to 8 hours a day. I don't have time to like do shit. So I just need to take time off, you know.
Yeah.
I'm fucking 25. And I feel like the majority of my life has been in front of a screen, which is, you know, I wouldn't take it back for the world. But I just feel like I need a break, you know? I just need to escape for a little bit.
Ever falling down, 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 ever falling down. Ever falling down, 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 ever falling down.
The virus blindsided by metro to the side, speaking of Halloween in a born city. With footprints in the sand, you know the veteran.
I mean, no matter what, dude, I always did what I wanted and not what other people told me to do. Just fuck everybody else. You just chase your dreams, dude, you know? It sounds fucking cliche, but like, just do, you know, not even your dreams, but just whatever makes you happy, fuck it. I never did this for money, you know? I just did this because I enjoyed it, and now I feel like I'm just kind of doing it because of the money, and that's just not who I am, so I'm gonna just go do some fun shit, you know? Just gotta go live my life. Fucking love you guys, man. Thank you for fucking supporting me. You guys are the real legends, man. I'm gonna go fucking drink a beer, who knows where, dude? On an island somewhere, just chill. So no, just know that I'll fucking be having a good time somewhere. I don't know, man. Clear my head.
Will you be back someday, dude?
Ugh. Dude, fuck. I'll be back someday. I'll be back someday, man.
I admit it, another hoe got me finished. Broke my heart, oh no you didn't. Fuck sipping, I'm down the
The Joe Rogan Experience.
I'm Meow Meow.
Hi, Ruff Ruff.
I'm so excited to be here with you today.
Yeah.
This is our first podcast coming out as our true selves.
We're furries.
Yeah, we've been holding it in forever.
This is my true identity. And you know what? It just eats me alive to not tell how we met at a furry con.
Well, we didn't know that we met there. Remember?
Well, yeah, I didn't know who you were for a long time.
Yeah, we didn't know. I'm like, oh my God, you're Meow Meow?
Dude, it blew my mind. I mean, to me, that is proof we're in a simulation. What are the odds?
They're not good.
What are the odds, man?
The odds are also not good that I'm gonna keep this fucking helmet on. Oh my God, I'm
This is
sweating.
not good for me. I'm not keeping this on, dude.
I can barely breathe.
How do they do it?
I don't know. They fuck with these things on.
How do you fuck with this on?
They're heroes. Those
Total
people are
respect.
heroes.
Total respect for furries.
Respect for the furry community. Look, I got the feet on and everything.
It's like Bikram fucking.
Yeah, it's very hot in here. If you can fuck with this on, you're an American hero. That's how I feel.
David Goggins needs to put on one of these things and fuck for an hour.
He should. Yeah, you think you're so cool running for 1,000 miles? How about fuck for 4.5 minutes with this on?
I can't fuck for 4.5 minutes without it on. But
this is like sprinting uphill.
This is really brutal. And just thinking about padding around a Ramada in one of these things.
I get it.
Orlando
How do you mean
outside in
you
the summer.
I get it when I put it on. I get it. I know why they do it. I don't know why all of them do it.
Wait, why?
Really,
Why do you think they do it?
I think they do it because it offers you an anonymity that is impossible any other way.
Right.
And it turns you into your image. The visual that people get of you is this adorable, cute mascot.
Right.
Everybody loves a mascot. The mascot is literally there to pump everybody up, and yay, they don't talk, and everybody loves them.
Yeah.
And people at Disneyland, same thing.
Wait, they don't talk?
No.
You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Get the fuck out of here.
We went to Goofy's Kitchen.
Get my coffee. I'll be right back. Also, I'm looking at the recoil of the gun and the gun feel of the gun and the visibility and all that shit. Like, this is the new build. I'm seeing how the new build is. Like, right there, hip fire from that range, you cannot do with any other attachment than what I'm... Like, you have no idea what I'm working at, bro. What are you even saying, dude? I have no idea what you're talking about. You speak in hieroglyphics sometimes, my boy. Got me all types of lost.
Go, everybody!
I can tell, bro. I can fucking tell.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Join my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. I'm Meow Meow.
Hi, Ruff Ruff.
I'm so excited to be here with you today.
Yeah.
This is our first podcast coming out as our true selves.
We're furries.
Yeah, we've been there.
What are the odds?
Heroes. Those
Total
people are
respect.
heroes.
Total respect for furries.
Respect for the furry community.
Look,
Look, I got the
it's
feet
like-
on and everything.
It's like Beakrum fucking.
Yeah, it's very hot. If you can fuck with this on, you're an American hero. That's how I feel.
You need to put on one of these things and fuck for an hour.
He should. Yeah, you think you're so cool running for 1,000 miles? How about fuck for 4.5 minutes with this on?
I can't fuck for 4.5 minutes.
This is like sprinting uphill.
This is really brutal. And just thinking about padding around a Ramada in one of these things.
I
just
get it.
Orlando, what do you mean you get it?
I get it when I put it on. I get it. I know why they do it. I don't know why all of them do it.
Wait, why?
Really,
Why do you think they do it?
I think they do it because it offers you an anonymity that is impossible any other way.
Right.
And it turns you into your image, the visual that people get of you, is this adorable, cute mascot.
Right.
Everybody loves a mascot. The mascot is literally there to pump everybody up, and yay, they don't talk, and everybody loves them.
Yeah,
And
right.
People at Disneyland, same thing.
Wait, they don't talk?
No, they don't talk. Like if you meet Goofy, Goofy doesn't say jack shit to you. We went to Goofy's kitchen. Goofy doesn't talk.
Yeah, it's like, I can't do it. Oh my God.
It's so hard to breathe. It's so hard to breathe. It's horrible. How about those fucking people that work at Disneyland? They wear these things and they walk
Jesus
around in the
Christ.
heat in the summer? Respect to them.
Dude, those Disneyland, like the people who do this at Disneyland,
Heroes.
they party. I heard it's like insane when they get off work. Like they fucking party.
First of all, it's not even their fault. Their brain's been cooked all day. You know what kind of effect that must have
Oh
on
my
their
God.
cognitive function?
Dude, like while we're bitching because they made us wear masks on planes, they're going around in a hot box.
I bet they made them wear a mask under their stupid mask.
Oh my
Guarantee
God.
it.
Those
Mask
fucking
up.
dorks.
You got a mask up in your goofy outfit.
Good
Oh,
outfits though. These are dope.
dude, these are incredible, and it's kind of sad that
We can't. We're pussies.
of all the costumes we've worn,
Yeah.
I think this is the least time we've spent.
Yeah.
Even the hoods.
Wait, but I was like almost like hyperventilating in there.
Dude, I was panicking. Oh, dude, you can see this awful wall.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
But don't you get it though? If you were like a very tortured, socially awkward person,
Yes.
your life has just been a mess, but you are for whatever reason attracted sexually to the idea of it, or maybe not even
Yeah.
sexually, maybe just attracted to the idea of it. But then you do it, and you get to be not just innocuous, not just like someone that doesn't like someone gets picked on, not that, but instead attractive. You're this adorable thing. You're adorable, like hey, and people they come up to you with a different energy.
Dude, I've seen some really hot furry porn. Like I've seen some incredible furry
What's
porn.
the worst furry point? Have you ever seen something like God? You guys aren't even trying.
Those are still shots usually, like weird Polaroids and stuff of like so, and generally those are like solo furries who are banging a stuffed animal. Like you know,
The fuck?
that sucks. That's not cool. That's not cool. But
What do
some,
they do? Like put a flashlight in a stuffed animal?
no, they're not that advanced. They just rip a hole in the porch through the fucking thing's butt and just like leave their crusted jizz on it as some mark of achievement or something. Really bad. Really
Dude,
bad.
Human beings are so weird in so many ways.
Yes.
In so many ways. But it's so funny. It's like media, like Norman Rockwell paintings. There's just like image of us that we are when we're at our best. The family dinner table in a 1980s movie.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, that's us when we're at our best. Everyone's getting
Sounds
along.
good,
How's
bro.
school going? Junior?
Yeah.
Junior's doing great. But the reality is, like, there's no license to get a person. You don't have a license to become pregnant. You don't have to go through any qualification process.
Right.
It's literally the most important thing
Yep.
for the future of the human race.
Yeah.
That people who have children and raise those children are capable of doing it. You're capable of raising a well-adjusted person.
Yeah.
Like any person growing up as a human being today, baby to grown up. Like you're born today, and you got to become a grown up in this fucking wacky world.
Yeah.
Good luck being normal.
Oh my God, this
Yeah.
is having kids right now and like just having like a vague understanding of Kurzweil's predictions for the singularity.
Yeah.
And just like considering like with my kid, I will tell him like with the car, I'm like probably when you're old enough to drive, they won't have steering wheels anymore. You're probably not going to be driving the way I do because definitely don't you think like by
If they can just prove, see, there's meatheads like me that'll be like, fuck that, bro. I want to drive my own fucking car.
Yeah.
But if they can eliminate all deaths, you're gonna have to take cars like that to a track. You're gonna have to take the cars that I enjoy. You're gonna have to take them to a track and drive them around. They're
Sure.
gonna be rides. It's not gonna be your transportation.
you don't think in 10 years that it's going
It's
to
very possible. Very possible. It'll be a rule fight. Like there'll be some dispute about whether or not people accept that.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a freedom issue with a lot of folks.
It
It's gonna
is a
be-
freedom issue.
It is. Well, it certainly is if you have a totalitarian government, because there's only one way that a car can drive itself autonomously. It has to be connected to like insane technology
Yeah.
that allows all sorts of things, like what a Tesla does. Like you get updates online on your Tesla. They just send you an update.
Sure.
They fix things. They make things better. They make the auto driving feature better. If that's the case, like if somebody just decides to shut your car off,
Yeah.
you're not allowed to drive, Duncan. We don't like your views on COVID vaccines.
No, yeah,
Damn.
saw your tweets.
Yeah, I don't
What the
like
fuck?
the way you think about the world and life and love.
Yeah.
You're confusing people.
Yeah, you didn't jog today.
You don't think exactly the way I want you to think. So we're going to steer you and everybody who's paying attention in the same direction. And the everybody's paying attention part is huge. Because there's more self-policing than there's policing. There's more
Yeah.
people that get scared of not going along with narratives than there are people enforcing
You know what
those
that's called? Cops in the head. That's a name for it. Cops in the head. It's like this is when I was in college. I don't remember what who like came up with it, but basically they're studying like neighborhoods that had like huge police presences. You know, like bad areas, like hyper low income areas that like just like that well, you could do the math. And like
Yeah.
so basically the cops realized like they didn't have to patrol anymore after a certain amount of time because people assimilate the police state inside of them. And just like you're saying, now you're policing yourself.
Yeah.
And that is the ultimate when you think about like trying to save money, when you think about controlling populations, or when you think about like the huge problem of like empire is like once you spread out too far, it's incredibly expensive to keep everything supplied and everything in control and to keep your like commanders doing what you say. And so the best thing for an empire is for people to not even know that they're there, but to be like following the general prescription of the emperor.
Ooh. This episode is brought to you by Squarespace. Squarespace is an all-in-one platform for building your brand and growing your business online. No matter what you sell, whether it's physical products, subscriptions, appointments, ebooks, whatever, Squarespace has the tools to help get your business off the ground. This includes inventory management, secure payments, and a simple checkout process. Plus, with best-in-class templates and photo galleries, you can make sure your products stand out both on and off your website. Every Squarespace website and online store comes with a suite of features and guides to help you maximize your prominence in search results. Try it for yourself. To get started, head to squarespace.com/Joe for a free trial, and then when you're ready to launch, use the offer code Joe to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. Tap the banner to learn more. This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. Today, there are more identity threats than you realize. And even if you monitor your credit and bank statements, only a little personal information needs to leak for identity thieves to make you their victim by taking over your investment accounts, opening new loans, committing other crimes in your name, and more, all while pretending to be you. It can be dangerously easy for identity thieves to use a little leak to put you underwater. That's why LifeLock alerts you to identity threats you can easily miss on your own. If your identity is stolen, a debt-free protection starts here.
You know, that's the ultimate empire. You don't put up statues of yourself.
Right.
Don't like put your fucking face on the coin. What you want to do is get your philosophy into the brain of the people that you have.
I think the problem today is that there's so many more interesting narratives than the official narrative. There's like it used to be that you had a president that would stand up and talk to people, and he would give these speeches that everyone would listen to.
Yeah.
And that's Eisenhower at the end of his term. So he's saying he was warning America about the military-industrial complex.
That's so creepy.
There's a machine. He's warning us. That there's a machine that wants to go to war.
Yeah.
And you have to be very careful of that. He's warning us about that. And this is like you could tell the next president to not ever say that. And everybody else sort of steps in line. So you tell the next president, don't talk about that. You talk about the conflicts overseas. You talk about the desire to spread democracy.
Yeah.
And you talk about these people that are a threat to everyone because they have weapons of mass destruction. Like you got to follow a very, very, very specific narrative.
Right.
And that's all we had forever.
Yeah.
Forever. And so there's all these people that have cocktail parties and they'll be at coffee shops.
Yeah.
And then go, do you know what's really going on?
Right.
Because this is what I think. I think the CIA is giving people LSD. Like what? What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
You know those meetings where people in South Central were like, I think the government's bringing drugs in here. And everybody's like, no fucking way.
Yeah.
No way. They wouldn't do that.
Right.
They wouldn't do that. But if you were, I mean, let's pretend you're a really good guy and you're a government agent.
Right.
You're the best. You want nothing but freedom in America and spread democracy around the globe. But Congress will approve funding some rebels. And there's only one way. You got to get this guy out of office.
Right.
This guy's not playing ball. He's not with the agenda. He's a terrible dictator.
Yeah.
We got to get rid of him. And we need to fund this. We need to fund these rebels. So we're just going to sell some drugs.
So crazy.
But if you think about the fact that if you're in the DEA or if you're in the CIA or the FBI, any like major intel organization, they know the futility of the amount of drugs that are being brought into this country. And there's a reason why, because there's a demand in this country.
Right.
You're not going to change it. You're not going to change it. And you see all these fucking scumbags making billions.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, why don't I make some fucking money?
Right.
Why don't we make some fucking money and do some good with it?
Right. Sure.
That's the Oliver North story.
Dude, here's the perfect business model. You create a situation where you are selling drugs to people and then arresting them and taking your drugs back, plus all their stuff, and then reselling the drugs, rinse and repeat.
And you know who to arrest because you're selling
You're
to
selling
them.
it to them. You just call your friend. And you just keep, it's basically like throwing out fishing nets, man. You just throw out the nets, let them sell the drugs long enough to get a shit ton of money, some nice cars, pull the nets back in, you got the drugs, you got the cars, you got the money. It's an incredible, and also I'm sometimes suspicious regarding like the idea that they incinerate the drugs that they.
Of course. Why would they? Someone come along and go, we got that. We'll take care of it.
Yeah,
We'll incinerate it.
Take it to the incinerator.
Some fucking guys who look like they just got out of the Naval Academy. Like, we got it.
Yeah, we got it. No problem.
Yeah, and they fucking escort that off to some special boat.
Yeah, and there's a precedent for this. I mean, this isn't conspiracy. Like that was proven. That this shit is. Remember that CIA plane that crashed with all the cocaine?
Yeah,
in it?
tons. Shit,
Tons of cocaine.
It was overweight. That's why it crashed because it had so much coke.
Greed took him down.
I think it had something crazy like 1,000 pounds of coke.
That is so much coke. I can't even imagine how much coke that is.
How much was it? How many pounds was it?
3.3 tons.
Oh my god! 3.3. How much does an elephant weigh? How many elephants worth of coke is that?
Oh.
Dude, that's crazy. That's CIA coke too. That's not bad coke. That's like something incredible.
Oh my god, pure.
Pure.
Rock flake. The stuff that Eric Clapton used to get.
Jesus Christ, this makes your entire body go numb. I don't like coke though. But
look at all the coke that he had.
Oh my god.
That's insane.
Oh
my god.
that is fucking crazy. Look at that.
I can't get this fucking.
Yeah, it happened to me in the 5 seconds I had on too. Bunch of little hairs.
Holy shit, man.
No, I'm all right.
How many bags of that do you think you consumed at like an average Coachella?
How many bags did Joey Diaz do during his prime? That's what I want to know. That might be like Joey Diaz's cocaine career right there.
Oh man, that'd be so cool. If there was a way to look at all the drugs you've done. Like if you could have them laid out in front of you over the course of a lifetime.
Oh god, you'd be terrified. It'd be a room.
It would be exciting.
The amount of weed?
Oh dude.
The volume, just the sheer volume?
Booze.
Oh.
Just think all of it.
Right.
Just fucking piles of ketamine. Wow.
And if you go do a chart to the size of your room versus the bad decisions you've made in your life, I bet you would find some correlations.
Yes, that's for sure.
100%.
Absolutely, man. Yeah, you do have to. I mean, there's just no way around it. This is why I think karma is a wonderful and perfect way to articulate this, which is just like where you're at, everything around you. That's your karma. Like that's you. This is your karma. And then I love that because it keeps me from like going victim. You know, when you look around at everything, you're like, whatever it is, good. You did that for yourself. Bad. You did that to yourself, and you just have to deal with it. But there's
not necessarily, right? Babies get shot in drive-bys.
Well, yeah, okay, yes, the baby thing. I mean, I've there's some like theoretical. There's two ways to look at it. One, Occam's razor. It's the same problem like theists face in trying to explain why awful things happen to babies.
You know what I think?
What?
I think karma's an element. It's
Yeah.
an element of existence, but it's not a rule. It's like the evil people 100 get away with it.
Well, for karma to really work, you need reincarnation. That's where the math goes into the unquantifiable. So, so for karma to really work, I mean, it could work in a very simple, mechanistic way with just one life. But the idea is that there's different types of karma. So there's the karma that's happening right now. This is like flowering karma. But there's karma like seeds of shit that you did a while ago. Like when all of a sudden, like someone calls you up and it's like, "Hey, I'm your son." You're like, "What?" Like, "Yeah, I'm your kid." That's like that seed has been in you, and then it grows into the present moment. And then there's karma it's the same idea but from past lives. So that's where it gets really fucking weird. And I guess there's some like very blurry way you could connect that to epigenetics. You know what I mean? It's like epigenetics is sort of the way like you get reincarnation into biology. Except it's obviously not reincarnation; it's your ancestors. But it's essentially the same concept, except one is quantifiable, the other is mystical.
I wonder if epigenetics is, if you're imparting some of your mind, some of your thinking to a child.
Yeah.
I wonder what effect it would have at the age you were when you had a child.
Yeah, sure.
You know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah,
like Al Pacino's kid is going to be amazing.
Amazing.
He's 82.
82.
Shooting live rounds.
Incredible.
Into a 29-year-old hottie.
And people are fucking mad at him.
What are they mad at?
They're mad because they think if you're that old,
you're not gonna be able to care for that child. Yeah.
Well, that's to me, that's the most logical. If you are gonna be such an asshole that you're criticizing Al Pacino for procreating, don't you want more Pacinos? He's a great fucking actor. And you know, but the other one is just like that age gap is insurmountable. And
well, I don't think it was his idea.
No.
Yeah, I think he didn't he have a paternity test? Exclusive. This is a real special coming at this time. Al Pacino, 83, breaks silence to celebrate 29-year-old girlfriend's pregnancy after claims he demanded paternity test because she hoodwinked him. Yeah, there it is. The actor revealed his girlfriend Noor Al-Fala were expecting last week. Initial reports claimed that Al was not pleased over the baby. But how do we know? You know, it's like people say things like that.
Because look, right
which he has now confirmed.
Underneath it says his voice is delight.
Sources told Daily Mail that wasn't true, which is now confirmed. So that means it wasn't true.
Not true.
They didn't hoodwink him.
Yeah,
see the way they phrase that's weird. Sources told Daily Mail that wasn't true, which he has now confirmed. But look at the headline. Look at the headline.
Fucking assholes,
This
man.
is so crazy. They're basically saying this is not true. So he's delighted to have a baby with his girlfriend.
Yeah.
And so people made up this story, and we read it because it's the headline.
Why not just be like Al Pacino chopped his kid into bits, and then underneath say he didn't chop his kid into bits?
Look, he's walking around, he's smiling,
He
says
looks
it's very
great.
special. Yeah. Listen, man, them anti-aging doctors, get him on the happy sauce. Who knows?
Yeah, man, look at that.
He's wearing comfortable shoes. I would wear
He's
those
fucking
shoes.
cool. Look at that.
I would wear those shoes. It's old men's shoes.
Wow.
Look at him. Looks fine.
He looks
He's out
great.
going for walks.
How old is he?
Hey, who's that with him? No, that's that other actor guy, isn't it? No.
It looks like Andy Garcia a little
Yes,
bit.
that's what I was gonna say. You sure? No, it's probably his friend. Yeah. Okay. Dude, things to do in Denver when you're dead. Underrated movie.
I don't think I never saw that.
It was like their version. It was like when Pulp Fiction had just come out and everybody wanted everything to be fucking cool.
Okay.
And things became cool.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I remember
It
that.
was Cool.
That's gotta be cool for Tarantino to like watch
Yeah.
watch his shit echo out, like to watch it shape culture. That's so badass. That you
It's
do that.
amazing. He's very important. He's very important because he's grandfathered in. Like his movies are fucking bananas.
Yeah.
Like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood was fucking crazy.
So great.
And he's grandfathered in a way like you know what a Tarantino movie is.
Right.
Have you seen Kill Bill? Have you seen Inglourious Basterds? Have you seen these movies?
Yeah.
Then shut the fuck up because you know what you're in for.
Right.
Whereas I think if you were a young director and that was like your first film, people would go, the violence was so unnecessary, it was so egregious, it was so, like the language, the way they talk, people would find criticism in it, I think.
Yeah, you see in interviews, he is like so frustrated with the like endless question he gets from hack reporters who are like, violence. What about the violence?
Yeah.
Like he just is done with that. It must be. I mean, it's so annoying to get that same question over to make great movies. What? Like when did journalism turn into scolding? Because it wasn't the idea like you ask people questions, but there was an immoral twist to it. Or am I imagining it?
No,
was
you're not
like
imagining it. Well, Barbara Walters used to do it a little bit. That was like she was kind of famous for being a tough interview. She'd interview people and ask them like uncomfortable questions.
Yeah, but it's like when it's got that, it's not even like they're asking you questions about shit you lied about.
Right, they're making a moral judgment on you.
They're essentially saying, why are you a bad person?
Right, why are you making movies that show horrible things?
Yeah,
You're contributing to this horrible culture we have, which is not true. That doesn't really work. Like that correlation doesn't work because when you look at some countries, like I think is it Japan that has a very high rate of they play a lot of violent video games, but they have way less violence.
Oh yeah, right.
Is that it? Did I read that? Like they try to make correlations between violent video games and actual violence.
That is so dumb.
And some people think that it might actually have the opposite effect. That there is a potential in some humans that they play those violent video games and they would get out any kind of wild, crazy instinct that they might have. Like, I want you to imagine if epigenetics are real.
Yes.
If you're really, there's a certain amount of us they're imparting memories of being in war to other kids.
Yeah.
And this is going into your baby, and the mindset is going into your baby.
Yeah.
And it seems like that's an inescapable reality.
Yeah.
If there's a thing like a video game that lets them express that part of their brain without actually having a desire to do it,
yeah.
I mean, no judgments, but it almost makes sense that it would work to actually stop violence. So,
Right.
so the idea is like, what is promoting violence? And my answer to that is like being a human, poverty, putting someone through a terrible life, like forcing someone into bad situations. That's what creates all of it. And until it's like very weird the way we address the problem of violence because we only look at it in terms of the action itself. We don't want to go all the way back to the source.
No.
We don't want to go back and try to fix the source.
Well, there's a big problem that happens when you start doing that. Is instead of being able to transform violent people into one-dimensional sociopathic creatures, suddenly you like get back far enough and they're, I don't know, watching their mom and dad OD on heroin.
Yeah.
Or they're,
Yeah.
whatever it is. And again, not to say we don't need prisons and justice and all that, but when you realize, oh yeah, you're just looking at like a misplaced defense mechanism that this human had to learn because of whatever they fucking came out of. Now, I'm not saying it's all sociopaths had horrific experiences. I just looking at my own shitty defense mechanisms and then like going in therapy and connecting them to the past. It's easy to see where like the aspects of my personality that are not conducive to harmony came from.
Yeah.
It's just that, the kids are fucking so tough. They have to adapt.
Yeah,
They,
kids adapt and they develop these weird defense mechanisms.
and then add to that the epigenetic component, and then the United States has been at war 93% of its history.
Yeah.
So now you're just looking at like some like
Insane number of people
insane
that
number.
are transmitting memories of being at war.
Yeah.
Into their children. And that was my theory about why history was so barbaric. But if you go far back enough, the pyramids. So like what happened between then and like say the Mongols? What happened? What was the transition? Why did people get so barbaric? I think they're the people that survived the impact.
Right.
I think when the Younger Dryas impact happened, if it happened 11,800 years ago, I believe, I think the people that survived that were fucking monsters because they had to be.
Right.
I bet it was a total breakdown of any civilization. That's why civilization doesn't really pop up again for 6,000 years.
Yeah.
I think for thousands of years we were monsters.
Dude, it's so funny that that on our planet are all of these megastructures that we just are like, I don't really know. It's just that always blows my mind. They're like all over the planet.
Yeah.
Signs.
Did you see that one I posted on Instagram the other
No.
day? Oh my god, it's just fucking insane.
What is it?
Oh, shit.
What?
Where did I leave my phone?
You got? There's a phone right there.
Where? Oh, it was hidden by my mic. Sorry. I'm gonna send it to Jamie right now. You got it? Yeah. So, check this out. Give me some volume on this.
Central Java's lush-shaded plains in pursuit of this mythical peak near the little settlement of Burra. They chopped and burned the strangling vegetation for 6 weeks and removed tons of volcanic ash. What they discovered were marvelous figures cut in stone, thousands of them, hidden beneath the volcanic jungle. Believed to have been built in the 8th and 9th century, the Borobudur Temple is an uncontested marvel whose intricate architecture continues to confound scholars. Despite being one of the most important sites on Java, there is no written record of who erected it or what its intended purpose was. Because there are no inscriptions or dates on the monument, historians must make educated guesses as to when it was most likely created. The dating estimates are based purely off of architectural comparisons found elsewhere in Indonesia. Given the magnitude of the construction, it appears remarkable that no ruler or dynasty took credit for it. Borobudur is the world's biggest Buddhist temple, and yet nobody knows who built it.
Whoa.
On the Indonesian...
That's cool.
Yeah, Jamie, I'm sending you another one right now. I mean, there's a bunch of these things. There's a bunch of things like that. They're just like,
So,
who made this?
Okay, what are your thoughts on Mudflood?
What's Mudflood? This episode is brought to you by AG1. Everything I do and everything you do starts with good health, which is why AG1 has been a part of my morning. This episode is brought to you by
Mudflood theory.
Oh,
The
I
like,
think that goes along with the younger dryas impact.
Yeah,
theory,
but
right?
much.
Check this out real quick. I want you to watch this. This is fucking bananas. Same account.
Set out empty ponds that residents said were bottomless. The Long caves located in the village of Xian Beijun in Zhejiang Province, China, are a massive and majestic ancient underground world. The Long caves, also known as the Shaonanhai stone chambers, are thought to date back to at least 2,000 years and represent one of the largest underground excavations of ancient times, as well as an ongoing mystery that has confounded scientists from every discipline that has researched them. Scientists from archaeology, architecture, engineering, and geology around the world have no understanding who or why the Long caves were carved into the earth. Currently, 24 hand-carved caves encompassing a staggering 30,000 square meters have been found so far.
Jesus.
Each grotto is carved into solid siltstone and descends roughly 30 meters down, with stone rooms, bridges, gutters, and ponds. The Long caves are supported by pillars that are evenly dispersed throughout the caves, and the walls, ceiling, and stone columns are uniformly decorated with chisel marks in a pattern of parallel lines and ornate designs. Despite their magnitude and the work required to build them, no indication of their construction, or even their existence, has been discovered in archival sources. Despite the fact that the whole excavation involved about 1 million cubic meters of stone, there is no archaeological evidence explaining where that amount of stone went, nor is there evidence of the work being done.
Damn.
Furthermore, there isn't a single historical source that mentions them, which is extremely remarkable given the scope of the undertaking. Despite their case of analysis, the Long caves mystery remains essentially unsolved.
What the fuck, dude?
You know, when people like bash Hancock or try to dismiss it or debunk it, it's so frustrating to me because, like, first of all, nobody builds something that big underground just for fun. Like, you know what I mean? There's I think we burrowed in. We had to. Like, whatever happened, or maybe something happened and then we were so scared it would happen again. We created, that's like an ancient survival shelter.
Well, they have them in Turkey as well. There's these giant is that where it was? Where Randall told us
Dude,
about?
those are crazy. Those are crazy with like air ducts and just insane. And it's like, you don't do that unless you have to.
Right.
You don't burrow like a human ant nest.
Yeah, these things. Like the amount of resources it took to do what these people did. These were huge chambers, carved into stone.
And the
they think that the sky was like fucking raining lightning at one point.
Yeah. Pole shift. I mean, to me, the really eerie thing about all of this is the information gap. It's that we have this massive, like the hard drive has been like fragmented from what, like we just don't know.
Thank God they made everything out of stone. The thing about it is, whatever their technology was that existed to make the pyramids, it was different. We make everything out of metal and glass, and that shit's not going to be here in 10,000 years. It's just not going to be here. It'll all get destroyed by just Mother Nature. It'll just eventually get, like, I think they've done like analysis of like how much of a city will be around after 500 years of consistency and after 1,000 years. Well, Detroit is a great example. You see what happens in Detroit?
Yeah.
Houses are just getting taken over by trees.
Yeah.
The trees go through the roof, they go through the floor. They're literally devouring the homes. The homes that are abandoned are getting eaten by trees.
So cool.
It's very cool. But it shows you it didn't take, I mean, nature has a long lifespan. It doesn't give a fuck if it takes 100 years to reclaim a house. Right. Take a house back. Just get the roots of the trees, start busting through. Everything's rained on. The wood's soggy. It breaks apart.
It eats everything.
Eats everything.
Assimilates everything. You know, there's like this, humans have this interesting like temporal blindness, like the way time passes for us produces the illusion of solidity. And so that confuses people because they think that there's permanence here. When if we lived longer and we could see time faster, we would feel like we were in some kind of like ocean of like undulating matter with these voids in it that we hang out in, like little bubbles in the ocean. That's what we build our houses in. We wouldn't look at this place as solid. We wouldn't think of it as like permanent. This is why everyone was so like fucked up by the pandemic. It's because, you know, you watch enough TV, you buy into the permanence of civilization, suddenly civilization like has a little rumble, like a house that needs some kind of serious repair. It shifts on it shifts a little bit. Yeah. And everyone was like reminded, this doesn't last any more than any of that shit lasted. And I think that's very disturbing for people who've really anchored themselves in some notion of permanence here.
Yeah.
Freaks people out.
Well, I think that was a great ad for psilocybin.
Yes. Psilocybin.
That's what that was. That was an awesome ad for psilocybin.
Ozempic now has psilocybin in it, which is
better. That's better. You realize why you're fat. It'll show you everything. It'll show you all the wires.
You need it.
The board.
Dude, the whole thing, like this is what one of the really funny things about humans. We are capable of ignoring internal realities. Like we can somehow distract ourselves from the obvious cause of our suffering and equate it with a million other things than just what it actually is. Like, dude, I got so fat during the pandemic, fatter than I've ever been. It wasn't a mystery to me. Like I knew why I was fat. But like it is curious that like there's a way that you can just kind of like ignore that. Or like when I was drinking too much. You can ignore that you're waking up with like a low level flu every morning. You can somehow ignore it. It's so interesting.
And it's common. Most people do it, especially because it's so fun to party.
It's so fun.
When they're out there partying and getting lit, it's a good time.
It is it is outside of the way it makes you feel the next day. I mean, what a wonderful high. I think what sucks about alcohol as a drug is that it's a depressant, and if you just do like one drink and practice mindfulness with that and watch, you realize like this sucks. Like it goes away real quick. It lasts 45 minutes, an hour. Then you want to go back up. Right. But your liver can't process it enough, and that's where the hangover comes from. It's like
it's also dehydration. And glutathione. You can mitigate some of that with glutathione.
I saw that on Twitter.
Yeah. Liposomal glutathione I think is the best. That's some stuff you squirt under your tongue and you like hold there and it gets into your bloodstream better. But IV is the best. If you can get an IV glutathione, that's the best.
Dude, if you're drinking so much that you're getting IVs, like You gotta think about that.
Or if you want to continue having a good time, but you want to take care of your body, get an IV.
You know what? Listen. I sound like a prude. I don't care if people.
No, you don't sound like a prude. You sound like Duncan Trussell right now. This is who you are right now. This is where you are honestly in your life. And at other points in your life, you've been different.
Right.
That's normal. That's how all of us
Incarnation.
are. Yeah. And that's why when you see someone who makes a turn for the best, like see good things happen to them, they get the sparkle in their eye and they're excited.
Yeah.
You get excited too. It's fun. It's great.
Right.
Because it isn't great if you're always like that. It's really great if you figure it out. It's like if your life has been kind of fucked and then you went, what am I doing?
Right.
And then pieced it back together again. Then you're thankful every day.
Right.
Then you're appreciative every day.
Yeah.
It's like those negative things are actually can be positive.
Absolutely, dude. This is another. Like, this is the other thing. Like, we focus on half of what's really happening. Like, people focus on the light and what's good and when things are going right for them, completely ignoring the fact that, like, in general, when shit's going bad, like, that's the stuff that's made you interesting. Like, down the road, that's what the stories are told about. That's like what the jokes are written about. Not the good times. Like the bad times. That's the fertilizer, man.
Yeah.
There's a saying: no mud, no lotus. You ever heard that before?
No, I like that though.
And the two are completely connected. Like, especially if you zoom out of time, and you'll realize you're growing out of your worst moment, hopefully for the better.
Yeah.
And the worst moment actually made you smarter. It made you like appreciate life more. It made you like less like, dude. Once I got my ball cut off, that was a fucking game changer, dude. Because like you just learn how to be in the present moment. Like you can't get off. You like your illusion of immortality is destroyed.
Yeah.
And you need that. Like it's
Yeah.
really not good if you think you're gonna live forever.
I think that's one of the good things about jiu-jitsu. You almost get close to death.
Oh yeah.
All the time.
Yeah.
You know, and you're so exhausted that it's easier to live in the moment. You're so less anxious.
Right.
I mean, I know I'm fucking beating a dead horse, but I think people need physical struggle, not just even exercise. I think you need exercise, but you need exercise that's rigorous.
Right.
You know, and if you can only do walks, that's cool. Do that. It's definitely better than not doing that.
Right.
Walks are great. Look at Al Pacino. You look great out there. I bet he's got a trainer.
Look,
But
I
point is,
think-
like, it helps your anxiety. It helps the way you think in a big way. And I'm thinking about it right now because I hurt my back a couple days ago. Like actually, it's about a week now. Deadlifting. Should have done it.
That will fuck you up.
Stupid. It's not bad, but it's annoying, and it's waking me up to this like reality of what happens when you don't work out for a few days. Because I haven't really been able to work out, and I just started doing some stuff. I found I can do some stuff. I just gotta be careful because I don't want to re-aggravate it. You know, because I don't want it to take longer than it. So 2 days in a row I didn't work out, which is really rare for me. And then all of a sudden I'm like, I don't feel good. Like, I feel like ugh.
Yeah.
I feel like shitty. I feel off.
Yeah.
You know, like even the sun's not like pepping me up. I go outside, stare at the sun. It's a beautiful day.
Yeah.
Beautiful clouds in the sky. I'm like, eh. I'm like, oh, you little pussy, you have to work out. You have to work out.
Right.
Oh my god. So now this is how. Imagine that times like 20 years for some people of eating shitty too,
Yeah.
eating good,
Right.
and then not working out.
Right.
And that's most people.
And so your like normal reality
Yeah.
is like you're in a kind of decayed building. You have no. It's like walking the dog. You know what I mean? Like you don't take your dog for walks. What happens to the dog? It's nervous. It's
Yeah.
weird, right?
It's depressed.
Your body is your
Yeah.
dog.
Right.
Like so it's gonna do the same thing. It just gets all freaked out.
My dog needs exercise. He loves it. He loves it. I pick up that fucking ball. I have a ball thrower, and then it's like a,
Yeah.
like a paddle looking thing with a ball in the end.
Yeah.
It's really chucking. He gets so pumped.
It's a great dog, man.
I go, dude, I got the ball. He's like, no way. I go, it's right here. He's like, no, we can chase the ball. I'm like, fuck yeah. So I get him all hyped up first. I get all excited.
get him excited.
Yeah, I get excited. I go, oh, here we go. He loves it.
Dude, my fucking poodle loves to get the ball. Will not bring it back.
You gotta train him to do that.
Oh, man, I've
but
tried.
Retrievers, they do it instantly.
Yeah, they
Marshall
just
did
send
it.
them.
Marshall did it like from the time he was a little bitty puppy. I'd throw something for him, he'd grab it and bring it right back. Didn't want to let it go.
Right.
He wanted to bring it back. But if he's like, come on, drop it. Hey, come on, dude. He'll drop it.
Drop it.
But then he's looking at it, like he's smiling. He wants to play a little tug of war. So I'll play a little tug of war with him. He's so playful.
Dude, that is definitely the coolest dog I've ever met. Like
He's
that is
amazing.
a mystical creature. You
He's
feel like you're
amazing.
being visited by some kind of like magic dog.
Dude.
So happy.
He's so happy. And when I watch TV, he just hops up and cuddles. He just wants to cuddle with me while I watch TV.
Yeah.
Like that's what he does.
He used to be a wolf.
Yeah. So there's a photo on his Instagram, the most recent photo that we put up. Like this is me watching TV, and homeboy just like hops up. And that's what he does. So sweet. He hops up and cuddles with me. He wants to cuddle. He's just all love. Everybody. You come over the house, like you never met him before. He's like, you're my favorite person.
You see this? This is going to be the aliens posing with us in about 50 years.
I'll be I'll be the boy. I'll run the traffic.
You're going to have to prove yourself first.
I used to love taking the no leash from over to California. But unfortunately, that's a little more problematic where I live. But I think dogs, they need something, man. They need exercise. They need love. They're like a little version of you in some strange way.
Yep.
You know, they're a reflection of the owner.
Do you buy into the idea that like dogs and their owners kind of start looking like each other?
Happy boys. I don't think I look like Marshall. He doesn't look like me, but he's the sweetest.
He does when you have your Rough costume, huh?
I don't know. That's the original Marshall. That's a wolf. That's what's crazy. That used to be a wolf.
Right.
That someone took the most ferocious predatory beast of the forest that operates in packs and they communicate telepathically, and they turned that thing into this adorable love machine.
Dude, okay, when was the last time, disconnect, when was the last time you read One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest? Okay, I think I must have read it when I was in high school and just didn't pay attention. It's completely different from the movie, like 100% different.
I never read it.
King Kesey, he was like...
King Kesey read it?
Yeah.
Oh, no way.
So it's so psychedelic. The book is so psychedelic that, you know, like the idea is that the character of Murphy, Jack Nicholson's character, and again, this is my own analysis. I don't know what the actual like literary analysis is. He represents an undomesticated human, and the people in the ward are humans that couldn't function in what he calls society the Combine. They couldn't function in the Combine, so they're being brought into the asylums to get like redomesticated so they could function in the Combine. And he represents like an undomesticated human who enters into a conditioning center designed to melt people back down, build them back up, send them out into the world and be good, functioning, domesticated humans. It's so good. It's so subversive, dude. It's such a brilliant, like, it's so funny how different the movie is from. Like Nurse Ratched. And again, because the narrator is Chief, the big Native American dude who's in the movie, that's the narrator of the book. It's being told from his perspective. So you don't know like how much what he's recording is real and how much is he's in a mental asylum.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
So good. But according to him, Nurse Ratched can control time. She'll speed up time so that like a year goes by in a day, or slow down time so that like a second lasts like 10 years. And that's how that's just one of the many ways that she's basically torturing people in the ward. She's constantly giving them drugs, tying them to their beds, and always this threat, this like threat recovering, which is she thought that's too much. It's mainly Nurse Ratched, who is a monster. Essentially, the way he describes it is the years to aim. What happened? Cut out your brain, turn into a zombie.
And you know, they really did that.
Yeah.
They really did that.
They really did that. I had a professor in college who used to work at an asylum and was the weirdest dude ever. It was an awful class on like psychiatry, and he was kind of talking glowingly about robotics. And like someone asked him like, I mean, what happened to the person? And he goes, they became a very good patient.
Oh my God.
Totally was fine with the fact that they were like sticking chopsticks in people's, like brains, severing the brain. Dude, it's with a hammer, wearing that weird outfit. Why are they dressed like that?
You know, they did a lot of those. So are they holding these guys down while they're doing this, or is he anesthetized? I don't see any.
I see a strap.
I see straps, and I see people holding his arms. Jesus Christ, you know how fucking terrifying that must be to feel that rod going into your brain and knowing everything in the hospital?
Yeah. Electroshock?
The guy that was running for vice president who had to admit that he went through electroshock therapy?
No.
Yes. It was during the McGovern Nixon campaign. Eagleton. It was McGovern's campaign, right? McGovern was like one of the last hosts. He was one of the last truly rational, what you really want out of someone you consider a liberal, someone who's a compassionate, strong person who people thought that, you know, he could win. They thought that he could win.
Yeah.
And it says 72, or 2 weeks after the 1972 Democratic Convention, Eagleton admitted the truth of news reports that he had received electroshock therapy for clinical depression during the 1960s. The government initially said he would back Eagleton 100%, 1,000% rather, but he didn't. He eventually had to let him go. And it was too late.
Wait, that's what took him out? Was they... Whoa.
Yeah. Electroshock therapy for depression. It's for depression.
Don't people say
you would
it
be
works?
awarded if you had depression. Today in this victimhood society, if you said this vice president, he suffered from clinical depression, but he sought help, he would be a shining example. Look at him. Yeah. He's like us. He was clinically depressed. He got over it. He's a hero. Yeah. And then people would be fine with it.
Yeah, back then.
Back then it was a giant sign of weakness. And they would shock your brain.
I think it works. It doesn't have good results. I would rather not. Have you watched videos of it? Because it's not like they're like volting you the whole time. They put these rods on your head and you like convulse for a second. It's very disturbing.
Maybe it's like a reset, like Control Alt Delete for your brain.
Maybe it's like, yeah, maybe it's doing like something similar to what the psychedelics are doing.
Maybe it's bringing you to a near-death experience. Yeah. It releases all of those psychedelic chemicals.
Yeah. Did you see that they think they found a mechanism for why psilocybin treats depression? Like they did some study on rat brains in a petri dish, and they were watching away in rats with psilocybin, like watch. Yeah, this is
wild. Someone getting zapped?
Nice hack for shocking people.
Yep.
Yeah, but you don't need to have popcorn back.
Those locked up. But you got knocked out.
That's the receipt. There's old ones that really show the whole thing.
I want to bring something up. I posted something. I retweeted something the other day about this war that was raised by wolves in India. Yeah, ever seen that?
No.
See if you can find that from a few days ago. I retweeted it. I want to know for sure. I'm like, I was too lazy to Google it. I was like, I'll just bring it to the podcast. Yeah. Well, I just retweeted it. I take no responsibility for it.
It's the best way to fact check. Just tweet something.
Also, retweets for me are just like, I think this is interesting. Maybe you'll do it. Right. That's what I do it for. So this is it. The Wolf Child in 1889. Bulandeshar region of the Indian forest. There resided Dina Sanachar, a feral child of nearly 6 years old. Sanachar lived amidst a wolf pack, adapting to their ways and partaking in their activities. This remarkable case serves as a vivid demonstration of the impact of environmental factors on human behavior. It exemplifies how the availability of resources, the upbringing environment, and the ability to adapt to surroundings during childhood can shape an individual's physical and mental abilities, ultimately ensuring survival. I mean, it's kind of what we've been talking about.
Yeah, totally, man. I mean, this is probably why you should be very careful on your friends are, because like you know, maybe we look like our dogs, but definitely like in a group of friends, you will shift into like something that like harmonizes with all of them. So if
crazy. Like that's a real thing that's happened more than once. Where a guy will be a serial killer and he'll convert his girlfriend to become a serial killer and kill people together.
How does that conversation start off with? Wow. That's crazy. Oh my god. You know, it's like he got trained by a wolf. It's the reverse situation. Wouldn't you if you were surrounded by wolves for your whole childhood? What the fuck? Damn.
Party's over, boys. Fresh out of ammo.
The Boyan Sleeman story died a few months after.
I mean, I want to know if it's true. This felt like I was too lazy to Google it. I was like, I'll
Just
just read it on the
post it.
podcast.
Yeah.
Well, I just retweeted it. I take no responsibility.
Rat brains in a petri dish, and they were watching the way it interacts with psilocybin. It like blocks. Yeah, this is
Is
wild.
someone getting zapped?
Nice hat for shocking people.
You have to wear a hat.
Yeah, but you don't need to have popcorn
her
bags.
toes locked up. Like she got knocked out.
That's the receipt. There's old ones that really show the whole thing.
Dude. I want to bring something up, but I kept forgetting. I didn't want to interrupt the rant. I posted something. I retweeted something the other day about this boy that was raised by wolves in India.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that?
No.
See if you can find that from a few days ago. I retweeted it. I want to know if it's true. This felt like I was too lazy to Google it. I was like, I'll just read it on the
post it.
podcast.
Yeah.
Well, I just retweeted it. I take no responsibility.
It's the best way to fact check. Is just tweet something.
Also, retweets for me are just like, I think this is interesting. Maybe you will too.
Right.
That's what I do it for. So this is it. Wolfchild in 1889. Wow, how do you say that?
Bulandeshar?
Bulandeshar region of the Indian forest. There resided Hina Sanachar, a feral child of merely 6 years old. Sanachar lived amidst a wolf pack, adapting to their ways and partaking in their activities. This remarkable case serves as a vivid demonstration of the impact of environmental factors on human behavior. It exemplifies how the availability of resources, the upbringing environment, and the ability to adapt to surroundings during childhood can shape an individual's physical and mental abilities, ultimately ensuring survival. This is kind of what we were talking about.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Hey, freak bags! I'll get back to
I mean,
killing
this
you
is
in a minute.
probably why you should be very careful about who your friends are, because like you know, maybe we look like our dogs, but definitely like in a group of friends, you like you will shift into like something that like harmonizes with all of them. So
How about girls who like become boyfriends with serial
Let's see what
killers?
fun we can have now
They
that
pick up
the
girls with
power's
children.
on.
People have done that.
Crazy.
Like that's a real thing that's happened more than once, where a guy would be a serial killer and he'll
Haven't seen
convert
this
his girlfriend
one.
into a serial killer and he can kill people.
How does that conversation start off like?
Oh wow.
Whoa. That's crazy.
Raised by wolves.
You know, it's like he got trained by a wolf. It's the reverse situation.
Look at that. He took up the habit of smoking cigarettes.
Wouldn't you if you're surrounded by wolves for your whole childhood? If you relax.
What the fuck? He's fine, brother. Did you learn how to talk or anything?
No, so he never knows speak.
Damn.
This reminds me of that video we played a few times from Dark by Underdog.
Yeah.
The Boyan Sleeman story died a few months after being brought back into human society. Couldn't deal with it. He smoked out of the wolf's den. Where did he get cigarettes?
No, did he? Is
It
that what they're saying?
said he smoked out of the wolf den. That's kind of weird, right?
So
Like,
he lived in the wolf den. They kept him there.
look, where was it? Scroll. Wait, the Boyan Sleeman story, like the boy who smoked out of the wolf's den, died a few months after being brought back into
No,
human
just
society.
like was smoked out of the
Oh,
wolf.
what?
Like smoking out like George Bush. This episode of the podcast is brought to you by ExpressVPN. If you're one of the people who likes to travel abroad, there's a lot of things on your checklist to pack, but what's probably missing is one app that's going to keep you safe and secure when you're online. That's ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN doesn't just encrypt your data while you surf the internet on public airport or hotel Wi-Fi, but it even lets you stream and access content that normally would have been blocked in that country. With ExpressVPN, you can unblock all your favorite websites and have access to the internet just like you would at home. ExpressVPN runs in the background of your computer or phone, and then when you use the internet, just like you normally would, you can get away with a lot more. You can download the app, click to connect, and voila, you're protected. I don't go online when I'm traveling without ExpressVPN, and you shouldn't either. It protects your data, your passwords, and it's the fastest VPN I've ever tried. It costs less than $7 a month, and it comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Don't travel anywhere this summer without downloading ExpressVPN. Protect your online activity today and find out how you can get 3 months for free at expressvpn.com/Rogan. That's EXPRESSVPN.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. This episode is brought to you by Certified Piedmontese Beef. By now, you know how important. George Bush, we're gonna smoke them out of their
Okay, I
holes.
gotcha. He wasn't like.
Remember when W said that?
Oh my
We're gonna
God.
smoke them out of their holes.
Oh my god. Dude, did you see that weird shit with Lindsey Graham? Like the way he's like, we're gonna kill Russians. Like it's the creepiest shit you ever saw. Did you see that?
No, I didn't.
Dude, it's so spooky.
Let me see it.
You'll have to. I don't know where I saw it, but it's like he's like with Zelensky and he's
I
like,
started getting a stomach.
dude,
Is he saying that? I started getting a
the
stomach.
way he talks about murdering people is really unnerving. You know where I saw it on Tucker Carlson's first Twitter episode. Did you see that?
No.
Tucker Carlson's show on Twitter.
So what is the show?
It's just him like doing monologue, basically. It's like a monologue.
So it's like the old show.
It's like his old show, but now he's been like unmuzzled. So it's like Freebase Carlson. He's like going hard. And you know, it's weird. It's like these days, I think a sign that you're looking at a real journalist is you worry about him. You're like, they're gonna God, shut up, man. Like, they're gonna get you, man. What are you doing? Are you safe? Because it gives you that feeling. And you know what's really interesting about it? Like, you know, I get like people on the left are furious with him, and just like people on the right hate Rachel Maddow or whatever. But he was mocked for talking about the UFO wreckage stuff. Like people in the comments, right? He's talking about UFOs. Like he saw crop circles. He talks about not liking it.
What on earth is going on down there?
I expect in the coming
Seems
days,
the area is no longer secure.
Fetch me their soul! That the last chapter of the Battle of Bakhmut is yet to be written. I'm here to tell you,
This guy a friend of yours, Rick Toffin?
is about to have Holy Hell unleashed upon us.
That kind of guy you don't want running anything. You
No,
don't want
dude.
that guy.
You don't want that guy running a fucking Starbucks.
I want. He's a. That was cool. Just the way to talk that way about something with so much weight on it.
Yeah, we made it the point that you're like,
Talking like he's in a movie.
you're celebrating the human death, like essentially the human sacrifice of conscripts. Like you're celebrating human sacrifice, and some.
It's human sacrifice. It's a great
Master, he ought to keep you inside.
He said my crime was speaking truth to power. God damn, I hate that phrase. That phrase gets fucking thrown around by a lot of morons. You know, I mean, I know it's a real phrase, and people, when they mean it, I get it. But my crime was speaking truth to power. That fucking freaks me out.
It freaks. Hawks are creepy, dude. Like it's like somehow they've managed to get to a place where they can publicly celebrate
shit up
human,
usually
violent
works.
human, like just essentially like war is a failure of humanity, right?
Yeah.
Like that's so people like him are celebrating the death. You're not like it doesn't matter if you're doing the right thing. Those are still people.
It's also the way he's talking.
He loves it.
It's just I don't want anyone who gets to make those choices to talk like that. Says, my crime is speaking truth to power, said Graham. Russia has illegally invaded Ukraine. Putin has committed war crimes on an industrial level, and I'm going to keep talking about it. Freedom allows you to say the things I said. We live in a country where you can criticize your leaders. Well, that's kind of true. But it's just what you said. With the magnitude of the weight of your words, it's on the line, and the whole world's listening. And that's what you said. Yeah, that's money you ever spent. Like, that's a crazy thing to say. The whole thing, the Russians are dying.
It's not a fucking football game, man.
Exactly.
Like, this isn't a sport.
Exactly.
You can clearly, from like the micro, there are times where you're gonna have to use violence in a society. There's times where someone's losing their mind, swinging a samurai sword in the middle of the street, or whatever, and like cops have to take them out. This is obvious. But like to then like celebrate that you had to like kill a lunatic or something is so dark. Like, why not collect their scalps, Lindsey Graham? If you're so into this shit, why don't we start scalping the fucking Russians? We'll just cut pieces start wearing a necklace of Russian fingers. You know, if you're so into
what in the
murdering people and also
world?
ignoring the demographics of the people who are getting fucking slaughtered. And you can see videos of them being dragged out of their houses and taken to the middle of Ukraine to just get thrown into a fucking blender, dude. And that's what he's tap dancing about. It's crazy.
It's crazy. It's crazy, and that way of talking that he just did is like, it's a standard politician's way of addressing a very complex issue. He did it with there was a rah-rah aspect to that. We're going to unleash holy hell on them Russians.
Pep rally. Pep rally for murdering people.
Yeah, because it is a football thing. But saying it like that, it's like, we're going to go fucking kick their ass. It's a team.
Right, but for sure, there is no financial motivation in what Lindsey Graham is doing.
All that money is just a coincidence.
Yeah, it's so fucking dark, man. Like, it's really so confusing to me, because I guess I'm a naive idiot that people like that even exist.
Well, also, they exist on the left. That's just weird.
Yeah, no, you mean like, yeah, right, because the general, like
Lindsey Graham, is he a Democrat or Republican?
Republican.
He's a Republican.
Right, he's a Republican.
So they're all united on this idea, of course he's a Republican, but they're all united on this idea that they should continue. There's no one, whether it's a Republican or a Democrat, like, the Democrats are always anti-war. Always.
Oh, yeah.
Always.
Oh, yeah.
This is the first time where the Democrats are, like, wholesale buying the narrative, and we have to stop Putin. We have to support Ukraine. I mean, how many Democrat peaceful people that used to have syringes in their Twitter bio now have a Ukraine flag?
Right. Yeah, if you articulate just the general common sense reality that war, we don't want war.
We don't want war.
That we don't want anyone to die. I don't want Russians to die, Ukrainians to die. We want to elevate our species to the point where somehow we can get along with each other without like resorting to incinerating people.
And because the message is coming from Trump, the people completely dismiss it. But did you see that interview with him where he said I would end the Ukraine war in a day?
Right.
And he said, do you not want Ukraine to win? Do you want Russia to win? He goes, no, I want people to stop dying.
Yeah, I saw that. Dude,
it's perfect.
You're allowed to say that.
Let's find that, because they're playing gotcha on a subject. They're doing gotcha interview real quick. You don't have much time with them, so you gotta get a gotcha. And they're doing this with a subject that literally has the fate of the world in front of it.
Right.
Because if a nuclear war breaks out because of all this,
and
these people are just flippantly supporting this continued conflict with no talk at all about some sort of a compromise.
Yeah.
Some sort of a conversation.
Anything. Or just starting a conversation. Just starting one.
Let's hear what he says.
Yeah. I saw that.
Dude, I will end that war in one day. It'll take 24 hours. I know Zelensky well. I know Putin well. I would get that ended in a period of 100%. It would be easy. That deal would be easy. A lot of it has to do with the money. A lot of it has to do with the military, that we're giving. But I would get that deal done within 24 hours. That war has to be stopped. That war is a disaster.
Final thought. Are you going to win next year?
Cool socks.
No, that's not.
Very good chance.
That's not the same interview. There was another interview. A woman was interviewing him, I believe, and she asked, I think it was one, asked if he wanted Russia to win. It was some weird gotcha interview. He said, I want people to stop dying. Yeah, this is it. That's the CNN thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let me just put it a nicer way. If I'm president, I will have that war settled in one day, 24 hours.
How would you settle that war in a day?
So I'll meet with Putin, I'll meet with Zelensky. They both have weaknesses and they both have strengths. And within 24 hours, that war will be settled. It'll be over. It'll be
Do
absolutely
you want
over.
Ukraine to win this war?
I don't think in terms of winning and losing. I think in terms of getting it settled so we stop killing all these people and breaking down.
So I paraphrased it. I fucked it up, but that's essentially his answer. I think maybe even after that, he might have actually said, I want people to stop dying.
It's crazy that that's a controversial statement. And it's crazy that people can't, like, because he's saying it, they invalidate it.
Exactly.
It's so weird. Like, like the truth. The idea is there's the truth. And that it doesn't matter, like, if it's coming out of, like, a radio that has, like, woven into it human skull fragments that Manson owned the radio. It doesn't matter if the radio is spewing truth. That's truth. It's truth. I always thought that was sort of the general consensus, like, among people who were sane, was it's not good to blow each other up. And, I get it. It's like, okay, well, then what about when invasions happen? What about when land grabs happen? When some new creepy imperialism happens or Hitler happens or whatever? What about that? Like, look at the fucking letter. Donnie wrote a letter to Hitler. Did you ever see that?
Yeah.
You know, like, the idea is, like, you just try. It's, like, worth trying. Like, get people to talk, hang out, sit down. Even if you can't fail worse than war.
Right.
So any attempt at, like, stopping a war without World War III or violence or whatever is glorious. Even if you look like a weak, pathetic piece of shit, long term you're gonna look great if you were a piece of shit versus Lindsey Graham.
Yeah.
The Lindsey Grahams, man, history does not look at them in a kind way.
Those are the characters from watching the video on that level. These people behind the scenes, these people that lie about weapons of mass destruction. It's like there's like a type of person that you see that gets into office, and there's this shameless politician aspect of them, which just gives me creeps. Dude, it gives me creeps when anybody talks like that about war, because it's so consequential. Everything's in line, humanity's in line, civilization's in line, future of the children's in line, everything's in line. And to like make it boil down to a rah-rah football pep rally speech is crazy.
You know, an AI wizard out there who wants to do some kind of like something that will probably be very controversial needs to like put together a montage of the videos of all the drones blowing up Russians and replace the adults with kids, so that you see the children version of them being blown up. You know, because that's the weird thing about it. There's this, once you get to a certain height, at that point, we celebrate you getting exploded. But you know, like if kids were doing this shit, like we would end it immediately, regardless. This is like, I don't. If my kids are squabbling and like one of them bites the other or something or like whatever, like it doesn't matter anymore about the fairness or whatever's happening. It's like you can't do that. Stop the violence. Yeah, man. That's the thing is like to conduct a successful war, you really have to disconnect from the human reality of who is fighting the wars. Have you seen Prigozhin? Is his name Prigozhin, the guy who runs his own like battalion, like the private contractor who was like fighting Bakhmut, that crazy guy?
I'm not aware.
Basically, there's a video that popped up of like someone getting their head smashed in with a hammer. Who is that? So it's like these people.
Who is that? Head smashed in?
He was somebody who didn't want to fight anymore.
That's what it was?
Yeah, and to send the signal out, like this is what happens if you try to run away. We'll just smash your head in.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So it's like
so he was a fellow Russian?
Yes. Yeah, man. I mean, that's the idea. It's like stop. Just know that the people who are out there thought it was a training mission, apparently. And if they try to defect and get out of there, or whatever, they're probably gonna get killed. So it's not like
Was
you're
that a Russian guy that got killed or a Ukraine guy?
I thought it was a Russian dude.
He said he was your business. Is there any chance you?
Said he recruited. This is the guy that got killed? Is he the guy that got killed with a hammer? No, the guy that got killed with a hammer was just a soldier.
Soldier. Yeah. It's so. You know what? I saw you go deeper than that. This time I didn't do it. In so many of these episodes, I forget the potency of this. What you have here. It's so good. But yeah, man. Like,
so this guy ordered people out there, and then when people said, "Hey, this isn't a fucking training ground. This is a real war.
Yeah.
I don't want to fight in this war."
That's what I read. I don't know if that's true.
Until they killed that guy with a hammer. The guy seemed like resigned to his fate.
Dude,
it's crazy.
The thing is, when you like the big critique of Russia that Lindsey Graham has is you get arrested if you say anything, right? Meaning, if we have prisoners who've been quote recruited fighting out there, then Russia is sending anti-Putin people into a meat grinder to die. So you spoke out against Russia, you've been in a Russian prison, you get recruited, and then they just send you into all of these weapons given to Ukraine by the Western world. You're just dead. It's a death sentence. So that's so when you break it down at that level, suddenly it's not like these fucking Russians are like, let me go invade the place where my mother-in-law lives. Right. You know, it's like it's not like that. It's like many of them they have to do it. There's no way out unless you want to die. So you have to choose like which way do I want to die? I want to get blown up by some fucking Ukrainian drone, or do I want to get my head smashed in, or just on YouTube?
Yeah.
It's really fucked up, man.
In all fairness, I think YouTube would take that down.
I think they changed it. I think they're changing. Aren't they? Did I dream that YouTube was like loosening up so we could watch those videos again on YouTube?
Really?
I could be wrong, but I feel like there was some shift in their censorship model that was happening. But I could be wrong about that.
Well, it's not when it comes to RFK Jr. They're deleting his old podcast. They deleted one from Theo Vaughn from a year ago, and they deleted one from Hot Boxing with Mike Tyson.
I did not know that.
They just did it.
What the fuck?
They just started doing
Isn't that illegal if someone's running for president? You can't do that, right?
I don't know what. You could say that it's because of misinformation, and this is, because he talks about vaccines, and he talks about he's an environmental attorney before he, and his whole thing was trying to hold companies accountable for what they're doing by ruining the environment and lying about it. And for them to take that guy and say you can't do that with other stuff, you can't talk about other stuff. Like, how come no one wants to hear him out? How come no one wants to hear him out with that book, The Real Anthony Fauci, is fucking terrible. And if it's not true, why isn't he getting sued? If that book is true, if all the things he's saying and he has references for everything, if it's all accurate, we should all read that book. Everyone should read that book.
Right.
Because if it's true, it's terrifying. You've been captured by an industry that's forced you into becoming a source of income for them.
Dude, censorship has this component of condescension in it that is really, like, that to me is the worst part. Is essentially you're saying, you're too dumb to parse this information in a rational way.
Yeah.
So we're going to protect you from it because it's like a poison. It's going to infect your brain, and we have to protect you. That is really, like, first of all, if you do, like, that's bad parenting in general. You know what I mean? Like, the idea would be that you, like, teach your kid to confront false things, learn why they're not real, and then instead of, like, trying to prevent your kid from seeing, like, everything. I mean, I don't, obviously, I'm not letting my kid watch Blade Runner or some shit like that, but just that you get too overprotective with your kids, like, try to hide death. That sort of thing. Like, you gotta trust we can deal with it. That it's safe for us to encounter all forms of information.
What a problem.
What?
Santa Claus gonna come to bring you all joints and come down chimney. Magically appear.
Yeah. Just teach your kid what the word egregore means, and you can do Santa Claus ethically.
What's egregore?
Egregore is like the name for like a thing that exists within the minds of a lot of people. It's an egregore. So like if enough people believe in something, does it have a material reality? Not necessarily. But within the psychic mind space, it's real. It's there.
Santa Claus is a thing.
Yeah, an egregore. Santa Claus is an egregore. Obviously there's no real Santa Claus, but there is a very vivid, living entity within the interconnected minds of everyone who believes in it. That's an egregore.
The problem is if you tell your kid that Santa's an egregore, and then your kid's gonna tell all the kids at school, and then you're the asshole. That's the problem.
I'll be honest, Joe. I have not told my kids Santa's an egregore. I just thought of it. I'm like, maybe I'll do egregore this Christmas. But yeah,
there's
you're
like a battle. Like you get kids together, and you have to talk to parents. Like, hey, you know Santa Claus? No. Like, how old are they? They're 5 and 6. Like, if you get to that age where you're like, okay, when are you gonna tell this kid?
When do you tell?
When do you tell? I can't tell them. They get very sad.
So is that what these people think about us?
But it's weird that they grow up with a lie. That's what I don't like. You grow up with a lie. It's a stupid lie. And you convince a child that this lie that we all have mutually agreed upon, it's fucking Santa Claus is kind of dangerous. Because it sets people up at a very early age for the reality that, the possibility rather, that everything you believe in is bullshit.
It's misinformation, Joe.
But everything you believe in is propaganda. It's propaganda by your parents to get you to be good.
Yeah.
You better be good, you better be nice.
Better than hell. At least you're not doing the hell thing.
Santa Claus is coming
to town.
He knows when you are sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been bad or good, so be good for goodness sake. Yeah,
He's breaking child predator laws, monitoring kids.
Santa Claus is like the ultimate overlord in the sky.
It's a panopticon, man. It's a fucking materialistic panopticon. You're being constantly monitored by some mythical North Pole thing that's probably, like, I guarantee, if we look at the way Santa is paying those fucking elves, I guarantee it's like, they don't want to be there. Elves don't want to be in the North Pole. Right. The whole thing's fucked up. God, elves on the fucking show. You know about Elf on the Shelf? Elf on the Shelf. Now
line.
you have like a little fucking plastic security camera that's watching your kids all the time. If they touch it, it loses its magic. So you put into the kids this like neurotic thing. It's like, think how many kids have touched Elf on the Shelf and not told their parents and live with that guilt, like knowing they fucking depleted Elf's magic. It's not coming back. This is sinister at one level. You know, it's really fucking weird.
It's lies, and it's lies that are unnecessary. It's not lies about like it's lies about whether or not there's elves flying around your fucking house. Like you're getting your kids to believe in nonsense like very early on, instead of just like reading fun books. You know, it's pretend. You can just pretend.
And also, when you realize like the whole thing is just connected to getting the economy to get a little better once a year. You know what I mean? The whole thing is just to drive up the fucking economy by manipulating children into believing in a fucking Santa Claus. That is wild.
You were saying something about suicide study, about something about connecting the brain and memory. You're saying with the recent.
Oh yeah, they did some study. The article I read was really funny because they're like, okay, we found the receptors that psilocybin is working on, and the way it affects the receptors is 1,000 times more potent than antidepressants. And now that they know where these receptors are, theoretically they can invent a medicine that doesn't keep you high. It's so sad.
Oh, no.
You're celebrating that? Like, why? Wait, we already have the medicine.
No.
The medicine works. Why do we need to synthesize that? It grows out of the ground. But they're like, now that we understand it, we can synthesize it and take away one of the best things about it.
Duncan, we figured it out, and it's the best money ever spent.
God damn.
Same people.
Yeah,
Same
exactly.
people.
Exactly.
Instead of saying, hey, we should legislate, we should change the laws.
Right.
Like we really need to rally about this. This is an actual important medication for humanity.
Yeah.
It actually can make people nicer. It might have made people people.
Just the problem is, it's apparently too easy to grow those fucking mushrooms, man. Like,
Yeah,
you know what I
you
mean?
wanna be here.
It's too easy.
Yeah.
So it's like you can't grow an antidepressant. Like you can't fucking create a Lexapro.
That's exactly what the problem is. And we're captive. We're captive by this industry that uses you to make money on a regular basis and will oppose anything that gets in the way of that profit, even if that thing is overall net positive for humanity. Which psilocybin is.
Horrible, dude. I just revisited the thalidomide thing. You ever look into that?
Thalidomide.
Thalidomide, thank
Yes.
you. That shit, like,
Terrific.
for like, it's kind of like the United States does what's the name of the incident they did in Vietnam that triggered the war, like the Gulf of Tonkin. So they do that, and then we get in a stupid war. Okay, then we get the yellow cake thing to justify the invasion of Iraq, right? Comes out that wasn't real. We just buy into that somehow now we got better. Like now it all makes sense. So the thalidomide, it's a perfect example of a pharmaceutical company pushing shit that they knew was hurting kids. They wanted to sell it in the United States. They knew it was fucking kids up. They somehow warped the studies in a way. They warped them so much. There was one woman, I can't remember who was like, they were trying to get the right to sell it in the United States, and she's looking at the study like, this is too good. Like something's off here. Like this doesn't make sense for any, like generally anything has like more side effects than this shit that they gave whoever she was. I wish I could remember her name. But the point is, man, like to imagine that stopped, to imagine like that was the only time that's happened and that will never happen again with pharmaceutical companies is really crazy.
Well, it's really crazy that all it took was the pandemic for people to think that way. But the problem is the way you think about it, with the information that you have about thalidomide, with the information you have about the opioid crisis, and
The Sacklers.
The Sacklers, yeah. I mean, and they just got immunity for like they gave up immunity for like $6 billion. Wow. They bribed.
Yeah, they bribed.
They bought their immunity. I mean, they lied. The companies they owned lied. They got people addicted. They lost lives. So many lost lives.
Yeah, dude.
So many lost lives. Vioxx, the Vioxx scandal. They killed 60,000, 50,000 people in America.
Same with thalidomide, by the way. Apparently no one went to jail for that shit. Like nobody went to jail.
But the thing is, that's how that business is. That business has always been like that. And we're one of 2 countries in the whole planet Earth that allows them to advertise.
Those commercials are so weird.
They're psyops. Every commercial is a psyop. Every commercial makes you think that you're going to be at that barbecue. You're like, I don't have any friends, but if I take this, I'll be laughing and I'll be on that raft with everybody else, going down the river, having a good old time. That's what I need. That's what I need. Yeah.
I can't get that song
Really,
right.
all you need is a little fucking electric pad on each ear.
Thank you.
Or some psilocybin, or exercise, or all of the above.
Yeah.
Except for the electric shock. Yeah.
They shouldn't be allowed to advertise, and they should not be allowed to have any lobbyists affecting our government.
Hell, money making right now, bro. Like, they want to keep making that money. That's the thing about money. When a corporation has growth, when they have like massive growth, like these pharmaceutical drug corporations have when they're manufacturing a medication that everybody got to take, when they make that money and then it's over, like, they don't want to go back to like 2018 levels.
No,
fuck that.
you can't.
You know, we got to figure out a way to sell more.
Yeah, you just
or
want to
come
sell
up
more.
with some new thing.
And I think when you get in those corporations, when you're working in them, it's a filter bubble. So like, you know, if you look at corporations as cults, you know, there's a cult-like aspect to corporations. So you get into the cult, and then over time you get indoctrinated into like resonating with whatever their particular version of reality, whatever their reality tunnel is. And so I think in that reality tunnel, they truly believe that everything they're doing makes sense, that it's good to do, that it's all justified. Because some of them, when confronted, they seem authentically shocked. Like they seem like, wait, we're trying to help. Like they don't seem to have connected how weird it is to have that massive a profit margin when it comes to giving people medicine to heal them. You know what I mean? Like the idea being just generally, you should not be profiting off of diabetics at the level you are with insulin.
Yeah.
You know, like generally.
Selected top diabetes drugs is expected sales in 2020. Wow. Jesus Christ. So with these diabetes drugs, they make a lot of money off this stuff. And if people aren't that healthy, that'll all go away.
Exactly. So then there's that weird, you know, if you want to sell umbrellas, you need a terrain. So then, you know, weirdly, the moment you start making mega profit out of people's sickness, you have under the surface of everything, you need people to be sick to continue to take those great fucking vacations.
Yeah.
Like, and so that's where it gets really creepy, right? That's the creepy part because you
need them to be ill. You want them to be ill.
And then, you know, I don't know if you looked up, like, I don't know the exact amount, But apparently there's a huge percentage of money coming into networks from the pharmaceutical companies. Like, it's holding them up, which is why, you know, I guess you could just understand how much money they're getting. Just every time you see a pharmaceutical company commercial come on and anything you're watching, make note of that, and then you can see how much that programming is being paid for by these companies. Dude, that's really spooky, man, because then
they become kind of the de facto government.
Yeah.
They become sort of like the communications mouth of the country.
Yeah.
I mean, because that's essentially what news anchors are. You see, is it true the thing about Anderson Cooper that they're saying that he was given $12 million to promote vaccines? Somebody posted that on Twitter. I was like, what? They gave him $12 million to promote vaccines. So why are they saying it like that? But I think it was like a fairly reputable source, right?
I just typed in Anderson Cooper 12 million in
Okay.
Right, but if
he won't be the son of
right, was it 12 million on top of that they asked him? Did you find that? It's like it's to promote vaccines. How would someone know that? I don't know, but maybe they do. Maybe they don't, but let's find out. So it says Anderson Cooper was given $12 million to promote vaccines.
Yeah, there's a website called, it's not a reputable website that says Pfizer pays millions to CNN for COVID jab.
Well, they pay for ads,
right?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, that's what that is.
So that's a slippery way of phrasing things. Just like that other stupid fucking headline.
You can't.
Where's the other stupid headline again? That drove us nuts? Oh, about Al Pacino.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah, you
Same
can't skim.
How gross is that? But that stupid headline was crazy because that made it look like, oh my god, there's money grubbing whore, and he's mad, and he got a paternity test. It's like, not so.
Yeah.
I love it that my loads work. Hoo-ah!
Yeah. They, you know, I think that, you know, the issue is regardless whether like someone's writing someone a check, or whether or not it just is in your paycheck from the company that's getting checks from another place, it's just like it's adding this like extra. It's like the people who put their money in the Cayman Islands or whatever. It's like adding this extra layer to you getting money from those corporations.
Yeah.
It's also what they do at firing squads, right? We only put
there's only so many people have bullets.
Right. So you if you want to ignore the reality that some of the journalism you're doing is like being warped a little bit by the network. Potentially, I don't know if this happens. I'm guessing it does too. Matt, right? Dude,
maybe doesn't.
Man,
You
know,
really think
I'm a little stoned right now.
I get it.
But you know, it creates this ability for you to sort of like cope with that cognitive dissonance. So like
Yeah.
you don't have to like just go home and think, am I really a journalist?
Breaking. Robert Kennedy Jr. claims 80% of Anderson Cooper's $12 million salary comes from Pfizer.
I read an article that was saying that he gave an interview and he said that he spent $10 million
Can you find what percentage of advertising dollars for CNN comes from pharmaceutical
not
companies?
CNN specifically, but in that same article, CNN does make the claim, which we've read before, that 75% of advertising revenues in the mainstream media comes from that. But I just found an article from last month, February. It says the TV that's down, but it's because they're changing spending to digital buys.
You see they fired the CNN guy, the top guy again? The guy's only been there for a year.
Oh yeah, my wife was telling me something
He
like
keeps
that.
imploding. CNN's imploding.
All right, yeah, they just can't seem to like get this air back in the tire can.
Yeah, they've got a stink on them.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they kept talking. Fuck.
They kept him in the box too long. Dude didn't like him. They felt like he was, you know.
Naked and Afraid, Don Lemon,
That's
Tucker
the show.
Carlson.
That's how he comes back.
Yeah.
I got my money on Tucker.
Yeah, well, he's like,
Yeah.
I don't know if Don
He's a
Lemon's a fisherman. I think Carlson's like gonna like. I bet Carlson will bring a fishing pole. Like, you know that you can bring two things or something like that. He'll probably bring his fishing pole. What does Lemon bring?
Alone would be better. Alone's
I
the
love
best.
that show so much.
That's the best. They throw you to the wolves. You buy yourself like a bow and arrow and a hatchet.
That's so good.
You get like 3 things. You get a bucket. Like,
I was hooked on that show. So fun to sit on your couch, like eating and watching these people out there starving in the
I had a
cold.
guy who was on who won it, Jordan Jonas, and it was a ringer if there was ever a ringer. Because he's lived in Siberia
Right.
with like the indigenous tribes and.
That's the unfair part of the show.
Yeah.
They're putting people like that against
Yeah.
like people they found at a bar. Who are like, I want to be on TV.
There's just some girl who's hot who wants a lot of like money for Instagram.
They're out in the wilderness for 2 days and they're like, I have to see my kids. They're out.
But if you want to do a show like that, like you're not gonna get that much attention for quitting. Like, and there's a lot of money if you win, right?
Yeah.
Like, what do they win? Like $500,000?
I don't remember, but it's
I think it's a lot. Is it half million? Yeah. So you're gonna get winners for the most part. You don't want a real competition. You know, like the more episodes you get, the longer these people stay in, it, the more episodes you get, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah, you want
And they're by themselves, filming themselves.
the more drama, man, the more views you're gonna get. So like, you know.
So they only stop to visit them to give them batteries and shit, right?
I don't understand the filming process because like I was looking at some of the shots and it's like, how are they getting these shots? Like, are you when
They
you're
set up cameras. They're supposed to have a tripod and they're supposed to set up their camera and then like film things.
You're
Like, so that
hunting.
they're doing certain things.
which is all the survival shit to imagine before commencing with your survival activity. You're like setting up a GoPro on a tripod.
Yeah, but
How does that work?
Hunters do that
Oh,
all
they
the
do?
time.
Oh, I didn't
Yeah.
know that.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
yeah,
cool.
Yeah, they actually have some. They have one that actually is an iPhone. It's magnetic thing for your iPhone that sits in your front stabilizer. It's pretty cool. So like when you draw your bow back, you can actually press record on your iPhone and film the flight of the arrow
That is
with
so
your
cool.
iPhone.
Oh, that's
so
so
you can
cool.
film the animal coming in, you can film the flight of your arrow, and it's actually good for ethical reasons because you can see whether or not you made a perfect shot. And so if you made a perfect shot, there's no animal die. You don't figure out chase it. You can see where it goes.
Right.
You can follow the trail. You can looking at the film. If you shot
Yeah.
off to the right, there it goes. And they do that all the time. So if you wanted to set up, like people do that all the time. You know, they set camera arms, they on tree stands and shit. You ever seen those?
No.
This whole show is dedicated to whitetail hunting out of the tree stand. Like it is a religion in the Midwest.
Whitetail hunting?
Whitetail hunting is a religion. It's the #1 hunted animal, big game animal in North America.
Didn't know
Whitetail
that.
deer. Dude, people become obsessed with it. They become obsessed to the point where they create habitat for the deer to live. Like they buy enormous farms and set up food plots. So they're feeding the deer essentially with food.
Right.
They have alfalfa like growing everywhere.
Yeah.
Deer just are constantly in their area eating. And then they hide in trees and wait until the wind is right. So you don't want like a northeast wind that's like blowing the wrong way so your scent is going all over the field. You don't want that. So you want to get the right tree stand with the right wind and sneak in on these animals that have been growing, eating your fucking alfalfa for years and years and years,
Yeah.
and jacked and looking good. And all of a sudden one day he's out there eating it. He feels an arrow goes through his ribcage.
Jesus Christ.
You know. But here's the other ethical problem.
What?
You don't have any predators. I mean, there's occasional mountain lions.
Oh, yeah,
occasional
right.
Coyotes. Like, how are you keeping these populations down? Because the number of car accidents that people have with deer in like Iowa alone, this must be off the charts. We've done it before, right? We looked at the number of car accidents per year. Isn't it like something bonkers? Yeah, the number of car accidents per year in the United States, it's like a crazy number.
You ever had a deer run in front of your car?
Yes.
Dude, it's so scary. It's like
very
they're so
scary.
fast.
Oh yeah, and they fuck up. They make bad choices.
Yeah.
They just decide like, especially when you're around here and it's like November, December,
Yeah.
January. Be careful because that's when they're horny and that's when they're trying to fuck and they will run right out into traffic. And they chase does. They're chasing does. They're trying to fuck them. The does don't want to fuck them. So the does will run right into traffic.
Dude,
It's a romantic movie.
how weird is it that like horniness has the exact same component through all species, right? Like a horny human will also run in front of a car, will also do stupid shit. It's so weird. Like it really makes you dumb when you're horny. Like
100%.
According to State Farm, between July 21 and June 22, they're down 5.5% from the previous 1.9 million animal collisions and 7% of those.
202 deaths.
It's like over a million a year.
Holy shit, dude.
202 people killed by deer.
That is nuts. My friend Cam Haynes, in his hometown, or in near his hometown, rather, some guy hit a deer with his car, and it flew through the air and came through the window and killed the guy behind him.
Jesus Christ.
Just impaled him.
Are you liable for that? If you ping-pong a deer? Like, is that...
I mean, sure, you're in the conversation. So you hit the deer first. But, you know, if you're on the highway and you hit a deer, whose fucking fault is it? Like, you can't stop quick enough when you're going 60 miles an hour. For getting animals hit? Well, you have to think cars driving a lot through interstates. Kansas? Ohio.
Neither are on the top.
What's the top? What's the
Iowa?
top?
I was number 10.
Wow. What's number 1?
West Virginia.
That makes sense. They must be infested in those hills up there.
And Montana. So
Dude, that's...
Montana's number 2?
You
Wow,
could do
Montana.
like a cemetery of just people killed by deer.
Yeah.
That is so... I had no idea, man. Like, that's so creepy.
Yeah, that's fucked.
To think your whole life you're thinking you're going to do a heart attack or old age, and a fucking deer is going to, like, slam into you one night.
You get up in the morning and you know what? That's it. No more sugar. I'm cutting sugar out of my diet. I'm going to start taking yoga again. I'm going to find a yoga class. Yeah, and then fucking deer through the face.
Look at that, dude. That's so fucked up.
Yeah, it happens all the time. And a lot of times when they come through, their guts come through too. So it's not just a deer that comes through. It's like you hit it and then it goes through your windshield. And when it goes through your windshield, you're just covered in gore.
Covered in gore. And you know what? Okay, so like if we found some statistics for how many nighttime hand jobs happen in Ohio when people are driving.
That's where they get hit by a deer?
I'm telling you, a few people are probably...
Why say hand jobs? What about head?
You know what? You got me. You kind of like...
That's more exciting anyway.
I've got
That's
more car
dangerous.
hand jobs than car blowjobs.
Yeah, I've only gotten a couple of car blowjobs like that. It's a dangerous operation.
I don't like
It's
it.
not for everybody. It's definitely when you're done, you're like, what the fuck?
Because like if you wreck, they could accidentally clench their teeth.
Well, yeah, also you could wreck. Like you're not paying attention. You hit something. Like, you fucking selfish prick. Like, he's gonna bite my dick! Like, oh my god.
Well, look, man, it's just like...
Just pay attention. You're not supposed to look at your phone when you're driving. Shouldn't be getting your dick sucked.
You should not be getting your dick sucked. I
Don't look at
just
your
wanted
phone
to-
and don't get your dick sucked. Don't suck your dick either.
We're getting old.
I know, tell people don't drink.
Don't drink and don't get car
Don't do
blowjobs.
heads when you're driving.
What have we turned into?
What have we turned into?
Santa Claus is a psyop.
Yeah, Santa Claus is fake. It's UFOs, probably real.
How about that, man?
Oh my god. But that guy was talking when he was explaining that we've retrieved vehicles of non-human origin.
And pilots.
And pilots.
Dude,
Yeah.
pilots.
Yeah.
It is astounding.
Military whistleblower claims U.S. has UFO retrieval program. Air Force veteran David Grush claims the government is covering up UFOs. Grush claims he has seen evidence of a secret crash retrieval program. He alleges the U.S. has even retrieved bodies from other species. That lady looks alien. A little bit like a hot older alien. They also tell you that you're making big mistakes, Duncan.
Yeah, you're making mistakes.
Come to Alpha Centauri lie with me.
That'd be wild if aliens look like her.
Yeah, like a hot, like Sigourney Weaver in her prime alien that comes to visit you.
Please, that'd be the best.
Like Sigourney Weaver from Alien.
Amazing.
Oh my god. You know, people don't talk about that. When we talk about like female heroes of major blockbuster films, like that's the big one.
Yeah.
Sigourney Weaver in Alien, that's the big
best.
one. Because you
The best.
believe every second of it. It is completely inconsequential that she's a woman. That's Aliens. It starts getting sketchy.
I like
Starts getting
Aliens.
sketchy.
Aliens is cool.
Here's the problem with Aliens. Why are they so hard to kill in Aliens? It's so easy to kill in Aliens.
They got better weapons.
And then the big mama can't deal with the fucking
Yeah.
slow-moving mechanical robot.
You're
Get
right.
the fuck
You're,
outta
yeah,
here.
you're totally right.
Fuck
Because
outta
like, the
here.
first thing was like indestructible.
Yes,
there
clever.
was no hope, clever.
Yeah.
It was like just the opposite of humanity.
It hid in the escape capsule.
Yeah, brilliant.
Remember she has to kill it and shoot it out in space?
Yeah.
Bro.
If you were okay, here's a like nerdy breakdown of Alien that I heard, which is really interesting, which is horror movies. I think this is like Robert McKee. He like teaches about script. Horror movies follow this very predictable pattern, and there are all these things that are across the board in horror movies, and one of them is you can't call your mom. So you know, and what was the name of the ship in Alien? And so like there's all these like recurring archetypical things that pop up in horror movies that freak people out. Big one is you can't call mommy. Yeah. So you kind of get that in there. It's so creepy.
It's so creepy that we're at this time where all this UFO information is coming out. People are still very reluctant to buy into it or even give it attention. It's interesting. People are like, I can't be bothered.
Dude,
can't be bothered.
Listen, because I'm obsessed with it, I've like it's the reaction when you start telling someone, you know, there's now seemingly credible evidence that we have alien spaceships, and to watch them, you're like, oh, okay. It's so weird, dude, and it's so weird that like now it's getting picked up by the mainstream media, but there was this insane pause, and no one was like it went nowhere, and this isn't this, if this is true, the most astounding thing in human history? Like
It's
one
the
of
most
the top three?
astounding thing. It's the most astounding thing because it's the thing that everybody's always wondered: are we alone? Not only are we not alone, but some people know we're not alone, and they're not sharing it with everybody else because they want to profit.
Yeah.
Because they want to back engineer these things, because they want it for national security reasons, because they want to protect us from the possibility that China gets this technology or Russia gets this technology, and then everybody has spaceships. But you're not the decider. You don't get to decide whether or not human beings go from cradle to the grave without information that you have. That would literally change the way we think about the universe itself. Like for you to hold on to that because you want to win, get the fuck out. And if that's really, if some sort of defense contractors are actually involved in this, I mean they can't let. I don't know anything that I'm talking about. But when you say the government's back engineering UFOs, when you say the government's building secret hypersonic ships that defy visual, you can't take photos of them, you can't take videos of them, they fly through the sky at the same rate of speed. It's not them. What do you mean the government? What do you mean? They don't have the capability to construct those things. You have to go to defense contractors. You have to go to people that make those things. Like, buddy, why you gotta do it by yourself? Listen, I know you don't trust us, we're not the government, but listen, we work together here. We're gonna shut the fuck up too. Everybody will shut the fuck up. We'll make this thing. Come on, you gotta fuck it up and then China. Good point. It's all good. So if you have a spaceship from another planet, I do not think if you're actually trying to back engineer that thing, you're not going to involve defense contractors.
Right.
You're not going to involve people that make jets. You're not going to bring them in.
No, you have to.
Of course. 100%.
Yeah.
So then it becomes a thing with them. Imagine them.
Right.
This is their responsibility. We have the information. We're changing our
Yeah.
I have to rely on my mom. You know, you're sitting there having a whiskey with the guys after work. No, I have to rely on my mom.
Yeah.
My mom wants to believe that aliens are real. And come on, man, it's all bullshit. Meanwhile, I'm looking at alien spacecrafts 7 days a week.
Right.
Like, what are we doing, guys?
And all the implications of that. Like, it's the spaceship's at the tip of the fucking iceberg. Like, we don't know motivation. We, like, you know, assuming all this stuff is real, now the question is, well, what do they fucking want?
There's always talk of multiple species, too. So when we say they, it's like, which ones are we talking about? Because if you want to go into the motherfucking rabbit hole, right? If you want to go deep in the rabbit hole, there's multiple things. There's like the grays that everybody talks about, and there's another thing called the tall whites. People describe them. They almost look like Scandinavian or something like that, like pale skin.
Are these the Nords?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
That's, and they think that there's different, like some alien life is probably 100,000 years, 700,000 years, a million. Some alien life is probably millions. They probably don't want to fuck this anymore.
Right.
But I bet the intermediate classes, I bet they're like the watchdogs for the universe, to make sure that intelligence reaches that agenda, that it reaches that moment where you can join the intergalactic hive of minds, the moment where all the barbaric instincts of our primate DNA are expunged. We don't have any of that anymore. And the civilization reaches some insane harmony with the very universe itself.
Right.
That's probably where it goes if you don't blow yourself up. But I think anytime there's a hiccup, we go way back to as barbaric as possible and it takes forever for things to relax. But you're seeing a microcosm now, COVID. It's what's accelerated all these different social movements. It's what's accelerated all these different people that are what we call activists. It's accelerated all this. It's just an insane like pause in civilization, and then there's this sort of like rapid desire to claim ground and to reformulate and rechange and reimagine and restructure. The government's going to try to get involved, and social groups are going to try to get involved. It's a money grab. And there's donations. And we find out that some of the people that are involved in organizations buy mansions. Don't worry about the pension. They're doing good work. And then there's so much of that. But I think that's a microcosm of what probably happened when the fucking asteroid slammed into us. I think when civilization got wiped out, I really believe that it was the worst of the worst. And that's why we have such horrible instincts. I think we're just not far enough removed from that to get it like sprung out of your DNA.
Yeah.
And if you look at like Pinker's work, you look at any of these people that are studying crime and violence over time. Like if you just, I know about anecdotal experiences, I know about your own personal life, but you got to set that aside for a moment and just look at overall.
Yeah.
It's getting lower and lower all the time. It's always going lower. It's always going, except for like weird blips in war. It's always going lower. Less crime. Like we're trying to figure it out. But if something goes fucking psycho,
right?
Like shot boom. If Putin says fuck you, Putin really does have cancer and he just fucking America,
Glasses.
fuck yeah. And then we go back to the worst of the worst, and it takes a long time to get to it. It takes 10,000 years.
Yeah.
It takes 10,000 years to get to the place that we've claimed right now, and we can stop this in its tracks. It is possible. Like the forces that are moving this country in the wrong direction, it's a terrifying direction. They have power because we've voted them in. Like that's a real thing. And if you don't vote them in anymore, and then the person you vote in has courage, things can change. And if people demand it, things can change. But they have to fucking demand it.
Right.
So then they have to pay attention, and that's a problem.
Right. Yeah.
Because you get headlines like that. You get headlines like that fucking Al Pacino thing.
Right.
They're just lying. They're just trying to get clicks. That's why CNN is dangerous. That's why CNN is dangerous. Because CNN, with their biased reporting, the way they communicate, people don't trust the news anymore.
Right.
That's what freaks people out now.
Okay.
They don't know who to trust anymore. So there's this chaos state where people are very uncertain about sources of information.
And you know what? I must say, that is a good thing. Like, I think that the weird voodoo that is falling upon so many people, believing that what's in your phone, what you're looking at, is a reflection of truth, is really bad. Like, you want to talk about
sometimes it is.
Well, yeah, I mean, but
that's the problem.
The job is you have to discern one from the other. The idea with educating people wasn't like teaching them how to do fucking algebra. It was like teaching them how to be rational, separate truth from non-truth, because the moment people are incapable of doing that, then they become susceptible to con artistry at the highest level. And the moment that happens, you get all the awful events that have happened throughout history. So the problem is, man, this replication of reality. We're getting secondhand, no matter what it is, if you're watching TV or looking at your phone or whatever, you're getting secondhand digitized reality. You've taken fundamental truth, which is nature, and you've converted it into some kind of warped digital representation of it. And so the more you're sort of harmonizing with that, the less you're harmonizing with just basic fundamental truth. You go outside, you look at the trees, you hear the birds, you know what season it is. That's real. Like, that's not misinformation. That's just fundamentally true. You know, but we become separated from that by many, many layers of bullshit. And you're right. And so now what do we have? We have like a people who are terrified. Have you heard the term fear American? Fear American?
No.
Yeah, like Americans go to other countries and they're all fucking freaked out. And just completely anxiety ridden because of the connection to world events or a reality tunnel that's being presented to them by wizards who are getting gold from the alchemists. That's basically what's happening. Is the alchemy guild is paying the media wizards. The media wizards are like casting a spell on everyone to believe this very specific reality tunnel. That is not real. And if it is temporary, it's at the very best, it's temporarily real. But it's warped. It's just slightly distorted. That's the problem. It's like something in there is true, but it's been distorted in this bizarre way by the media wizards. And now everyone has like lost track of the basic human ability that has to be cultivated to detect bullshit. Like, you need to grow that in yourself. You need to be able to look at anything and think, I don't think this is true. Where did this come from? Who's like, every time something pops up, you're very good about it on your podcast, by the way. You like point it out, like, wait, what did you say? And then you look it up. And then if it's not true, you admit you were hoodwinked. You're like, yeah, but that's not happening with most people. They're just reading the fucking thing. They're not researching it. And my God, that is how you get pickpocketed, man. that's the worst predicament.
That's such a great way of pointing it out. That's exactly what it's like. You're being mentally pickpocketed.
Yeah, man, and you're being like warped and manipulated. In social psychology, one of the weird problems of having a human brain is we remember information, we don't remember the source. So if I just give you some bullshit information, you will forget I told it to you in a hot tub when my eyes were dilated and I was just like rambling about something. You might accidentally remember that truth is truth because you forgot the source. And so your brain spits it out like, yeah, this is reality. You don't know that got implanted into you by someone who wanted you to buy shit. You can't remember that.
Rant.
Sorry, man. I feel like I
That was
have
amazing.
less
Yeah, but-
not coming out of my nose. Okay, good.
Need a tissue?
No, it's gone. I just was being neurotic about it. You don't want to like be rambling about fucking aliens and pharmaceutical companies. The nasty.
That just makes you more human, Duncan.
I hope I am.
I feel like it's all like a real example of why we need regulation in that regard. Like you need a government oversight that is completely objective, that's not influenced by money.
Yeah.
That decides what people can and can't say. Like, what are the odds? Like, let's just get crazy. Like, if CNN is the news, what are the odds that CNN would publish an honest, investigative discovery into vaccine research?
It would be amazing. I mean,
Could you imagine them being able to do that?
I could see,
right?
In a strategy meeting, as they're trying to like get the network back up to snuff, somebody being like, what if we do this? And then there's money involved, and then I could see suddenly like maybe at some point. Right. They have to go to subscription based or something.
Back CNN Plus. We're reviving CNN Plus.
Dude, I love CNN Plus.
Did you?
No,
Oh my
I
God.
never fucking no one has ever said that.
You're like, Brian Stelter has the best book club.
CNN Plus definitely like, you know, like at least like the whatever Fox's subsidiary was.
I think that's still available and works. They showed Roseanne Barr's stand-up comedy special on Fox Nation.
Yeah,
There it
on
is.
Fox Nation.
Is that what it is? It's called Fox Nation?
Yeah, Fox Nation. And I'll admit, man, I came close to President. Only because like I like to watch Lifetime movies. Do you ever watch Lifetime movies?
They don't have them on Fox Nation. Please tell me.
No, they're not Lifetime movies. Fox Nation seemed like a Lifetime movie because it's like they're like really veering towards like you know conservative, hyper-moralistic sort of like
Christian values.
Christian values,
Yeah.
and
That's the antidote.
but turning the volume up too high on that creates inadvertent comments. And so like I was like, fuck, man, I want to watch that. You know, like, that's gonna be really funny to watch.
Watch that on Mushrooms.
Oh my God.
It looks so insane.
It's I mean,
Let's watch OAN.
What's that?
America's News Network. Is that what it is?
I never watched that.
What was that one that they had? Was it OAN? I don't know. I said it totally wrong. One American News.
What is that?
It's that. It's like turned up to 11. It's Trumpism. Turned up to 12.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it like that? Would you describe it? It's very much a right-wing channel.
Dude, I think you need to take dips in all the propaganda. You know,
It's
like
a far-right pro-Trump cable news channel founded by Robert Herring Sr. Here's the real problem with any of those things. It's hard to find a good anchor.
Very hard.
Finding someone that can tell you what's going on where you don't want to stab them.
Yeah, dude.
It's hard.
Really hard.
A lot of those people are fucking super annoying. Like the way they communicate is annoying.
Well, dude, you know, they have to read a fucking teleprompter, right?
100%.
So it's like they're basically like automatons who have
And they're scared to lose their job.
Of course.
They just fired Don Lemon.
They fucking
the smartest, most talented guy in all of broadcasting. He can't make it. We're all on the chopping block.
Dude, let me tell you, man, the day they cut canned lemon, a quiver went through everyone at CNN. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, we're all in danger here. He got rid of lemon. They plucked the lemon from the tree and they left this void. Now what? How do you replace lemon?
Well, they don't have any stars anymore, right? Like,
Do they have Blitzer?
What's exciting about it? Is he still on that? Wolf Blitzer.
Blitzer.
What a great name.
Best name ever.
Wolf Blitzer.
Wolf Blitzer.
Sounds like a guy should be in a fucking 1940 World War II movie.
I know, dude.
Wolf Blitzer.
Wolf Blitzer.
Center of the pack, leading America to victory. Come on, boys. Pain don't hurt.
Yes, Commander Blitzer.
Like a Patrick Swayze type character.
Lady Grandma doesn't kill Russians.
Best money we ever spent.
Best money we ever spent. That's my
Wolfie, what's up, baby? Well, look at the hair on that bastard. Lucky fucking devil.
Yeah.
Salt and pepper hair, slick back. You know, receding, a little bit dignified.
Dude, that's incredible hair. Blitzer has great hair.
Got a great beard. Look at his beard.
That's
Good looking fella.
someone does that
Great
for
name.
Wolf Blitzer.
Oh yeah, he's well coiffed. He's a star. He's been there since 1990s.
I got no
He's the
problem
glue
with
that keeps
him.
CNN together.
I don't mind Blitzer. I can't remember. Like, I feel like I don't remember the last time I watched Blitzer, but like there's something about him I liked when I was like watching that shit.
Well, he seemed a little, you know, he was questioning things.
Yeah.
When we would talk to people, he seemed like he was actually caring what he was saying. And
Yeah.
Really trying to, so many times you see people like, did you ever see the Biden Don Lemon conversation?
No.
It's bananas because it's Don Lemon trying. And first of all, Don Lemon is a fairly catty fellow, right? Like it seems
Very.
Like, it seems like if he didn't like that guy, if that was Donald Trump and he was talking that way, he would have jumped all over him.
Right.
But he's letting Joe Biden like ramble and just go off and forget what he's talking about. Did you get the vaccine? Yeah, it works. Yeah, and then I was telling people like it's a wild like
can't wait to
stream
see
of consciousness. Like Biden losing his place, and also sometimes he loses his place.
Yeah.
He does it with Don Lemon, and Don Lemon's there just like a curator of a child that was just given some psychoactive drugs and they're bouncing off the walls. You just have to watch.
Dude, that's why I gave him a fucking stomach ulcer. To have to
Watch
like
this.
not,
Yeah, to not be able to call it out. But also, it's like, if this was anybody else. So if you're a journalist, are you a journalist? Like, are you a human being that is the mouthpiece of America? Right? Are you a human being that is there observing some pretty strange behavior? You want to like expand on that. Like, what are you saying? Like, why are you saying it that way? Like, what is happening to you?
Yeah.
Are you okay? Can you think clearly? If this was the opposition, see, this is the thing about having anchors. They're so like, you're gonna have anchors that have opinions. Always, everybody has opinions. But to have an anchor that's so clearly, so rigidly one-sided. So watch this. Play this.
Are you okay? I mean, you see, no, it works. Or you know, or the mom and dad, or the neighbor, or when you go to church, or when you're. No, I really mean it. There are trusted interlocutors. Think of the people. If your kid wanted to find out whether or not there's a man on the moon, or whatever, you know, something, or you know, or whether those aliens are here or not. You know, who are the people they talk to beyond the kids who love talking about it?
Talk to me, bitch. I got the answers. That guy sounds like us. He sounds like us after a couple of hits of laughing gas.
dude, no.
Like Joey's beat.
No, man, that's elder abuse, man. That's like, you know, that's kind of like when that's happening, you're gonna go, okay, dad, okay, go to sleep.
Edibles. I like to think about edibles.
Dude, I don't know, man.
I think this whole thing is just so ridiculous to him. He can't believe his son has fucking dropped his laptop off at a fucking repair shop
Crazy.
filled with all sorts of evidence of crimes and dick porn, feet porn, chaos.
Running amok. Running amok. His kid is just going wild. Look at that.
Measuring coke.
Fresh off the CIA plane.
I think he measures it though. Smart. Even though he's like doing crack, he's like, let me make sure I don't overdose.
Yeah, I mean,
he's got like a lot of money
yeah,
on here.
right, yeah.
You know, I mean, my dad
It's very
dies.
presidential the way he weighs crack.
Yeah, my dad dies. Like, you get a good son. It's like a Succession thing.
Yeah.
The show Succession.
Yeah.
Did you watch it?
I got into it and it was so intense I stopped watching. I was absorbed into it and then I was like, man, I can't do this every night.
It's really good.
It's so good.
It's really good. It's a really, really good show. And it ends amazing. Bravo. Bravo to the ending. I just want to say. It's the best ending of any series I've ever watched. It's the only, and even The Sopranos. I get what they were doing. But at the end, I'm like, really?
I didn't finish The Sopranos either.
The last episode of The Sopranos. Kind of, I get what he's doing. I get it. You can't fault him. The fucking show is just genius. You can't have a bad word to say about one episode that I didn't enjoy. The show was amazing. They literally made a psychopath a hero.
Yeah.
He was our guy. We wanted Tony Soprano was the fucking man. He had enough moral fiber that we accepted him.
Right.
And he was attractive. He was that guy. He's just a fat guy banging hot chicks, doing coke, and he's running the mob.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, that's what I saw.
It's fucking great. In the end, they're all just sitting there, and this guy seems to be paying attention to them.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And the idea is that the guy killed him.
No shit.
Yeah. So they're all hanging out here. And that's the end. And the car parks.
That's amazing. That's a cool ending.
They're all eating onion rings. These people get out of the car and they start running. Oh, that's the daughter. She comes and sits down. That's right.
No spinoffs.
That's it. Don't stop. Bam. Just stops. He's looking at somebody.
That's so genius. That's so cool.
Looking at someone about to get riddled by bullets.
Whoa, that's so cool. Man, fuck. That's amazing.
That life approach. You killed so many people.
Yeah.
It's so horrible.
Yeah, it's so fucked up, man. Just think about that. Think of like, not to get back to Ukraine thing, but think like being fucking pooped. How fucked up that feels, man. Like every day, what a rotten fucking day you're having. I mean, this is the thing, man. It's like with Biden, with Putin, all these people, they're too old. Give them a, like, they need to, it's like they're sucked into something they can't get out of. They all have their various maladies, and somehow we're letting that happen. Like globally, we're letting people who are clearly not okay up here, who are clearly like, man, like if you saw, let's imagine you walk into a 7-Eleven and you see some old dude talking like Biden was talking to John Lennon. If you didn't stop and say, hey, are you okay? What's going on with you? You would be like an asshole. Like that's someone you help, not someone you like put into a fucking job that melts people half your age down. And like all the shit aside, yeah, where's the fucking compassion for this old man who needs to be like enjoying the last years?
He's the
I didn't realize that I am too.
But what are their options? That's the problem. What are their options? They have a vice president that seems like she's not the best at it. And then who's on the horizon? Who's going to take that spot? Who's going to take that leadership position? Who's there that makes sense?
The option is just start telling the truth. Like the moment
that's not going to happen with them. So what they want to do is win, and they want to stay in power, and even they can even justify that by saying that we are going to do the overall good. We have like great ideas about social justice. We have great ideas about reshaping the economy and making things more fair. And you know, they've got some good points. It's not like the liberals don't have things that I agree with. I agree with most of what they say.
Sure.
Most of the idea, like the civil ideas.
Like what?
Most of the things about equality. Most of the things about like the idea that there's like real income inequality in this country. It's real, and it's kind of creepy. And there's a source, and the source is opportunity. And if we don't create opportunity for these people that live in these horrible places, then we don't give a fuck about them. And then if we wonder why there's so much crime, we wonder why there's so much violence. And then you have to wonder: is there an industry that's based around making sure that people stay criminals? Well, there is. It's the prison industrial complex. It's a real thing. They need prisoners. And then you find out that prison guards unions lobby to keep marijuana illegal. They're like, what? Because they want more people in their prison. They want to lock people up so they can make money. It's crazy. So the liberals are right on a lot of these. I just think they're wrong in the approach. I think the approach is not just exonerate people, let people out of jail, let fucking chaos ensue, and defund the police. I think the approach is to start dumping money into the cities. Start figuring out how to set up community centers. Start figuring out how to get people healthy food. Start figuring out how to protect people from gang violence. In fact, maybe have more police so that the police can prevent people from getting shot and killed so they feel safe in the community. But you have to get better police. So you need more money for training, more money for funding, more money for salary, and make them feel like a respected, appreciated part of the community, and then have oversight over them. Make sure the people that have oversight over them are good people. They're good people exist. Yeah, they're out there. We're mostly good. Human beings, I think, are mostly good.
Fundamentally good.
Fundamentally good.
But we get covered up by defense mechanisms. That's the problem. That fundamental goodness is covered up and warped by defense mechanisms and confused motivations. I mean, fuck. That's the saddest part. Is it's like when you say they want to win, their idea of winning isn't even winning. It's just holding power. That's not winning.
That's winning. They think it's winning, and that's what human beings do. We naturally play this game of winner and loser with almost everything. That's why neighborhoods, like people try to, that's the expression, keeping up with the Joneses. You're trying to win. You're like, hey, Mike got a Corvette. Fuck him. Yeah. You know, I'm gonna get a Ferrari. Ooh, Mike, how do you like my Ferrari? You piece of shit. Right. You know, it's like classic comedy sitcom tropes.
Right. Yeah, that to me is like, you're right. I think you're right.
People want to win.
People want to win.
That's why it's dangerous to have cops pull people over. You know, there's something about that too. Like you definitely should pull people over because they're bad, but cops want. They want to write tickets. They want to catch people. They want to bust people. They're supposed to bust people.
It's the profit motive is fucking everything up. But it's like also what is creating some of the coolest shit ever.
Yes.
That's the problem. Like it's a double-edged sword. On one side, competition creates insane innovation based on market pressure. It's incredible. On the other side of it, you get people who shouldn't be millionaires. You get people who somehow have overcome their desire to have the next Ferrari and realize, oh, the better thing to do is help. Like I just want to help. The idea was it's a public servant, not someone who's like manipulating the fucking stock market or selling their shit. That's the problem, man. It's really insidious, and it's like on one side, it's like, all right, so if we regulate it, well, now you've got like the hardcore socialism starts happening. Now you've got redistribution of wealth. Now you're trying to like reset the game in the middle of the game, and lots of people are like, no, fuck that, we're not resetting the game, right? But then on the other side, if you don't do anything about it, then the game like takes over everything. It's like the government is now no longer a representative government at all. It's just a weird bag of greedy miscreants who are all getting various checks from various sometimes competitive industries and making laws based on that. And that's not a government. That's I don't know what that is. That's a casino or something. Not just people who got to the high roller table. No, it's like people who are like, I'm done gambling. I'm gonna control the fucking casino.
Well, that's what people are terrified about generational wealth. That's why people are terrified of like very, very wealthy families that transfer this money down to their children. Like the children don't earn it. Because like that's the king. That's Joffrey.
Right. Yeah.
You know, everybody knows what that is. That's why Succession is such a good show because you relate to it. Right. Like, yeah. What fucking bizarre reality do they exist in?
Dude, I don't know, but I wish I'd experienced it. It looks fucking fun, baby. Oh my god, can you imagine bursting out of that womb into some Illuminati fucking delivery chamber? Holy shit, it's the best. Oh my god, what a life.
Jets from birth.
Oh, fucking incredible. Access to the adrenochrome chambers.
Adrenochrome on the left.
On the left, just every.
Dude,
I can't even. That is just so crazy to imagine what that's like.
What is that like?
You never know. You never know what it's like to like worry about being able to like, you know, have you ever like gone out to eat with people and you have to run your credit card? How overdrawn is it? You know what I mean? Like those moments, like I'm about to get humiliated in front of my friends. You've never known that. You've only known endless, infinite opulence. You have your nannies have fucking nannies. You've got like you're being educated by like some of the smartest people on the planet. Your diapers cost as much as like most people's like wardrobe for the year. You know,
like,
the
world for sure.
Yeah, that's a really cool incarnation, man.
Strange. Because it doesn't give you the adversity that you need as a young person. It doesn't give you the challenges to overcome. It doesn't give you the real possibility that you could be broke someday. The real possibility that you might not have enough food. I think there's a superpower in growing up poor. I really do. It never escapes me. Never. Growing up poor, when I was a young boy, we were drinking like powdered milk and living off welfare,
Yeah.
food stamps.
Wow.
I remember that. I remember that clearly. I remember that clearly. I remember shame.
Right.
I remember all of it.
Yeah.
And so, also, I saw my parents build out of that and then move to a respectable middle-class suburb so that we could go to a good high school.
Right.
So I saw what hard work and all the thinking that was involved in planning this out properly led to get out of that.
Yeah.
So we were in San Francisco in the 1970s, and it was fucking weird. I felt very vulnerable already, but then on top of that, to be poor, and then on top of that, to be a latchkey kid. So I was just like out wandering. I could just like leave and go anywhere.
Right. Yeah, man. That formed you.
Yeah, that forms you. And if you grow up on private jets, and if you grow up always knowing that you're going to have money, always knowing you're going to be fine, always knowing that you're going to be a part of an empire at one point that has wealth, the likes of which no one will ever be able to explain, where your children will be billionaires, you divide it evenly amongst their children. They'll be billionaires as well. It's nuts.
It's like a different universe.
But those kind of people that grow up in that environment will never think like you do. They won't. They'll never think like I do. They won't. There's like extra years that you have that you're born with when you live in poverty. I think that's like, you look at all the great athletes, almost all of them, unless they grew up in households that were like very strong households where the father really encouraged athletics and was like really a great coach, and the kid like grew up competing and really enjoyed it. That's possible too. But in fighting in particular, boy, it's a lot of people from fucking dire poverty. There's a lot of people.
But don't you think it's possible as a parent? Because like, I mean, my kids aren't scraping by, and I know your kids aren't. Isn't it possible as a parent, if you're lucky enough to not have to worry about that shit our parents worried about,
yes,
to still create a childhood and a life that isn't imbalanced and has within it the possibility for failure and having to like figure out how to do shit,
yes,
right?
100%. It's possible. It's just a different challenge, right? Like in life presenting you with challenges that you could have never predicted, you didn't ask for, and they're right in front of you and you have to deal with them. People that go through that sort of a life, I think they have like way more defenses up, way more awareness of deception, way more awareness of people's ulterior motives, and people who are creepy, people who aren't being genuine. You and I have both encountered plenty of people like that.
Yeah,
Or you'll pull me aside and go, hey man, I don't think this guy's cool. Like, there's something wrong with this guy.
Yes.
Yeah, and you know, I'm not going to get that necessarily from everybody. Some people are not going to see that.
Right.
They're not going to have been in dangerous situations where they had to like realize the consequences of not recognizing these kind of people early.
Yeah, right, sure.
Yeah.
So I mean, this is again, it sucks because it's like, yeah, what do you get? You get an inflamed fucking amygdala. Is what you get. You get like your fucking brain just loves to spray out cortisol, and so like that's what you get because you came up with that. You watch your fucking parents freak the fuck out for your potentially your entire childhood, and so yeah, you're freaked out. You're living in like a weird battlefield that doesn't even exist anymore with your childhood. Whereas like yeah, some people they didn't have that, so they're you know they don't think about shit. They don't think about it. Oh my god. Oh my god, they don't have that. I think it's dude, honestly, I don't know. I do agree that adversity has to be a human. But if you remove adversity from your life, you do an incredible service to the potential of that life.
Yeah.
Because it's just physics.
But it can be in anything. It can be in disciplines. It can be in games they play. It can be in sports. It can be in a lot of things. But they have to do this. Like, you got to do shit.
You have to confront the learning curve.
Yeah. So you learn how to get better at stuff. And you got to be excited about that feeling that you can get when you get better at stuff.
Yes. Dude, that's it. That's it. And you start connecting with that feeling as being actual success. That's actual success. Not like whatever else the world gives you is fantastic. Don't get me wrong. But if you never had that feeling in a lifetime and you were like sleeping on bags of fucking cash, it wouldn't mean anything.
Wouldn't mean anything. But that's the weirdness of winning the lottery. Right? That's the weirdness of all of a sudden becoming part of this like hyper wealthy elite. And that's the weirdness of anybody's life in North America. If you're in North America, you're the first one to get the fucking lottery. Right. If you're in the United States, oh shit, you don't even have to get vaccinated. If you're in Canada used to be an awesome spot to live until the lockdown. And I was like, what is happening up there?
Yeah, what is happening up there?
Going on?
It's like of all the places you would expect to have some like encroaching fascism happening. Never Canada. Never on my list of. It's very odd. Like,
they're doing it under the guise of social justice, and it's so creepy.
But that is how you do fascism. Like if you want to do fascism, that's how you do it. Like you don't do fascism by saying like, hey, I'm going to control the shit out of you motherfuckers. You do it by saying, hey, you better watch out because this thing is coming, and I'm the only one who can keep you from that thing coming. Fill in whatever that thing is.
A lot of people at the bank accounts that donated. Not even that went there, that donated. You can't agree with them. You can't agree with them. We're going to take your money.
It's so spooky.
That's crazy. So spooky. That's so scary because it sends ripples of fear through everybody. And it should. It should. Just because you think you're doing it for the right reasons, there's a reason why we are so protective of the Bill of Rights. We're so protective of the Constitution. If you don't have something like that where it's written down, they just keep pushing the rules.
Yes.
They keep. They're making all these crazy new woke rules in Canada. You can't say shit about it. There's censorship of everything on the internet. They don't like. They put things down. They do all kinds of wild shit. I don't know about the internet. What is it? I know it's about broadcasting. I know there's like they passed some new censorship legislation. But what it is spooky because that guy is like not being honest about what he did during COVID. He's saying he never forced anybody to get vaccinated. He fucking kind of did. You ruined their life if they didn't. Censorship bill. The bill makes changes to Canada's Broadcasting Act. Legislation requires streaming services such as Netflix and Spotify to support Canadian media content like music and TV shows. It also requires the platform to promote Canadian content. Is that it? It says regulate though. Like what else is in the regulate? That's the good positive spin on it. It's a nationalistic effort.
Yeah.
They want to promote more Canadian content.
Still weird.
But I know they've had that in the past. You know, they had that for like radio and for television. They had rules up there. I remember that because somebody I knew was a DJ up there. The bill makes changes to Canada's Broadcasting Act. Legislation requires streaming services such as Netflix and Spotify. It also requires platforms to promote Canadian content. Specifically, the bill says online undertakings shall clearly promote and recommend Canadian programming in both official languages as well as Indigenous languages. The changes give the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission, Canada's broadcast regulator, broad powers over digital media companies, including the ability to impose financial penalties for violations of the Act. The government says the legislation is necessary to impose the same regulations and requirements in place for traditional broadcasters on online media platforms. Right now, broadcasters are required to spend at least 30% of their revenue on supporting Canadian content.
Jesus.
Online streaming has changed how we create, discover, and consume our culture, and it's time we updated our system to reflect that. A government news release on the bill says. That's not good. None of that is good. Because them saying, are we or are we not moving to a global entertainment world for the English language? Because it seems like it's kind of moving in that direction, right? I mean, some of the best podcasts in the world, like Trigonometry, comes out of the UK. There's a lot of stuff out of America that's very popular over there.
Yeah.
Like, who gives a shit? if it's Canadian or if it's American. Like, you're going to regulate the internet.
But to me, the real creepy thing is the state is saying what Canadian culture is.
Right.
Like, culture, isn't it supposed to be something that kind of spontaneously emerges from groups of people?
But they're not exactly saying that. They're saying you have to say, you could look at it in an altruistic way. You could say this is promoting Canadian content and it'll encourage more art to be created in Canada because there's more opportunities.
That's fine.
You can't regulate that. You can't legislate that because you can't give those fuckheads power over creativity. You just can't do it. You can't do it. You'll ruin it all. You'll ruin the internet. You'll ruin it all. The bill's journey through Parliament has been difficult. Rodriguez tabled the legislation in the House of Commons in February 2022. Nearly a year later, the Senate sent C11 back to the House Commons with amendments. The House accepted most of the amendments but rejected others. So is it passed or not passed? One of the most contentious points of debate is whether C11 would apply to user-generated content, such as podcasts and online videos. The government has insisted that the legislation is not intended to regulate independent content creators. Not intended is not a good way. I don't like. It's not intended, but it could be used in that way.
Right.
They're just going to have more power to tell you what to do. And if you are a Canadian person who is broadcasting a podcast out of Vancouver and you have a narrative that doesn't fit with what Trudeau wants you to say, you could run into trouble. You could run into trouble. You can't have them have any power over the internet.
No.
You got to say no.
Dude,
but it seems like they passed it.
Here's the thing. I don't know. If you subscribe to whatever the particular modality of your government is in regards to censorship, controlling art, controlling public dialogue, right? You think, this is what you think. You think, well, they have to because I'm in danger of this or that, whatever.
Not only that, they're good.
They're good. So
Trudeau's online censorship law, Bill C11, passes Parliament.
But dude, the problem is,
fucking Canada.
you are thinking your government is going to stay controlled by the people whose more ethics you believe in. But you look historically at the world, coups happen. Secret coups happen. And then all of a sudden, all these rights you gave away, you've given them to the people who you were fighting against. Dude, that's the problem. Governments don't last long enough to let them have that much power.
A previous Senate amendment to exempt user-generated content from the bill was rejected by senators on Wednesday evening.
God damn.
So that means user-generated content, like podcasts, are now under the grip of the Canadian government.
They got you.
Congratulations.
That's so scary, man.
It's so dumb because it's an incremental push. Jordan Peterson's talked about this. This is how it works. They push you a little bit, you don't resist. They push you a little bit more, you don't resist. They push you a little bit more, you don't resist. And then you realize how far you've gone from the initial point. And that's what's happening. And that's what just happened in Canada.
Yeah, just a very slow trajectory towards state control.
It's the fucking internet. You can't say that someone has to have 30% Canadian content on the internet. That's bonkers. 30% of Netflix. Do you know how goddamn insane that is?
That's a lot.
Do you know what they're
Canadian
requiring
shows.
them to do? That there's so much. Maybe they have to spend 30% of their budget to promote it in Canada. Fuck out of here,
dude. It's awful. I can't believe it's happening. It's just so fucked up that people that we allow this shit.
what? Won't have cellular for a week. Are you gonna be out where bears are? Maybe not. So probably. Be careful, man. Yeah, dude. Did I tell you about my bear that this last summer? No. I didn't tell you how many bears we saw when I was in New Mexico. I don't think so. No, dude. Yeah, no, it was bear central early. Try to be safe, Brett. You're the Boy Scout. You should. They teach you, so I can't say anything besides keep their head on a swivel. Surprisingly, you know they're more scared than most of them are scared than me. I guess, but I don't know. It sounds crazy, but it's true. Bears scare us more than we really. I don't know anything about bears. Besides, a bear will fuck a gorilla up. Gorilla? Yeah, people argue all the time about would a silverback gorilla fuck up a bear, would a bear fuck up a gorilla? Gorillas like strong too. Gorillas are insanely strong, but a bear is just, I think a bear would just completely destroy a gorilla. Yeah. Gorillas are strong. As fuck, dude, are you serious? I thought they were like, just like little show animals. A gorilla, dude? A gorilla could rip you in half. Like, literally would rip it would pull your body apart. It would break your spine, pulling you apart. No way, that's wrong. Dude, what? You're, bruh. Granted, gorillas are strong, but look, Google whenever, if you're ever curious about it, or YouTube it, silverback gorilla. I've heard of that before. Dude, they will literally pull a human being apart in two pieces. Like, have you ever watched Attack on Titan? Yeah. Oh, did you? Yeah. I watched them. So many damn seasons. Did you actually watch it? I feel like I remember showing it to you, but I don't remember watching it with you like that. No, after you left, I watched it a little bit. I don't think I finished it. So I don't think I finished it. The shit you see in Attack on Titan, that's literally what a gorilla would be. It's fucking giants. Yeah, but a gorilla doing that to you being, like, I mean, gorillas are big, but they're not obviously Attack on Titan size, but, I mean, what you see in Attack on Titan, a gorilla would do that to you. Yeah, I don't understand that. Yeah. But when they try to say it'll do that to a bear, that's just silly. Like, a bear is just, I don't know what could eat a bear, honestly. Like a big bear. I don't know what could eat a bear. I eat it all. I'm not going to talk about it. Are you trying to play today, big fella? Yeah, I mean, I'll be on. When? You're washing scissors? Yeah. And I still, got the kid. I'll probably be on at like 5. Yeah, let's go ahead and turn it into your big. No, I mean, I can turn it off. Bro, what have you been, how does it take
hanging up on the wall.
Okay.
And Cheetos wrappers mixed in with socks underneath your bed. Ah, so it's my fault.
Yeah.
Oh, it's my fault.
Huh?
It's my fault.
Well, yeah, because
Interesting.
I mean, you put so much bull crap in my room.
Bro, every time I come there, I make your room neater than it was before I got there.
No, you don't, because I have to clean it when you leave.
I don't know what are you cleaning? What are you cleaning? Do you know what cleaning means?
Okay, I have to straighten up.
What do you have to straighten up, bro? I don't leave anything there.
I don't know.
Right. Listen, when I come, before I get there, take a picture of your room, and we'll take a picture of your room the day that I leave from the exact same angle, everything.
Hey, but you eat in my bed, dude.
I do not eat in your bed.
Yes, you do. You eat like crackers in my bed.
Bro, that's fake news.
Dude.
Bro, that is fake news.
You're like going in between your toes when you eat crackers on my bed.
Bro, why are you lying on me like that?
Don't even say you don't. You can't even deny it.
I'm literally denying it.
Dude, you pick in between your toes while you eat food on my bed. I promise.
Dude, that is just fake news. Bro, who are you trying to clickbait?
And I politely ask you to go downstairs and eat the crackers if they're going to be falling, and then you flick it onto my bed.
Bro, that's enough, man. That's enough clickbait for today.
You flick the crumbs onto my bed.
Dude, it's too much clickbait, bro.
Like, oh my gosh, dude. You wonder why I don't like eating in my room. And that's the exact reason why.
You will tell me to get out from eating a fucking piece of fruit in your bed while you've got a half-empty Cheetos bag underneath your bed with crusty socks.
Okay, that is not how dirty I am.
Bro, you'll be like, Nick, you cannot be drinking that in here. Meanwhile, I will see crumbs of crackers, Cheetos, and French fries smeared on the walls, underneath the bed.
You're just over-exaggerating.
No, bro. You'll tell me to get out and I can't eat something. I will literally have a plate, a napkin, be patting my mouth every bite, and you're talking about you need to get that out of here. Meanwhile, you have literal bags of open Cheetos with crumbs out the bag underneath your bed.
I don't eat like full meals though. Like you must eat full meals.
What is a full meal?
Like you will make something and then eat it in my bed.
Bro, you're trolling.
Like dude, I just cannot. I can't stand for it.
You're trolling, bro. Like you're acting like I'm eating a full meal in your bed.
But you are.
Dude, I would literally be on the small desk that I bring in there every time.
I can't stand for it anymore, dude. I'm sorry.
Dude, I guarantee. Look under your bed now. What kind of bags and what kind of snacks you got under there that are half open?
There's no snacks in my room. It's clean.
Interesting. Yeah. Interesting how that works.
I mean, I'm not dirty.
Dude, you have crusty socks inside of a half-eaten Cheetos bag under your bed every time I come there.
When you come here, you will see how nice and fresh that my room is.
Yeah, because you're going to fucking move it all the day before I get there.
No, I won't.
Yes, you will. You'll clean your room one time in the span of 3 months, and then when it's clean, you'll try to act like that's how it always is. Oh shit! Oh man!
Come on, man. Why you gotta do that?
No, bro. Oh my god! Like you'll really get done cleaning one time after 3 months. Take it in, inhale it, and really try to convince yourself that that's how you live. Oh god!
Come on, man.
Oh my god! And then you'll give me a whole speech about a headspace. Oh man! Oh my gosh! You're funny, bro. You're funny for that.
Why you gotta do that?
Dude, that is hilarious. Damn.
I mean, the headspace thing is correct, though. I have to agree with that.
Yeah, but bro, you're shit will be looking like that for months, and you'll clean it one time, breathe it in, and look around, do a 360, and talk about a headspace after. Come on, bro.
Okay, months is crazy.
Bro, how often do you clean your? Do you change your bed sheets and wash them?
Actually, every 2 weeks now I started.
It's fake news, bro.
I swear.
Bro, your shits are musty and crusty.
They're in the washer right now.
Bro, your shits are crusty. When was the last time before that? Look at me.
Oh yeah, I got rid of some pillows, man. It was just taking way too much space.
Dude, it just doesn't add up, man. It just doesn't add up.
Pillows were, dude, I couldn't even lay down at night without getting too hot, dude. Those pillows were fucking me.
It's just like you just got a little bit too much going on in there, man.
I mean, it's pretty clean. You're gonna come here and see.
Yeah, I'm gonna see it, and it's gonna be clean the day I'm there, because that's gonna be the day you clean it. But and then
Yeah.
a month or two after, and it's looking like the den, bro.
We'll see, man.
I just listen. I want the best for you. I hope it's not like that, but I know how you are, man.
It's not like that, dude.
And I'm telling you.
Oh man, I gotta slow you down. It's gonna be the only way.
No, I can't show. You can't show me, bro, because I'm not gonna be living there.
Oh, I don't know, dude.
All right. Just hurry up and do your cleaning so we can rip some games, bro.
Alright.
All right. Just text me, call me.
I love you.
All right, love you, kiddo.
Bye.
Bye. That's your buddy. Oh boy.
Dress up, come on. What's going down? Well, what's going on?
Holding for deployment. Take this time to warm up. Enemy soldier incoming. Training is over. Time to see what you have learned. Battle Royale. You've got gas closing in fast. Get to the safe zone.
Moving.
Hostile counter UAV.
Get him out.
Hostile counter UAV is active.
Got a hostile here.
rounds.
Bosnia, hostiles deployed the counter UAV.
Hostiles dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Hostiles on strike in the area.
Don't we love that? Oh, we fucking love it, don't we? God, there's so much bullshit going on. What's crazy is a mistake that I made was going for a fucking kill and wasting ammo. Oh my god. So corny.
They are ready to fight. Get ready to fight. You're up next.
I can't believe that guy won. Come on, put me in. You gotta be kidding me. I gotta wait. About to say, bro. Really? I'm dead, 100%. Guys, so GG's for GG's. Give me my fucking guns, bro.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Dude, unbelievable.
That was close. Moving.
inbound. Gas is moving in. New safe zone located. Cash drop inbound.
Fuck, I forgot about that thing.
Gas is moving.
Requesting close air. Target marked.
Copy that.
Fucked
Phoenix
up.
2-3 is on station. Strike inbound. Shots missed.
Hunt contract here. Requesting fire mission. Target marked.
Copy, Omar. Mortar strike inbound. No effect on target. Hostile UAV overhead.
There's somebody else in the cave. Dude, how am I missing that with high velocity, by the way? Fucking crazy. High velocity and I cannot fucking hit those bullets, bro? It's kind of weird, man. There's just no way that I'm losing that with high velocity. That's fucking nuts. Yeah, it's fucking on there, dude. Like, how am I not hitting a single bullet right there? I don't understand how those were missing. I was actually just missing him. Okay. This is so hard to see with this blue reticle, though. Like, I can barely see. I think red works better. It's crazy that I lose that. I think that's a visibility thing. 'Cause it did not feel like I was missing.
Use this time to practice.
Still really can't see with this one. No.
Got a hostile here.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Need mid-cal rounds. Enemigo!
I swear that was a headshot. I guess it wasn't.
You got gas moving in. Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Hostile counter UAV overhead.
Moving here.
Be advised, UAV is exiting the AO.
¡Te volé la cabeza! Target area marked. You're clear hot.
This is Phoenix 2-3, visual on the target, strike inbound. No hits on that round.
Really?
Bajnia, hostile deploying the counter UAV.
How annoying.
Loadout drop headed your way.
Need pistol rounds.
Gas is closing. Get to the new safe zone. Be advised, gas drop is inbound.
Because this guy plays like a pussy, I'm now in a bad spot. How annoying is that? Oh, that body scared the shit out of me. He's still there. Oh.
Moving.
Hostile UAV in this sector.
Oh, he's all the way up there.
Mortar support incoming!
Copy that. Mortar strike inbound now. Impact. No hit.
Gas is inbound. Marking new safe zone. Closing round.
Need recon overhead!
Copy that. UAV is on station.
closing in. Relocating the safe zone. Supply crates are restocked. Advise you load up now.
Oh, I wasted so much time over here.
Gas inbound.
Jesus.
Requesting close air. Target marked.
Copy. Phoenix 2-3 on approach. Strike inbound.
Friendly loadout drop on the way. Closing in.
Thank God I killed him with my smoke. Ah, dude. Why did that guy cut that way, bro? He fucking killed me and him. I have to kill him, bro. Oh my God, dude. I got that last kill with the smoke. How troll is that? Oh my God, bro. So annoying, man. Just fucking run, bro. We're all fucked. Ah. I had so many kills for fucking sitting still for 20 minutes. Oh my God, bro. I can't believe that I can't believe, first off, this guy right here wants to sit in there all fucking day, and then he wants to pop out when the gas is coming. Like, bro, we're all gonna fucking die. Like, there's so many people right there for no reason. It just made no fucking sense. Maybe Thirsingham is wrong. I shouldn't have shot at this guy either. I shouldn't have shot at that guy either. Like, that's bad. I just don't know why this guy cuts here. Like, bro, keep going. I gotta kill you. We're both dead now, man. Oh my god. Like, we all die right there. 16. That'd have been a 25 easily. I just cannot believe that. Like, oh my god, dude, it's so annoying. Oh, the game is annoying.
Suggest you get moving.
Moving.
Oh, that's gonna be a fucking mess. Fuck it. I'll land here, I think.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Fuck, I love it.
Cluster mine deployed.
Oh, that's lovely. Ain't it lovely? Oh my god, bro. What timing? What fucking timing is that, dude? I fucking look for days. Nobody wants to come. I kill the guy above him. As soon as I fucking jump. Just running straight into it, brother. And I have the wrong gun out too, obviously. Because I want to fucking do a 360 no-scope into Stronghold building. That I didn't even go for. It's crazy, man.
the gulag. I make the rules. Kill to escape. Die, and you never leave.
I think pistol is better early. Let's try it. Probably losing this one. This just went up, I think. Oh, that's my boy. Get the fuck out of here, buddy.
Black secure. Good work. Enemy dropping into the AO.
This gun is so fucking distracting. Why would anybody want this?
Hostile UAV overhead.
Dude, it's blinding. Shit is blinding, bro. Get this off of me. Nice. The fucking fire shotty. You're very talented, bro. Very talented. Oh my god. God bless him.
your gear and weapons. We go soon.
Let's see this. He wasn't even trying to track me. I guess that's one thing I shouldn't do is run back to... Like, there shouldn't be a shared... I don't know how to explain it. I gotta watch that again. I don't know how he did that much damage to you, boy. I guess long and short strafes in that scenario is probably the best thing. I don't know, that was weird.
Be advised, gas is closing in. Proceed to the safe zone.
Contract here.
Hostile dropping into the area.
Really?
Watch the skies.
What's worth more? This crate here or the bounty? Probably the crate. It's lovely. It ain't gonna be, brother. It ain't gonna be me. Wow, 2 javelins. That's really sick. Okay, that goes way higher than I thought it would. Come on, bro, have some fun. So corny. They got a gun, dude. Wow, snipers. I mean, I do love me some snipers, but I need a gun, bro. Thanks. Ooh, fuck it.
Enemy soldier incoming.
What are these guys doing? I want to get in on that so bad, but I just can't.
Got a loadout drop inbound.
Enemy marked.
Game really wants me to snipe today.
got a hostile here. Requesting recon flyover. Moving.
Be advised, UAV is exiting the AO.
Need recon overhead.
Copy that. UAV is on station.
Loadout drop headed your way.
I don't think that was a guy. That's the annoying thing.
You've got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
UAV is being refueled. RTB at
Cash drop inbound.
Assist. Damn! Oh god, I got a dip.
Hunt contract here.
Oh my god, man. What am I witnessing here? I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try.
Positive ID on the bounty targets. Eliminate them. Primary objective complete. All targets eliminated.
Hunt contract here.
Bounty target group has been marked. Kill them all.
How in the fuck did he get up there? It's wild.
Visual on the enemy.
Wet Cashews, what a fucking name.
Requesting recon flyover.
Copy. UAV orbiting the AO.
Moving.
Recon is online.
It's gonna be hard to go for.
Moving here. Moving. Enemigo.
UAV is being a fuel. RTB at this
Moving
time.
here.
That should be fun.
Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone.
How annoying is that guy though? Fuck off, man. I mean, I respect it. I fucking respect it. That's why he's the last one alive over here. That's hilarious. Oh, that was actually so funny that he just did that. Oh, do I have frangible on? Oh, I don't. I need to put frangible on this class. Look at this creeper, though.
Gas moving in. Hostile UAV in this sector.
Visual on the enemy.
I just killed myself. What did I just witness? Oh, that sucks. How crazy is it that that guy got me flash?
You've got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated. Supply crates have been restocked. Load up.
Hmm.
Gas is inbound. Black site is clear. Area secure.
I missed it. I don't know where that was.
Fighting done. The area is cleared out. Friendly loadout drop on the way.
I need plates.
Target area marked. You're clear hot.
Copy that. Phoenix 2-3 is on station. Strike inbound. Impact, no choice.
He just fall? I think he just fell to his death. That's funny.
Gas is
Shots missed.
Gas is closing. Get to the new safe zone.
Hostile UAV active.
Jesus.
Gas moving in. Enemy buy station incoming.
Hostile UAV overhead. Hostile precision airstrike. Get to cover.
Inbound. Marking new safe zone. 5 remaining.
Hostile UAV in the sector.
No, bro. The fucking riot shield, man. Imagine there's not a fucking pussy in the lobby. Oh my god, dude. I should have just tried to fucking kill him, bro. I already put shots onto him. Of course, this guy's chasing me in the fucking gas, dude. Oh my god. I should have fucking dropped as soon as I heard him. Oh my god. So fucking annoying, dude. Of course, there's a fucking loser in the lobby with the damn riot shield. Jesus, bro. So fucking annoying. God forbid I try to play proactive in zone as well. Jesus, dude. So fucking corny. Unbelievably fucking corny. I should have just killed the riot shielder, bro. He was lost. I should have just tried to kill this guy. And then I don't get shot in the back to the other dude. So unbelievably corny. I should have just killed that guy. Could have just killed him. And then I get PA. Like, I was getting focused so much, dude. It just made no sense. I was getting focused so much, bro. The antler guy must have been bottom floor. No, bro. The fucking... Ah, so corny, dude. So fucking corny. Oh my god, you're so annoying. Fucking riot shield, man. I just gotta fucking... Of course I get PA'd here too, bro. Unbelievable, the fucking riot shielder, man. Like, I thought this was the riot shield guy, bro. Like, what are the odds that somebody is fucking... How am I not seeing this guy as well? Just in prone outside, by the way. Oh my god.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Look at this fucking loser.
Preparation is done. Now you deploy to the war.
God, of course there's a riot shield in that fucking building, man. It's just...
Jump in 5. Get ready.
Battle Royale. Gas is approaching your position. Move to the safe zone.
Ah, it hurts, man. It hurts. That would have been such a clean game, too. I don't even know if it's worth to go back up here. How clean is it, though? Really don't want to loot this building, but I guess I will.
Hunt contract here.
Gas is inbound.
You gotta be
Bounty target
kidding,
identified.
dude.
You are clear to engage.
You gotta be kidding, man. Did not do that correctly. I was about to say, but there's no fucking way I'm losing that.
online. Be advised.
Let's go, man. Got all those, baby. Do I have fast hands? I do. Anti-alert. Oh, this guy had a rack on him. Oh, that's not what I wanted, but whatever. I got out.
UAV is being refueled.
I did make it.
Contract failed.
Yeah, fast hands felt really fucking good right there. Just need a better sub, bro. If I get a better sub, I'll be shilling.
You've got a loadout drop inbound.
We got a loadout drop here.
Hostile UAV active.
Gas is closing. Get to the new safe zone. Gas drop is en route.
Hunt contract here.
So I'm about to do it.
Bomb drone is armed.
You got gas moving in.
Let's go. I got that one.
Objective is to eliminate all bounty targets.
Moving.
Look at that guy. I don't even want to waste time going over there.
All bounty targets are down. Well done.
Hostile UAV in this sector.
Gas is inbound. Marking new safe zone.
Oh my god, what a fucking loser.
Need recon overhead.
Copy. UAV orbiting the AO. Recon is online.
I want to know who he's shooting me with. I'm not gonna go loot him, but I'm curious what kind of optic tech he had on that shit.
ATV marked. On contact here.
Bounty targets are up. Take them down.
Hostile UAV.
KIA. Solid work.
Of course, everybody's got a fucking sniper, bro. What is this?
Moving here.
Hostile UAV active.
Fuck out of my way, bro.
Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone. Supply crates are restocked. Advise you load up now.
Oh, imagine the nade was clean there. Damn, get fucking beamed, buddy.
Gas is closing in. Hostile UAV active.
Hunt contract here.
Hostile UAV in this sector.
Oh, that grenade could have been better.
Objective is to eliminate all bounty targets.
I think maybe there's two guys.
All bounty targets are down.
Two others over here? It's fucking juicy.
Area is clear.
I don't really need anything. I gotta go so far though, dude.
Loadout drop headed your way.
This is disgusting. Damn, I gotta dip like right now. It's better for me to be in the middle, I think, here. With all that bullshit going on over there, I'd have to play real fucking tight.
You've got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
Oh my god, bro.
You've made it to the top 10. Hostiles dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
Hmm.
Gas is closing in. Your squad is in the top 5. Let's get it done.
Oh my god, the AK is fucking me. The AK. Wow, man. Wow, the AK. Of course there's a guy in a fucking bush. Oh my god. The AK is just fucking me, dude. Ay, 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 bro. Of course there's a guy close range, man. Of course there's a guy. Oh my god, dude. Just how fucking annoying is it, though? Like, oh my god, dude. I cover my bases with that fucking flank because the riot shielder, if he's there, I'm fucked. And of course there's a guy right when I'm, like... Dude, it's just... Oh, I didn't see that guy by the car. Just how AIDS is it, by the way? Oh my god, man. It's just so AIDS. And of course I get fucked by... hip fire, dude. It's just so AIDS, man. Of course there's somebody here. And my gas... I see him as soon as my gas mask is running out as well. Like, oh my god, bro. Of course. Dude, my games have just been getting griefed today, bro. Oh my god, man. It's just... It's unreal is what it is. It's unbelievable. unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. It's just unbelievable, bro. It just hurts. In a bush. It just hurts, man. That's... Cannot believe I have a game fucking ruined by that shit, bro. That's multiple 20 bombs dropped to just bullshit. And of course I can't fucking chase this kill because the guy's got a riot shield. I'm just gonna start sending riot shields, I don't care. So AIDS, I can't get the kill here.
Take this time to warm up.
Like, what are the odds that that guy goes there? And there's a... Like, what are the odds somebody gets in between me and that riot shield guy right there at the edge of zone? It's just so fucking corny, dude. That was actually close. That's crazy that I fucking killed him.
Time to see what you have learned.
Oh, it hurts, man. Just bullshit. Of course, there's a guy in the bush in between me and the right shoulder. It's unbelievable, dude. And because the guy has a right shield, I can't kill him. I should have just played for the highway there, honestly. Playing edge here is kind of corny. Unbelievable, bro.
Battle Royale.
It just hurts.
Be advised, gas is closing in. Proceed to the safe zone.
Thinking about this, fuck it. Could be fun. 100% dead here, but it could be fun. Wow.
That's dropping into the area. Watch the sky.
Nice, no weapons.
Hostiles are using recon.
I can't move, bro. Can't believe I got this. I only had to kill one person. You've lost your mind, but I respect it.
Your squad mate located a black site. Escort them to the target.
There's nobody around here. That's kind of wild. Alright.
Gas is moving.
Hostile UAV active.
No bounties or nothing, bro. Guess I'm just whipping it to fucking hydro.
Enemy buy station deployed.
Hostile UAV overhead.
It's fucking wild. That's just nuts. Imagine shooting my body when you have literal aimbot as an input. I understand you got mad from the time I killed you earlier, buddy, but you can't ever be shooting bodies, man. I'm actually moving my cursor. You're not. There's a huge difference there, bro. Can't believe I lost that, though. I'll be going back.
This is my world. Your only way out is to kill your enemies or stay dead forever.
Get ready to redeploy.
That second deagle missing is really troll.
Hostile UAV in this sector.
You've got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated. Enemy dropping into the AO. Be advised, cash drop is inbound.
Planting cluster mine.
You're losing round.
Can I move? Hello?
Hostiles launched a mortar strike. Find cover. Hostile UAV overhead. Hostile UAV active.
Requesting recon flyover.
Copy that. UAV is on station.
Moving. Moving here. Moving.
Gas is moving in. New safe zone moving. Fire sale active. Buy station prices have been
Of course, bro. Did I have...
that time, so we will settle the score.
Of course he... What is this angle? Of course it's there. I'm pretty sure I played it back up. Of course that guy has an angle on me. Oh my god. And of course that guy's holding 2 gas masks, so I have to look at 2. And of course the first one I look at is not the one that I want. Like, what, dude? Just that kind of... I played it. No, I reloaded. So annoying, though. Like, the odds that he has 2 gas masks, the odds that he has 1 that I want, the odds that that guy has an angle. I just really wish I could calculate the odds of these certain things. It's just unbelievably corny. I gotta go look at that one death. That really threw off my pace. Maybe I was trying to predict movement. I'm not sure. It's crazy. Like, why is my... Like, what is my cursor doing? Like, I don't need to move my cursor at all. Hip firing here would have sealed it as well. Hip firing here seals it for sure. That's what I should have done. I just need to start hip firing once people get within a certain range.
Enemy soldiers incoming.
Can't believe I just missed all those. And that stun from landing. Nuts.
Practice is over. The real fight begins now. Battle Royale. Gas is approaching your position. Move to the safe zone.
Moving here.
Enemy
It's crazy how much this fucking gun blocks your view.
You got gas moving in.
Gonna have to be quicker than that, buddy. I tried. It's also 14. Doesn't feel that bad, actually.
Need recon overhead.
Copy. UAV orbiting the AO. Recon is online.
Moving.
Come on.
Be advised, UAV is exiting the AO.
Hemlock, bro. Kind of behind, my man.
Hostile counter UAV is active.
Moving here.
Black site is clear. Area secure.
Jesus, what is this bullshit I'm watching?
He's fixed. Gonna take more than that.
No way, right?
You've got a loadout drop inbound. Gas is closing. Get to the new safe zone. Gas drop is en route. Gas is inbound.
That was cute, brother. That was cute. Why's this guy got four fucking gas masks? 1, 2, 3. No, 3 gas masks. Jesus, bro. You've got a problem, man.
Visual on the enemy.
Where the boys at? This is craziness. There are the boys.
Marking new safe zone.
Come on.
Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Imagine.
Be advised, enemies deployed a buy station.
Can't believe that one guy got away. Wow. Yeah, nice shots, man. Let's see this. I had to have gotten sniped at the same time, bro. There's no way he's already weak and kills me before I kill him and I wasn't missing shots. Like, nah, bro. He didn't even hit any fucking headshots. Like, that just looked like skill-based if I've ever fucking seen it. That is just unbelievable how fast I just fucking died. That's just unfucking believable. Of course, I'm in Narnia as well. Oh, ay, bro.
Hostile located.
Wish I could shoot. I'd fuck you up. Oh, I gotta go for this one now. It's really annoying. Oh. Sick. It's going so slow.
Ammo depot here.
I don't know if I can hit that. I'm gonna certainly try though. Oh my god, my fucking dive got fucked up. Take the car, I guess.
Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone.
Oh, I can't make it now. Nice. Where the fucking buy is that, dude?
Load up.
Guess I'm just playing airport. Really should have got a gas mask.
You're losing ground.
There's no way, bro.
Requesting recon flyover.
Copy that. UAV is on station.
Hard mark. Hunt, need pistol rounds.
Hostile UAV in this sector.
Positive ID on the bounty target. Eliminate them.
Be advised.
Or really? Really? That guy's putting those shots on me.
Overhead. Hostile UAV active.
Must have been his
Hostile
snipe.
UAV in this sector.
Gas is inbound. Marking new safe zone. Loadout drop headed your way. Gas is inbound.
Hostile UAV active.
Are you fucking kidding me? This guy kills me when I have got that gun. Really? Really? I must have gotten terrible fucking hipfire RNG there. What in the actual fuck? That's just... Wow. Wow. I did get terrible hipfire RNG. Those first 2 bullets I missed. Where are my bullets going? Where are my fucking bullets going? It took... Where did those... Like, bro. It's so corny. He's flash right now. He's flash right now. That's unbelievable. That is unbelievable. He's sprinting with this LMG. That is unbelievable, man. That is so unbelievable. Wow. Oh, and then the first death, bro. That just made no fucking sense, bro. Gotta watch that one back, too. Like, he lives how many fucking times? The guy sniping wants to hit me only. And then this happens. He's weak, remember? Should have thrown a nade first. As soon as I got that. I mean, I shouldn't have to. If we're being completely honest. This is just absurd. No headshot. Okay, there it is finally. Oh, my shots were getting fucked by the door there. Either way, I mean, he still shouldn't have been able to kill me. I got just.
Use this time to practice. We will be deploying soon.
Yeah, just as soon as he ADS, he goes straight to my head for 3 bullets. And that explains it. Doesn't make sense, but it explains it. His hip fires connects, and then we just go straight for my fucking head, dude. Unbelievable. It should have been a kill 25 times in a row.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
So disgusting, man.
Now we face the enemy for real.
Get ready to jump. 5 seconds.
Battle Royale. You've got gas closing in fast. Get to the safe zone.
Enemigo!
Enemy soldier incoming.
I can fucking see, man. Holy shit.
Hostile UAV in this sector.
How many shots do I need, bro? Damn!
Need recon overhead.
Copy. UAV.
Bosnia, hostiles deployed. Account
Friendly loadout drop on the way.
Moving here. Got a hostile here.
Be advised, UAV is exiting the AO.
Got a contract here.
Imagine I'm almost dying right there, dude. What the hell? It's kind of crazy. I'm so dead. Oh my god. I wonder, he had to run out of ammo. Thank god, bro. I had the wrong gun out. Oh my god, that is hilarious. That is too funny.
Loadout drop headed your way.
Requesting recon
You've got gas
flyover.
inbound. Safe zone relocated.
hostile counter UAV overhead.
Moving.
Be advised, gas drop is inbound.
UAV is being fuel. RTB at this time.
Thought I looked there. That hurts.
Hostile UAV overhead. Hostile UAV active.
Gas is closing. Get to the new safe zone. Fire sale active. Buy station prices are adjusted.
Need recon overhead.
Copy. UAV orbiting the AO. Recon is online. Be advised, UAV is exiting the AO.
Gas is closing in.
I gotta go so far, bro.
Fire sales over. Adjusting prices.
Hmm.
Hostile counter UAV is active.
Moving here.
Damn it. I knew I I knew I had a Oh, I'm dead here. Oh my god, he's garbage. I can't believe he got those fucking initial shots, bro. That shit's just not right.
You got gas moving in.
Moving.
Fighting done. The area is cleared out.
Oh my god, my fucking dive is just not wanting to cooperate.
You've got a loadout drop inbound. All stations, a jailbreak is active.
Moving here.
Gas is moving. Heads up, the jailbreak is active. Hostiles dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Of course, bro. He's got all the doors bedded. Unbelievable. You're a pussy. A fucking riot shield and Betty's sitting in a fucking building, man. Like, it just... What do I do? What do I do? A fucking riot shield and Betty's. It hurts, bro. It fucking hurts, man. It's just so disgusting. Just filth. Nothing but fucking filth with these guys, man. Unbelievable. Two games. Fucked over from a fucking riot shield already today, man. It's just so gross. Ugh. It's so disgusting. Aye. Gonna. Wait, do I have to do this one? I do. Lovely. Lovely. Oh, imagine if I had space to shoot you. You're fucking done. Whoa. Oh my god, he had a fucking GL on his gun. Oh.
Preparation is done. Now you deploy to the war zone.
We're gonna try it. Oh, that's gonna be fucking hell.
5 seconds to the release point.
Why is there an arrow there? It's a bounty here too. We're gonna be shilling.
Avoid the gas. Get to the safe zone.
Damn. It's like a fuck ton of people. Oh.
Enemy soldier incoming.
No! Fuck. Of course he's got a fucking rocket launcher and I got a fucking sniper. Oh my god, dude. I couldn't have got a worse gun out the fucking, out the chest. I couldn't have got a worse thing. Because if I would have gotten a javelin, I would have meleeed him. Oh my god. Of course the guy's got a fucking RPG. And I forget about the windows. That is just unbelievably corny. I should have just played aggressive. But if I do that 100% of the time, the guy has a sub or an AR or something. Like the fact that I got a sniper is just so gross.
Pay attention. You will be out there soon. Get ready to fight. You're up next.
Nice, he blocks the door. Don't you love it? You should be able to die in the gulag. And respawn, that would be cool. Cool little minigame. Get the fuck out of here. Ay, ay, ay. There's a redeploy. Fuck it. I'll go.
Moving.
The fact that he just did that to me is just really incredible. Alright.
Redeploy drone here.
Oh, I dropped the key. It's not that big a deal.
Ammo depot here. Cabron, buy station here.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Copy that. UAV is on station.
Loadout drop headed your way.
Redeploy drone heat. Moving.
Be advised, UAV is exiting the AO.
Gas is moving in. New safe zone located. Gas drop is en route.
Kind of shot her a little bit too much right there.
Gas is inbound.
Hunt contract here. Got a truck here.
Hostile UAV overhead.
Enemy soldier incoming.
I love that.
Hostile UAV in the sector.
Requesting fire mission. Target marked.
Hostile counter UAV overhead.
Founder's not.
No hit. Shot missed.
Hostile UAV active.
Nice. Nice, man. Nice. Unbelievable. No audio as well. It's so crazy. And then the guy hits me actually. Unbelievable. If that guy out in the desert didn't hit me. I would have killed that guy. I'd have had enough HP to kill him. Actual dog player.
Yep.
Yep.
Hello?
Yes.
Do you want to play?
Yeah, hop on, bro.
I am on
Alright, what are you trying to start with?
EMs.
Alright, well hop in it, big dog.
I am.
I am. Alright, give me a second.
I started streaming on Kick.
Did you really?
No, I'm joking. Get out of there.
You should do whatever you want to do, buddy.
I mean, it's definitely, it's looking.
I can't hear a single word you're saying. You sound like you're speaking from inside of an asshole.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
It's looking like they're Twitch's top competitor.
Twitch doesn't have any competition, bro. People are, Twitch is dying.
Yeah, because everybody's going to Kick.
Yeah, a lot of people are going to Kick.
What do you think about that?
Apparently Twitch mistreats people, so fuck them.
Have they mistreated you?
No.
Have
Only
you been a
people.
have you been a bad boy to Twitch? Huh?
What's up?
Have you been a bad boy to Twitch? You're not gonna answer?
Oh, if you wanna, just let me know if you wanna stop saying stupid shit, and then I'm down.
Nah, I got you, man.
Yeah, just let me know.
Yeah, that's my bad.
Yeah, you're good, bro. You're good, man.
We're gonna play, dude. I'm waiting for an invite.
I've tried to invite you 20 times. It's not letting me invite you.
It says I have no notification.
It says you're online, and I don't have an option to invite you.
Try it again.
Nothing.
Oh, you can customize your parachute now. Interesting. Oh.
Are you in the lobby?
Yeah.
I don't know why I can't invite you. Give me a second. I'll try it again. Okay, there we go. I'm guessing you're just coming off your Kovacs, yeah?
Yeah, no, I ripped it beforehand.
Yeah, figures. Equip. Let me know you're good.
Okay.
I'm gonna run the new sub, by the way. So.
You haven't unlocked?
Yeah, I unlocked it recently.
Are you gonna use it in game?
Yeah, I've been ripping it.
You been threading with it or no?
I mean, it doesn't feel as good as. Like, it feels normal, but on paper, it's just outclassing every other gun in the game.
Wish I had it unlocked.
You can make a class in private match, bro. And I'm sure you got some double XP tokens you can throw on when we start playing.
Well, yeah, but that's yeah, I guess that does have it. All right, I'm ready.
Okay. Ooh. We can run this on the Gulag map if you want. After this, we can cut it short if you want to get
Okay.
comfortable on the Gulag map. Don't tell me my game's fucked up. Nice, my game's fucked up first time. Don't you love that?
Dude, can I get my other skin? Can you get on the different team?
What?
I don't want to wear this, like, the COD CLD skin. Can I get, like, another team?
I had to relog, bro. Did you not listen to what I said?
Uh,
The game bugged out for me. I had to relog. Not only could I not invite you right away, but my game crashed the first time.
Somebody talks. Somebody talk to me. Mm-hmm.
Dude, I cannot wait to... I've got some goated shows that we're going to watch when I'm there.
What's the name of them?
I don't want to tell you them now. I'm just going to bust up with it. I bet I do. Dude, they are so good. Like, just actually incredible shows. You're going to love them.
Not gonna tell me what they are?
Nope. Not until I get there.
Are they animes or?
No, they're not animes.
Can I get my other skin? Can you go on the other team? I want the skin that I'm
I
wearing.
can't change anything right now. Everything is locked. And you do that in game also.
How?
You change teams in game, Dingaling McGee. Dude, this is just unbelievable. Like, you'd think that they would fix this shit. 8 months the game's been out, and the settings are locked for the first, like, minute of you getting into the shit. Finally, jeez, man. So annoying. Alright, you ready? Do you want to try the Gulag map? I like Shipment better, but while we're here, do you want to start with the Gulag or do you want to start with Shipment?
I'll start with Shipment.
Alright.
Like, how much did 2080 Ti sell for now?
A 2080 Ti?
A 2080 Super.
Well, which one? Because their Super is not as strong of a card as the Ti.
2080 Ti.
You should not be spending any more than $400 on a 2080 Ti right now.
But doesn't that get you like a crap ton of frames in Warzone though? Isn't that good in Warzone?
Your card is as good as a 2080 Ti.
I thought it was like higher than a 2080.
No, there's a 2080, there's a 2080 Super, and there's a 2080 Ti.
Wait.
What are you doing, bro?
I'm changing my team, damn it.
Oh my goodness. I had to reload. That's why I was back there.
Move, Yakel.
Couldn't see a single thing, bro.
Yeah, dude, I need to put more ammo on this thing.
Hijo, that was close.
Bro, your shit just got torn.
I knew where you were. I just had
Bro,
to
you got torn, bro. You got torn. The fact that I almost killed you is nuts. If I had full plates, you're dead right there.
Gonna take
God,
more
it's
than
so
that.
broken.
They're using it too, bro. Can't believe we slammed into each other like that. That's so corny. You're gonna lose fights ADSing if you're doing that.
You have to ADS.
No, bro, you're trolling. Pick mine up next time you kill me.
Hold up.
You hold up? What do you mean hold up?
I mean, sorry, go. I'm moving.
You said hold up, bro. Like, look how weird you are. You say hold up and you fucking jump shot me.
Play.
Like, bro, you are weird, man. You're weird, dude.
Play the game.
I was playing the game until you told me to hold up. And then I stopped playing the game. And when I stopped playing the game, you're fucking shooting at me. Wait, what? How did you... There's no way that you... Okay. That was weird.
Yeah. You didn't send me a text. I don't see a text from you. Alright, go. But I got nothing, man.
What do you mean you got nothing?
I started off with low plate, then I still don't have it.
You should have known better, pinche pendejo.
I don't know why my plates are not so bad. Ow. Kill me so fast.
I was low too. I had a delay from shooting right there for some reason. Also, I didn't have my sub reloaded. God, you just... that tracking was nuts. Oh my god.
Dude, I can't even, like, you're just everywhere.
As soon as I played it and reloaded, I came out. As soon as I played it and reloaded, I start moving. I don't ever stand still when I'm ready.
I'm ADSing there, dude. I gotta stop. That's way too close.
I can't even win the fights because I'm fucking... I can't even win the fights after I kill you because I'm just... It's crazy. I got so fucked by Hipfire RNG there.
Dude, like, why, man? Why you gotta jump off? That's corny. Dude, how, man? You're going in prone every time, dude. You're not even trying to outmove me anymore.
Nice.
Yeah, let's go aid. A DMR gun.
It's meta, bro. That's crazy, bro. My cursor's on you the entire time, but I just can't. Bullets just won't hit.
Oh my gosh, you guys just baked if I could have hit you.
You're trolling, bro. I was on you the entire time. The entire time I was on you. You weren't baking anything.
I baked you, dude.
You didn't bake anything, bro.
You should have known better.
I need to hit some hip fire attachments on this gun, dude. This is awful. I need something to help with hip fire. I guess I don't. Should be fine.
That's crazy that I can't win that. That's crazy I can't win that either. Like, you can't even see me, and you're just doming me.
I ran out of it. Dude, what? How much ammo does that thing have?
20.
I guess I didn't reload it. That's annoying.
That's crazy I can't even crack you. I was missing a plate, but it's still crazy I can't crack you. Like, that is just nuts. I cannot even crack you.
It's broken, bro. I wish I had it unlocked.
What?
I wish I had it unlocked.
Oh, nice.
Dude, seriously, you're so corny.
What do you mean I'm corny? You want me to just let you fucking kill me?
You're just playing like Ring Around the Rosie, bro. Just fight me.
It will fight you with no HP? Yeah, good idea, man. Wait, did you want me to let you kill me next time? I mean, I can do it. You want me to turn around and just not shoot my gun?
That's weird, man.
You're throwing a fucking thermite. I'm regenning my health to reset, and you're calling me weird.
I mean, that's a realistic,
okay.
That's a
Okay,
realistic
buddy.
play, though.
Yeah, okay, man.
Thermites will be thrown there.
Right, but when do we ever? When are thermites ever in legal play when we do this?
Never, but dude.
Right. And so when I reset the fight, you're calling me weird. Interesting.
Just weird.
Interesting. Yeah. Interesting, man. Yep. Interesting, bro. I'm the weird one.
Like, I'm using one gun, bro.
That's your fault, bro. You know I run overkill every single time we play.
You should have known better, pinche pendejo.
Dude, I can't even spawn.
Too close.
I was missing a plate there too.
I mean, I couldn't spawn. Why are you behind me, man?
That's just where I was, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
Dude.
What were you
this
shooting me
is
with?
The same gun. So fake. Like you're. I can't even walk.
I don't know what to tell you, bro. It's just shit, man.
Like, you're such a corny player, man.
Dang! Dang!
I was tracking you the whole time.
Well, then where's my health bar at? Dang! Oh my gosh! Oh my goodness!
Dude, shut up, bro. You
No,
pissed me
come
off.
on. You can't get tilted, bro. Come on, bro.
No, you're just annoying. You're not doing anything, and you're making it sound like you're doing something.
All right, well, give me your POV on that kill then, since I'm not doing
What
something.
do you mean, give you my POV on that kill?
That's why you should be recording, bro. Because you could show me that I didn't break your fucking camera.
You didn't.
Well, you didn't damage me, man. So
Okay.
you playing still?
Yeah, I'm just making a class.
Oh, okay. Oh man. That's all hip fire. That's all hip fire, bro. That's all hip fire. I'm just seeing how strong the hip fire can be.
Yeah, it's strong. We know this. Dude, my audio.
I minimized the amount of audio I gave you.
Like, why are you playing like that? You have full plays. I'm the one pushing you every time.
You were the one getting pushed, bro. I hate to break that to you. You were the one getting pushed, man.
Like, I'm pushing you every
You got
time.
pushed. You got pushed, and I didn't put myself in sprint animation because you could have repeaked, and you did repeak, and I was in prone
Played off me there. Come on, bud.
because I was talking, bro.
No, talk to me. Where are you going? Where are you going? Oh.
You should have known better, pinche pendejo.
You should probably not talk and focus on moving your cursor.
Okay, you're stuck. You're stuck. Get out of my game. You're some butt, bro.
Okay.
Get emotional. Come on.
I'm good, man.
Come on now. Talk to me, man. What's wrong with you?
I am talking to you, bro.
Oh, that's fake. That is fake news. I got first shot too. I just have a plate down, but there's no way.
I couldn't reload.
To me nicely.
I didn't
Come
have
on.
ammo, bro. I had 0 bullets in my gun.
No way.
Talk to me, bro. Talk to me. Where's the talk? Talk to me, man. Give me some talk.
How are you shooting me while you're mounting?
I wasn't mounted. That's how.
Like, look at you move, dude.
I
I'm the
am
one pushing
moving.
you every time. You're so weird.
That's just not true, bro. It's just not
Dude,
true.
you're just popping out every single time. Look at you. I'm leaving, dude.
I have no plates. Why are you getting mad, bro? Come on.
I have no plates, but I still push you, dude.
I
You're
push
just-
you
you're such
every
a-
time. I push you every time. What you're saying is just not true, bro.
So ratty, man.
I understand you're getting mad because you're getting beat, but that what you're saying is just not true, bro.
You're so
I'm
ratty.
running. I'm trying to figure out where you are every single time.
Look at you, dude. You're so weird. Push me like a man. You're so fucking bad, bro.
I'm moving towards you every single time, bro. Every single time I try to kill you, I'm moving towards you. Oh, if I'd fully played it, you'd have died.
If I had fully played it, you should have died.
When I don't have any plates, I'm still pushing. Yeah, buddy.
How to let my health return. Look at you, like, push, dude. I'm in cover trying to choose an open fight, and you're playing behind cover like a rat.
Dude, I don't know what to tell you, but I'm not just gonna let you kill me. That's just not how the game's gonna work, man. Like, you're getting mad that I'm playing cover, dude? Come on now.
Wow, you just got fucking outplayed movement every. Dude,
You were saying?
you're so corny. Like, how is it even close? How are the scores close when you're using this broken gun? Shouldn't you be killing me every
You're
time?
using the same gun I'm using, dude. What?
Yeah, but you should be killing me more.
Like, what you're saying is just not making any sense, dude. Like, you haven't said a coherent thing since you started raging.
I'm not raging. It's so AIDS, dude. Oh!
That was close.
I don't get it. Look at you. Dude, you're so weird, man.
You threw a thermite at me, bro. What do
I
you
don't
want?
care. Just push me.
What do you think I'm doing? What do you think I'm doing, bro?
And take a plate off me, too.
I had no armor, dude.
I had no armor.
Yeah, sure.
Come on now. Come on now.
Hey, listen, you can say whatever you want to make yourself feel better, bro.
Gonna take more than that.
Hold up. I have to do it. I don't want to do it, but I have to do it now. You turned me into this player, man.
Do whatever you want, man.
I did not feel like doing this, but I have to. I need to die so I can use.
That's crazy. I'm missing those.
You just got out movement.
Yeah, true, bro. The movement is what it was. It definitely wasn't the boxes.
You don't let me reload?
You can reload on your own, bro.
How weird you are with 4 plates, dude.
What do you mean, bro? I heard an audio cue and I didn't know where you were.
Yeah, I hear audio cues up my butt all the time, but do I... You got some booty cheeks. Come on, man. Talk to me.
I'm talking to you the entire time, bro. Look at you. Look at you. Talk to me. Talk. Give me something to talk about. Give me something to talk.
Dude, this is so weird.
I don't know what to tell you, bro.
Like, get a life, man. Why are you? You're just like staying on top of the containers. Like, push me like a man.
What
Look
do
at you. You're
you
down
can
bad.
you can go back and watch this entire VOD, bro. I move towards you the entire time we play.
I'm going to get water. I need water.
Okay.
I can't. Okay. I'm back.
Okay.
Don't call me weird for that. I told you I was back.
How are you seeing me?
Ran out of ammo. Left it. Can't even play it.
Push me. Why don't you push me?
Finally, man, you grew some balls.
What do you mean finally? I've been playing like this the entire time, my boy.
Finally grew some testes.
Yep. That is so crazy.
Such a debate, man. Come
Yeah,
on.
you baited me for sure. It had nothing to do with the server.
The server. Since when are we blaming it on the server?
Do you know that's Peeker's advantages?
The server. Wow,
You shot me before I could see you. That is 100% a server thing.
I did not know we were blaming it on the server. Now
I'm not blaming anything on anything, but the fact that you can shoot me before I see you is 1000% a server thing. Well, go watch videos on it. Instead of talking about things you don't know, just go educate yourself.
I mean, I did.
Go educate yourself, bro. Let's learn stuff instead of just opening our mouth on cooldown. Let's learn something.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
No, I don't want the benefit of the doubt. I want you to go and learn. That's what I want. I want you to grow as a player and as a person by educating yourself.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I'll believe you.
If you had let me switch guns, buddy. Wow.
That was awful.
Oh my god. You weren't even moving your cursor. That's the sad part.
What do you mean?
You were just shooting in the middle, and you only hit me because I was fucking moving. Like, you weren't even trying to track me after the first little bit.
Are you hip firing there?
I don't remember.
Ay, cabrón. Too close.
Gosh, I hate your playstyle so much, man.
I don't have a playstyle, bro. I just have a...
Just a rodent. Like, you're honestly just...
As soon as I reloaded, I started looking for you, and I don't have
Do you have a barrel on
plates.
that gun? Do you have a barrel?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the 9-inch one. Oh my god, you're so bad.
Talk to me. Talk to me.
You're bad, bro. You missed all those shots.
Ow, I killed you. Aren't you the one that got sent back to the respawn screen?
Bro, it took you 20 minutes to kill me.
No, you got sent back to the respawn screen.
No, who's winning at kills right now, bro?
Not a lot.
You should have known better, pinche pendejo.
Talk to me, talk to me.
You're not good.
Talk to me. Talk! Oh, talk to me!
Dude.
Oh, boo boo, come here, little Buaro. Little Buaro. Little Buaro. Little Buaro want to win? Does little Buaro want to win one time? Does little Buaro want to play Guitar Hero with the controller plugged out? Oh, we're going to act like the controller's plugged in.
Alright, you done, man?
Oh my god. Little Buaro, do you want to play Guitar Hero? Bro, I don't understand how sitting in a corner and shooting me like that is funny.
What are you shooting at?
Bro, you sat in a corner and bro. I mean, if that's funny, I'm glad you're laughing, dude.
Bro, what are you shooting
Bro,
at?
you sat in a corner and shot me. You waited for me to walk by and you shot me from a corner.
Dude, what are you shooting at, man? You
Dude.
weren't even shooting. I wasn't anywhere near you.
Right, because you're sitting in a corner. Why would I think you're sitting in a corner?
I'm just confused. Like, what are you
Why
shooting
would
at?
I expect you? Why would I think that you're going to sit in a corner and actually wait for me to walk by? Why would I do that? Why would I even think that you're doing that when we're trying to practice?
Dude, was that one recorded, bro? I gotta watch that one back.
You can watch it back if you want to, bro. The fact that you are sitting in a corner waiting for me to walk by and then get surprised when the last place I check is the corner when we're supposed to be practicing. Like, if you want to play, if you want to play like that, bro, that is on you.
It's not like you're making excuses because
I'm not making excuses. I'm not making any excuses, bro. You sat there in a corner and waited for me to walk by. I know your guns were reloaded. You were plated up. You were doing that shit on purpose, and you think it's funny when the last place I think you're going to be is in a corner when we're literally trying to practice? That's like, if you think that's funny, bro, do you? You're wasting both of our times playing like that.
Dude, stay mad you were shooting at the curtains.
I'm not mad, bro. The fact that you almost died makes it even worse.
I didn't even almost die, though.
Yes, you 1000% did. You allowed me to put 2 plates on and almost kill you again. But I literally can't fucking hear anything because you're fucking like spamming my mic. I can't even hear. Like, you can sit there and act like I didn't, like, if you weren't yelling into the fucking microphone, I would have been able to hear where you were, and I would have killed you 1,000%.
Botong Dingadong?
Like, you're sitting in the corner and yelling into my ears. And you think that that's funny or something. Like, you're sitting in a corner and then you're spamming my ears so I can't hear where I'm getting shot from. And you're sitting there asking me, what am I shooting at? How the fuck am I supposed to shoot? How am I supposed to figure out where you are when you're yelling into the fucking microphone? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. That's just crazy.
Zimbabwe Dinkabomb.
Yeah, sure.
Dude, that's funny, man. I gotta watch that one back.
Okay.
Can we watch that back real quick?
You can watch it on your own, bro. I'm not wasting my time watching that.
Oh my god.
Like, I wish I could see your perspective sitting here while we're trying to practice, sitting in a corner doing nothing. Like, you intentionally waited on me. Like, that's so fucked up, bro. Like, we're sitting here trying to practice. You know, every time I play this game, I'm trying to improve, and you're sitting in a fucking corner in private match, bro. Like, that, you are down bad.
All I hear is excuses.
What am I making an excuse for? All I'm saying is how down bad you are for sitting in a corner in private match. That's so terrible, bro. Like, the fact that you're sitting in a corner in practice. That's sad, bro. That's sad. Like, you planned for that to happen. That didn't like, you didn't make me miss all those shots. No, bro. You're sitting in a fucking corner.
I'm gonna watch that one back right there, dude.
Go ahead, man. I'm glad that it's bringing you so much joy.
Dude, it is bringing me amusements of joy.
Good, man. I'm glad.
You're not live on Twitch.
I don't stream on Twitch.
Oh, you forgot you're a YouTube streamer. You switched back to Twitch for a little bit, though.
Yeah.
That is fucking hilarious.
You sitting in a corner in practice? That's hilarious. I mean, personally, that's sad. It's sad before it's funny at all.
Every single time. How do I go back on the YouTube?
Figure it out, bro.
I did. Oh, wait, is it toggle timestamps? Nah, that's not it. Oh no, I see.
Team deathmatch. All Strasser, destroy the enemy.
We could also run gulags.
Oh my god. Wait, I gotta watch this. Oh, dude, this is sad.
How is it sad, bro? You're sitting in a corner and you're yelling into my ears while I'm trying to find you in a corner sitting while we're practicing.
Dude.
Or we're supposed to be practicing.
I gotta watch. I gotta watch this
Go ahead,
back.
watch it as many times as you want, dude. Like, if you're not yelling into my fucking ears, I would have heard where, like, dude, you not only are you sitting in a corner, but you're yelling into my ears and you still almost die.
What are you shooting at? Dude, this is awful. This is honestly, this is pitiful.
Okay, man. You can be delusional if you want to. That's completely your choice to be delusional.
Yeah. I'm fine. I'm fine. Can I have a water? Yes, please. Dude.
Bro, you can be delusional all day if you want to. It's on you.
Dude, that is a meme.
Dude, you can be delusional all day if you want to.
Oh my gosh, bro. I love that.
Listen,
dude.
I know you need one because every time we play, you lose and you get shit on every time. And I know you need this for your soul to, like, go to bed at night. I know you need this, bro, but actually do something to me. Like, make me miss like that without sitting in a corner and yelling in my ears. Like, I know you need one, but you can't take this, bro. Come on now. Like, that's so lame, dude. Like, I know you, like, the second you gain any victory on me, it's massive. But like, let it be something that's actually real, not this bullshit.
Ah, dude, you're salty, man.
I'm not salty, bro. What I'm salty about is you wasting my fucking time while we're supposed to be practicing. That's what I'm salty about. I don't give a fuck if you sit in a corner every single time and yell in my ears. Like, how am I supposed to fucking find where you're at when you're in the last place you should be and you're yelling, bro? Like, if you want to sit here and think that that's so bad that I shouldn't be missing you, like, that's on you, man. You can be delusional all day. But if you're going to be doing that, like, I'm not going to practice with you. Like, that was all premeditated, bro. And it had nothing to do with skill. So if you want to sit here and, like, again, that's on you, bro. I'm glad that you were so excited about it, but, like...
Thank you.
Yeah. Just know that you are delusional. If you're thinking that I should be killing you there. Or saying, what am I shooting at when you're yelling into my ears and sitting in a corner when we're practicing. Like, that's just ridiculous.
Dang, man. You're not having it, are you?
I don't want to waste my fucking time, bro. Like, you're saying, what am I shooting at when I literally can't fucking hear anything? You're in a corner. And you think that's funny. I mean, I'm glad you do, and I'm glad that you laughed. But it's just like, if you can't see how sad that is, like, I don't know what to tell you.
I know, man. I'm a low, dude. Right?
That was pretty low, yeah. Did you leave? What are you, like?
I don't know what we're doing here, dude.
What do you mean? You told me to go to the gulag, so I started a game. Are you even in? I can't tell.
No, I'm not even, like... You didn't invite me, I don't think.
I shouldn't have had to invite you, bro. You're already in the game. That means that you left. Like, watch that back and tell me that is not a super sad thing for you to do.
I mean, you just got baited.
I didn't get baited, bro.
I wasn't waiting in a
You're
corner.
sitting in a fucking corner. No, you didn't bait me with... You baited me with audio, bro? Yelling into my ears? That's baiting me with audio. Yelling into my ears while you're shooting me and I don't know where you are is baiting me with audio.
Dude, it's okay, man. Just take your L and...
There's no
Losing
L,
is learning,
bro.
man.
There's no
Losing is learning. Come on.
You can be delusional if you want, man. That's completely on you. If you want to be delusional, that's you. I'm not going to be delusional. That's sad, though, man. Like, I thought you were raised better than that.
Team deathmatch. Saber 1, you're clear to engage all threats.
Are you in?
Yeah, I'm making a class.
We can play Gulag as well. Like we can play multiple rounds of the guns and stuff, and it's spawn. Like as soon as. Do you want to?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
Victors here today.
The first time you spawn in, don't like just meet me in the middle. I'm gonna show you some angles I don't think you probably know about. I have to re-invite you because I have to change the lobby type. Oh, you're still in. Never mind.
Where would I be? What would I do if you like aluminum?
Excuse me?
You like Ilium or however you pronounce his name? Aluminum?
Alinium?
Yeah.
Can't believe you just called him aluminum. That's sad, bro. You really need to work on, like, you need to start reading, bro.
Dude, I try, but like, my attention span is like, dude, I tried reading like the start of the David Goggins book, but I can't do it, dude.
Sad, bro.
I don't know why my attention span's so bad.
It's a skill. You work on it.
But you know what ruined my attention span? Single-handedly? Mom.
Duke, you gotta stop yelling to the mic.
Ugh. Oh, dude, that was fucking hilarious. So I can't believe I got you.
Yeah, man, sitting in a corner, you definitely got me, buddy.
Listen, call me low, call me whatever you want, dude. You got jebaited. And
Right,
just accepted.
right. You're sitting in a corner, and as soon as you start shooting me, you yell into the mic. Yeah, you definitely got me, bro. You for sure got me.
I didn't yell. I was laughing.
Watch it back, bro. You're flooding my ears with audio when I have no idea where you are, and you shoot at me. You definitely got me, dude. You fucked me up there.
I know I did.
Yeah, bro, you fucked me up there.
I know I did.
OSP.
Are you mad, man?
Fuming, actually.
Yeah. Where would I be? What would I do? If you were...
All right, 50 GS. And Mini Bach.
Wonder if High Point's D1.
All right, ready? Hopefully I did it right. We're about to figure it out. How many of my videos have you seen, bro?
I think, I mean, everyone that I've liked.
What? Every what?
Everyone that I've liked.
Oh, I'm not
you
in.
changed? How do you change the night? Or the...
What, I'm in? What?
Huh?
Nothing.
How do you change, like, the...
Are you playing or what? Hello, are you playing? Hello, Noah. I can't hear you, bro. Hello. Hey Google. Hey Google. Call Nunu. Bro, I can't hear you. I cannot hear in Discord, bro. No, I can't hear you, bro. Leave the call or you're muted or something.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Okay, I
Hello?
can hear you now. I can hear
Can
you
you
now. You had your shit muted, I think. Just don't pick up any of the guns. I didn't set it up right. Just use the mini block. You can pick up lethals and tacticals, but bro, what are you doing? The fact I almost died right there is fucking nuts. All right, at the beginning of this,
God, your aim is butt.
yeah, it's so bad. Yeah, true. Yeah, at the beginning of this, all right, don't kill me. Meet me in the middle. I'm gonna show you some peaks.
How do you change, like, sky?
Come over here. I didn't change this guy, bro. I didn't do anything. Come to my spawn. Come on. All right, when you spawn on this side, you're going to spawn like here, and the first thing you want to do is switch to your weaker weapon. And if you have a gun that can... So this is the first peek that you do. You want to get as close to this wall right here as you can while having angles on... Do you see that the top right there?
Yeah, like this?
So you want to be as close to this as possible And your first peek is going to be like, this is the first option as a peek. Come here. Come look. Come look.
I'm looking at it from
No,
over
no. Come here. Come here. You're playing this wall as cover.
Yeah. Oh gosh, dude.
Play the wall. Play the wall. I'm going to show you.
She called me.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Give me a sec. Give me a sec, dude.
Yeah.
Taking the flag. Set security. It's a draw this round.
Yo.
Yeah.
Just mad that I threw away expired bread.
That's unfortunate.
But apparently it lasts 2 weeks longer in a bread box. But I didn't know that. So I still
Yeah.
get yelled at for it though.
Yeah. I'm just going to cap it because the rounds are almost over. Just fire, actually. I tried to give you shots back because I shot you first. All right, go in the middle. I'm going to show you the peaks on, hopefully you spawn on the side. All right, stay where you are. Actually, get on the wall that I told you to get on and just look. Just let me know you're on that wall.
Yeah.
All right, so you can get to that wall before they peek anything. So that wall, if you have this is the first option for a peek. This peek is good if your gun can reach over here. I mean, you can do it even if you have the mini bok. Oh, I gave us plates on accident. So that's the first angle right there. If they go top, it's pretty much free. The second one is if they come through the bottom, and they're pretty exposed right here. But if I'm hugging this angle too, it's good. So that's the first option. The second option is.
Can I be playing like this? Instead of.
I mean, you can do whatever you want, but the second option is so look. So you see this thing right here?
Yeah.
You can slide up against it and jump. It doesn't work on this. Okay, here we go. And you can, if you think they're going to peek up top, you can, like, this is a perfect head glitch up top. Try it. Just slide, yeah, right there, just like that. That's option 2. And after this next round, I'll show you option 3. So option 3 is, so as soon as you, so I'm just going to run over there and show you. Just stay there, I'm coming. So this is option 3. Come here. Are you paying attention?
Yeah.
So at the beginning of the round, I don't think the spawns are the same for this as they are in the Gulag. I think in the Gulag you're a little bit closer. But so as soon as a round starts, if you take out your lighter weapon and you sprint here and dive and then crouch walk so you don't make any noise, you can get inside of this before they can see you at all. So if I spawn here and I'm up top or I go down below, if you do that, I cannot ever know for a fact if you go there unless you make noise.
Huh.
So it's a very strong option if they go this side, because they're either going to be peeking here looking for you deep, or they're going to be on this side here. Just, you have to be careful of your noise when you do it, and that's basically it. Notice how I didn't show you any of the sides over here, because the right side is just a shit show. You can like learn the peaks and stuff over here, but I just don't think it's good to play this side personally. But as we play this, you'll know like what peaks are good on this side. But ideally, you want to play this side here. And depending on what guns you have, you'll play the peaks differently. Like if I ever get a deagle, I just go for the dome immediately.
Are we playing?
Yeah. The other thing as well is you can get on top of that crate.
Yeah, I know you can. Oh, Nick, I gotta go eat dinner.
Okay. Play this round. That's crazy, I missed those.
You gave that kill to me.
Yeah, I was trying to hit the deagle. Are you gonna eat dinner?
Yeah.
Alright, what do you want to do when you get back? We can play the new map, or we can play,
Let's play the new map.
we can play quads. It's up to you.
Let's play the new map.
Okay. Alright, well, enjoy your dinner, buddy.
Alright, thanks.
Yep.